students have read it. What is something your teacher did that really pissed the whole class? Oh, this one's a favorite point post-English class. Break starts. I remain at my desk and do the homework the teacher assigned. Break ends. Teacher comes back, sees I've done the homework already. She waits for all the class to come back. Then she shouts, "Since Emeril 1391 has already done the homework, you all get 2 extra pages." Needless to say, that didn't improve my bullying situation. Edit. Wow, this somehow got more attention than I thought it would. So for clarification, it was middle school in Italy. I was 12 at the time. It definitely was not a lot of homework. Don't remember how much, but probably around 5 pages of English grammar exercises. Fill in the gaps, turn adjective into adverb, etc. So it was easy homework. Most pupils who like the subject would be able to do it in a 15-minute break. Reasons. To this day, I have no clue. But teachers and pupils bullied me terribly in that school. I do remember my parents telling me she was probably bitter because I could speak and understand English better than her. Could have been the case, could have not, I don't remember, but she surely didn't like me. Yelled at me for no reason, called me stupid, laughed when other kids bullied me, or actually got mad at me when I got bullied. It means you did something to piss them off. It's safe to say that this wasn't an actual thought-through pedagogic decision gone wrong. Maths teacher, GCSE year teacher gave us a piece of coursework that we had a month to do. We weren't the brightest bunnies at math in that particular class, just under average, but somehow every single student in that class decided we were going to go above and beyond to try and up our grade. We collectively pulled together and worked our ass off, some of us going without sleep at times, so we could work on it and provide help to the others, myself included. When we handed in our coursework, there was a pretty good feeling in the class. We thought we had done well and were pleased with ourselves. When we got our papers back, we all got higher grades than usual, and in many cases, did even better than we hoped, myself included. Then teacher informed us that the coursework was only mock and didn't count for anything. We now had to do the real coursework in the span of 2 weeks. There wasn't a riot. Everyone just went quiet. We were collectively stunned in disbelief. No one said anything at all. We simply couldn't believe it. Over the next 2 weeks I was pretty much crying every night. I'd burned myself out over the mock and was just too tired. I had also been recently diagnosed with CFS, which didn't help my concentration or mood at all. I wasn't the only one either. Everyone else was having issues, and all the camaraderie we had built up over the month previous just dissolved. Handed in my coursework after the fortnight was up, and then went and cried in the girls' toilets because I knew it was awful, especially compared to the mock I had been so proud of. The results from that were nearly all below our usual grades. I just about scrapped my old average. Teacher then rubbed salt in the wound by saying she was disappointed in all of us. No one had the energy to argue. We just took it. I think one person tried complaining to the head teacher afterwards, but nothing came of it. For extra injury, that teacher had several maths classes, but we were the only one she pulled that stunt on. Oh, I've had so many. First teacher was new to the school and taught us science in year 10th. She was always 20 minutes late to class. She was a fun teacher, but our lessons were only 40 minutes, so we'd literally waste half the lesson being late. Pissed me off no end. Another teacher lost 2 years worth of my science coursework, which I had to redo by the end of the week. That was 3 days. I'm surprised I got the grade I did, and she didn't help. And finally the doctor. This one makes me laugh. I don't know how the rest of you address your teachers, but here in England it's common to call them Miss and Sir, but not the latest science teacher in year 10th. Oh no, you had to address her as doctor, followed by her name, which was incredibly close to a well-known vegetable which we took advantage of, and if you didn't she wouldn't answer or even acknowledge you. She asked if she could hit us, asked our parents if she could smack us upside the head, belittled us because we were public school kids from rough areas. This was all within the week. Needless to say, we made her time hell, and she ran out of the school crying, leaving all her belongings, except her handbag, by Tuesday the following week. We didn't see her again. And every substitute ever who thought they were God when they walked into the room. Not my professor, but a friend of mine. His professor was going through some rough marital issues and this started to reflect in his teaching, or their lack of. He'd be late almost every day for the first half of the semester. Then there are days that he doesn't show up to teach and never bothered to inform the students. When he's able to inform the students of his absence, it's only a few minutes before class start. Again, imagine this happening constantly for the first half of the semester, or close to that point. Soon word got back to the higher ups, and he was promptly fired. The only problem? He didn't know he was fired and showed up to class. Imagine walking in 15 minutes late and seeing another professor standing there, telling your student what's going to happen with the remainder of the semester. Well, he stayed there for about 10 minutes before making a quiet exit point. The new professor, from what I heard, got most of the animosity because the students didn't want to readjust in order to fit his design for the class. From what I have heard, it was pretty simple stuff. Forget the old syllabus and uses, which mentions doing some new simple assignments. Don't stress about the stuff you haven't done yet, and anything you have done already for the old professor will be counted towards your grade point. Some student was still angered by this, but only one student got physically upset because he had done all of the assignments already. Just goes to show you can't please everyone. Edit. Marital, not Marshall's dead it too. The student was told repeatedly that he, new professor, will take all works, including that ones he did, into consideration. The only difference was that he might count them as something less, like an extra credit assignment or quiz grade point. This was what upset the student, as he wanted full credit for his work, regardless of what the other students felt. The entire class was now upset with him as he kept lecturing / complaining about this. They haven't started on this assignment yet, from what I'm told. I'm glad I get to tell this story. In high school I had a teacher for pre-calc called Dr. Bish. She was the worst experience I've ever had with an educator, bar none. To this day, I still hate having taken that class. As a sophomore, I had never actually had a teacher who was credentialed to the point of having a doctorate. The only doctors I really knew about were medical doctors. So when I started this class, I often called her Ms. B instead of Dr. B. Every time I used the wrong title when trying to speak with her caused her to ignore me completely. And not just me, but any student who did the same. As you can imagine, most kids had this problem initially. This led to an increasingly frustrating classroom environment, to the point where no one liked her and only spoke if they absolutely had to. I tried to get better at using the proper title, but I would occasionally make a mistake. Everyone hated dealing with her, and some kids would do it on purpose, just to annoy her. One day I had to use the restroom and I raised my hand to get her attention. She didn't see me at first, so I called her name, Ms. B, can I use the restroom? This bitch looked me dead in the eye and then turned back to what she was doing, completely ignoring me. I was so goddamn angry I walked out and went to the restroom anyway. When I came back she tried to write me up for leaving class. I just took the referral and tore it up looking her dead in the eye. We had a bit of a standoff, you might say. A couple of my buddies were fighting to keep from laughing because I was never the rebellious type, so this was a treat for them. She let it go, so I figured that was that. When I got home, my mother asked me what happened. Turns out she called my mom about my discipline problem and said that would have to accept a referral the following day. I told my mom what happened, and thankfully she understood. Most of my teachers loved me, and I never had problems, so this was not a normal situation. She said she'd take care of it. The next day I get called down to the office after first period, and when I arrive my mom is there with Dr. B, the principal, and a couple of other administrators. She then proceeds to go into crazy mom mode and basically tells them that any referrals written by this teacher would be ignored, and she would not force me into any kind of in-school or out-of-school detentions. It was one of my favorite mom moments. All I could think was hell yeah. Things got a little better in class after that, but I still hated her and was happy when the year was over. TLDR, Dr. B was a B. Our Slovenian language teacher in middle school was from a different region of the country than us. For reference, Slovenian is a ridiculously hard language even for us native speakers, and it does not help that it's also incredibly fragmented by dialects, both minor ones spoken only in a few places and major regional ones, and it's practically impossible to speak the same formal language written in the books. It sounds incredibly stiff. Then there's the issue with tonemic, sing-song pronunciation, and non-tonemic, harsher, choppy sounding, accent. They are both considered correct, however. And here's our problem. We are from the region next to the border with Austria, and German had a lot of influence on everyday language here. We use non-tonemic pronunciation, and have serious issues with tonemic. We simply cannot talk that way. Our teacher was from the region, where they use tonemic pronunciation, and she was adamant how our pronunciation is incorrect and utterly inferior compared to hers, in a really insulting way, and we spoke perfectly normal, semi-formal every day. Slovenian used practically everywhere. She went on and on and on about this in every lesson point, so we refused to even try learning the tonemic way. It wasn't even a part of the lessons, it was just her pet peeve with us. And a few of the kids in class were from places where they still speak those almost impossible to understand dialects, so they only spoke in those to her. Our little linguistic rebellion was glorious, and she couldn't do a single thing to stop it. The tale of Captain Cameltoe. This woman was an utter delight. She was skinny as fuck with a mop of black hair that reminded you of these weird flat sakura trees, and, as far as theories went, probably slept in a solarium like some sort of dependent sanity vampire. I had to deal with this woman for 4 years of my life, from age 12 to 16, and it was utterly exhausting. Her personality was something like the unholy love child between cancer and the bubonic plague, and, while she did not have a single big fuck up that earned her our, and everybody else's other students, teachers, and parents included, it was kinda a continued level of being utterly faking shit in everything, that climaxed in a rather sweet and amusing event, that didn't make anything better for anyone. She was our class teacher, which led to higher grade students giving us a pass in the pecking order, because even bullies had at least some empathy and school was already hell enough for us. Her topics were German, mother language, and entailed everything from literature to learning how to spell, which was the first point. She couldn't spell sheet. This woman who somehow ended up in the teacher's chair made a fuck ton of mistakes. While not too shiny for the job, we could have lived with it if she hadn't insisted constantly that she was right and everyone was wrong. It was a faking battle to hammer it into her head when she pulled a stylized interpretation of some word out of her scrawny ass, and even then she would continue to mumble about old spelling, changed since she was in school, yada yada. She also made spelling 33% of your grade in each test, and, if you made the same mistake twice, it would also count as 2 mistakes. See the problem? Then she had this hard-on, pardoned, fat fleshy camel toe for extensively going over tests, and you, as a student, were supposed to correct your mistakes and present the corrected questions the next day, which she would then grade again. So everybody just sat there and copied exactly what she wrote on the chalkboard. Next day, you all copied your homework. You allo get an F. Do it again. So, the great paraphrasing began. Not that it helped much, because even if you copied the answer she gave you 1 day prior, just rephrase to avoid getting accused of copying your homework / test / whatever the fuck that was, you still had a 50/50 chance of your answer being wrong, and your follow-up grade nosediving because of this, plus having to rephrase that sheet again. She got in a fight with our parents naturally, and soon also with other teachers who were sympathetic to our cause / hated her faking face. This, naturally, went nowhere because she was faking married to the guy in charge of the school district or some such. I'm fuzzy on the details, but for some reason the school couldn't do shit about it, and Captain Cameltoe remained doing her dumb shit. Then came summer and we noticed another delightful feature of this horror of a person, a fowl with like a cherry on the sheet flavored ice cream, so to speak. She did not believe in deodorant and would, allegedly, call out people out in a full-blown feminist tantrum when someone told her, "Beach, you stink." So whenever the temperature climbed, the first few rows would try to move backwards as far as possible. Whenever she stalked the classroom, a Loyola wave of gagging would follow her. When she bowed down over your shoulder and her reeking suit brushed against your skin, tears would follow. Got, like a fisheye the sun, this disaster went on for years, until it climaxed in the Great War of Sheet. We had that Spanish chick. She was fat, smelled equally bad, and had a voice that would make you long for a knife being scratched across a plate. We named her Blubber in honor of her spirit animal. Now, Blubber was not well liked. She drew hentai with tentacles in school, was obnoxious and all around a pain to be in the same zip code with. But she was really good at drawing when it wasn't Sailor Moon being wrapped by an octopus. One day, after another one of Captain Cameltoe's fuck ups, Blubber decided it was a great idea to create some art. She got all the colored chalk she could scrounge up and went to work. The picture was dubbed Cameltoe's End and showed the hack butchered, tortured, and shoved through a meat grinder. We all had a good laugh and went on with our day until CC came. Now, we had this blackboard with wings where you could basically double the thing by pulling out the wings. Everyone settled in, and then a general nervousness spread as the first of us realized that no one had removed Cameltoe's End from the blackboard. It took her, like, 5 minutes to open the wings and get a visual representation of our feelings towards her. Holy fuck nuggets, did she explode. Now, under normal circumstances no one would have ratted Blubber out. No one gave two sheets, but CC must have watched some Sherlock Holmes the night before, cause she just turned and unloaded on Blubber like a furious sheet harpy, which in turn caused the fat girl to cry and confess everything. She then rounded on us how we could just sit by while someone drew something so horrible, to which we collectively shrugged. Nothing too bad, considering the circumstances, happened to Blubber. Life went on, albeit more spiteful, until after winter break in our last year we were informed that CC had been skiing and shattered her leg in an accident, and we'd get a new teacher for the remaining time, which prompted us to utterly lose our sheet and cheer, as if we had all just won the lottery. The principal who gave us the news was like, "Yay, okay," and just awkwardly left us to our celebration. There are two that come to mind. Thermodynamics Professor on the last day of the trimester before exams. Since too many of you have A's in my class, I'm going to give everyone in the top 25% A, top 50% get B, 75% get C's, and everyone else D's. We actually thought he was a great professor and we learned so much. I was one of the students with a 93 in the class, which should have given me an A, which is a 4.0 on my GPA. I got a B, which is a 2.7. That is the one grade that kept me from Dean's List that year. Biology teacher in Quaker High School. Nonviolence never solves anything. For context, you have to understand that Quakers believe in activism and nonviolence. Those are like fundamental principles of being a Quaker. The civil rights movement leader, Bayard Rustin, was a Quaker. She was telling us all about how a national protest we were going to in DC was pointless because nonviolence never solves anything. Our valedictorian very pointedly asked, "Well, what about the civil rights movement?" And our crotchety old teacher gave us all detention for talking back. We fought the detention with the headmaster, who gets a hard-on when it comes to non-violent protest. He's like the ultimate Quaker lol, and our detention is cancelled. That was the last time we discussed anything remotely non-science in that biology class. In high school, I had an extremely rigorous and intelligent physics and chemistry teacher. She actually had a PhD and was from Azerbaijan, so she had a very disciplined, very Soviet attitude toward education and high expectations. Also, interesting stories. She taught me more about math alone than 12 years of other educators had. She was respected and feared in our school, but she honestly was a great educator. Before our physics final, she gave us several days to sit in class and study. Since it was senior year, most of the students used that time to do absolutely nothing but goof around. Some pulled up movies on their laptops, others got into groups and started talking. Normally she was a pretty strict disciplinarian, but she said nothing the whole time, which I found curious. Meanwhile, I'm actually very panicked about the physics final, because physics doesn't come naturally to me, so I'm sitting there studying in the corner. All of a sudden, after one group burst into a particularly raucous conversation, she stands up and announces that I alone will be exempt from the final, because I'm the only one using the time to study. All hell broke loose. Several students immediately protest that they've been studying, she just wasn't paying attention to them. Several other students just keep repeating that this must be a joke. Even the kids who are at the top of the class are infuriated. It devolves into this huge class argument, and meanwhile, I'm just sitting there in shock. I got along with most of my classmates just fine, and none of them were really mean to me, but there was a lot of anger. They beached for the rest of the hour, and every class after that they would demand that she change her mind. Of course she did not. This was a woman who told us stories about learning to shoot Kalashnikovs in her high school gym class. She had very little tolerance for the candy as Americans who viewed education as a burden instead of a privilege. It was so out of character for her that I actually continued to study for the exam right up until the moment she told me that I wasn't taking it. I was not her favorite student. I was not the most intelligent student in that class. But I was disciplined, and I really valued my education. I think she saw all the other kids wasting time, lost her temper, and made a snap judgment. After I graduated, I found out I became sort of famous. New kids in her classroom would whisper about the one girl who got exempted from the final. Hopefully it inspired them to shut the fuck up sometimes and read their books. Lol. Edit. I forgot the most hilarious part. At one point the future valedictorian and salutatorian of our class are both protesting her decision, and she looks up and goes with a flip of her hand, in her heavily accented voice, "Why do you protest so much? You are much better at physics than she is." To which I loudly said, "It's true. You are. I'm actually very stupid." She laughed really hard at that, and so did they. I had a super feminist professor who definitely crossed the line into misandry. She had the look, she used the vocabulary, and was super aggressive towards male students. One of those who had us pick our pronouns at the beginning of class would make sure to come crashing down on any male student who said men or those guys in a general sense, and complained non-stop about male privilege in an atmosphere where she literally had all the power. Well, one day our midterm essays came back. I'm a great essay writer when I take the time to do it, which I had. I had a few red marks on the page and got a C. I looked around and saw the girl in front of me had a page covered in red marks, and she got an A. The guy next to me got a D and his page was better than the girl in front. Looking around, the pattern continued. Some gals, of course, did great and got an A+, which looked deserved. No male student got above a B. I grabbed a few of the tests near me and went straight to the dean's office. A few of the fellas followed, which maybe wasn't a great look. We had a great meeting where she accused me of being a sexist, that I hated her because she was a woman in power and couldn't stand that, and that she was so upset that the patriarchy would move against her in such a fashion. Jane Christ, lady, even if that all is true, which it wasn't, it doesn't excuse what you did. 2 substitute teacher stories for you. The first one was in 9th or 10th grade. See, a couple of years before, my father, who is the music teacher at that school, was absent for some reason. So they called in this dinosaur of a woman who made my middle school years awful. She was hateful, rude, and most importantly, she tried to tell every class she subbed for that she was an expert. So instead of the normal things like watching an educational video or worksheets or whatever, she would spend the time lecturing us for 45 minutes. Anyway, my father was absent, so she was called in to sub for him. My father had laid out a video of a jazz musician special that aired on public television a handful of years ago. Well, she is a proper woman and probably grew up when jazz was black devil music anyway, but she played this video and freaked. They were talking about his salacious and wholly unwholesome upbringing and life. She ended up attempting to get my father fired for showing soft porn to the students. He obviously wasn't, and that burned her. So one day, when I was in 9th or 10th grade, she sees me in the lunchroom and says, "You're looking more and more like your father every year." I don't know if that's a good thing. What a bag. Second story is about the time my class got a sub fired. In app biology there were tests practically every week. Our teacher was absent because of whatever reason, but it was the perfect time to have a test right. Surely a sub can't fuck up a test. Here's the thing. This sub was known throughout the school as a habitual and serial liar. Oh, did you know he featured in a snowboarding video with Shaun White? Did you know his parents were killed in 9/11? Did you know he is great friends with the lead singer of The Who? What about that time Leo D, what he actually called him, asked him to act in one of his upcoming movies, but he can't tell you which one, because he had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Well, we sit down to this guy at the desk holding the tests in his hands. He starts in with, I got my medical degree at university next door with no medical course and my teacher said I was the best one in the class. I had the highest average there. To be honest, the highest was a C, because the course was so tough. But I knew the most. I looked through your test today, and I thought it was really difficult. Not even I could answer these questions. I've got the answer key right here. You want me to give you some of the answers to help you out? We were in app biology. A completely snooty elective course. We were the smart kids who wanted to show off for college credits. We didn't want that faked up by some liar potentially faking us over. Anyway, we told him no, repeatedly because he kept insisting on giving us a hand, and that no one in the university next door, that is a literal bastion of intelligent rich fuckheads, would get these right. We successfully got him off our backs, took the test, and then marched straight down to the office as a group to tell the admin what he was doing. Gone the next day. Class bell rings, kids start to get up, the bell doesn't tell you when to leave. I do all throughout HS. When teachers tried to keep us late after class, I would just stand up and leave. My usual phrase was, I'm not going to be late to my next class, and get a detention, because you're on a power trip. Having a very large campus, it was quite often I would book it when the bell rings and still barely make it to the next class on time. So if we were held up, it was a guaranteed detention for tardiness. I was sent to the office a few times for it, but never actually faced any punishment. All I had to do was lay out the logic. This teacher thinks she has the right to keep us after class, which creates a horrible domino effect. I end up being late to the next class and getting an hour detention for being tardy. Well, I was top varsity tennis, which started 1.5 hours before school, and I went straight to my job after school. So I didn't have an hour to just sit in a quiet classroom and do nothing. Not an option. Missing tennis would get me booted to varsity too, and missing work would get me fired. All for being 30 seconds late to class because of power tripping teacher. The punishment hardly matches the crime, especially considering being late wasn't my fault. One time I just straight up said to the principal, feel free to give me that detention, but don't expect me to attend. My obligation to this school ends at 3:30 p.m. and I won't waste an hour of my time or risk losing my job because I was 30 seconds late. Essentially, I would just make the principal realize I was an adult with responsibilities. I wasn't a carefree child like everyone else. I had bills to pay, a job to work, a resume to pad. Putting me in detention is punishing me for something that was out of my control. And the consequences were much more severe than the crime. At the end of the day, I just presented myself as an adult capable of logic and reason while demanding respect. And that pretty much worked. In Britain, or at least at my high school, we had a citizenship class. The idea is to teach you about laws and voting etc., as well as some light sociology kinda shit. My particular citizenship class had this teacher who was a bit snobby, I guess you could say. One thing that irritated me personally about her was that one day, when we were learning about the Commonwealth and I, validly I thought, asked why the United States was never part of the Commonwealth. After all, the US was a British colony. She says, well, they kicked up a fuss, and we had to give it back. Cue burning rage inside my 14-year-old heart. I'm half American and this kinda pissed me off. We didn't give it back. The Americans got tired of the king's bullshit taxation to raise money after these same Americans fought for his benefit in the French and Indian War. Let's call it a spade here. However, the one thing that enraged the entire class was when she decided to have an affair with the graphic design teacher, the husband of my homeroom teacher, and decided to go AWOL. Everyone in my homeroom was tense cause the teacher had her husband run off with this woman, and my entire citizenship class had a supply teacher come in to cram 2 years worth of crap into our brains so we could pass our citizenship GCSE in 2 weeks time. Everyone in that class failed. Fuck you, Miss Richardson. Fuck you. Edit. Typo. Forgot to mention that last year I was watching TV and channel surfing when I changed over to a program that had both the graphics design teacher and Miss Richardson in it. It still makes me mad. I'm late to the game, but I'm sure she or her husband uses Reddit, and I know she googles her name. So Wedgeworth, this one's for you. You acted like you were so far above every other teacher at that high school because you went to Brown. Congrats. You managed to make yourself totally hated amongst the other faculty for acting so much better than them, even though you just wasted thousands of dollars and ended up having a mental breakdown. I loved sitting in your classroom acting like you were so much better than the job you had while my mom was teaching at the same school a building over. Up yours. She worked hard to get where she was, and I jaff if she went to Higjik or Harvard. She's the best damn teacher I've ever seen, and she still gets Christmas cards and wedding invitations from her students, and she's been retired for 5 years. There are kids my mom taught who babysat me who still stay in touch, and I'm well into my 20s. Speaking of which, my own bone to pick. You were always so freaking rude to me. You literally challenged my integrity in front of an entire class, saying I didn't really spend hours reading with a little girl who had severe dyslexia, and that I was stupid and a bully that wouldn't get anywhere. Again, up yours. I'm at a great law school now, and I love what I do, and I'm doing very well at it, and I have the best friends in the universe who supported me through my college, which I'm sure you wouldn't think is good enough, and I'd lost weight, and become confident enough to tell people like you to keep your judgmental mouth shut, and guess what? That girl. She just started at Churchill this week. You know, the school you still work at 9 years later. She'll tell you she struggled, and she'll tell you she worked and worked and worked, and read for hours, to get better at reading. She's a straight A student now. I'm certainly not crediting myself with her success. She has many academic counselors and her wonderful parents to thank for her improvement, but she'll tell you how much it meant to her that some high schooler took the time to help her out and listen to her read, and she'll tell you how we became as close as family in the hours we spent reading, and how it doesn't even matter that she's 14 and her parents are 44. And I'm 24, because it's just like I'm a sister now. I don't say this lightly, but fuck you for trying to take a sheet on a 15-year-old who already had enough problems. You knew I'd recently moved to the area. You knew I didn't really fit in, and that my grandma was in and out of the hospital. You may not have known that I ended up being the one who spent so many nights with her in the hospital because my mom, who you looked down on so much, wanted to dedicate her time to her students. But you knew we'd just lost our house in a catastrophic fire. Fuck you, Wedgeworth. I'll be mailing you a copy of my law degree with a pic of me flipping the bird next year. I hope you get that little girl in your class next year, so she can teach you some grace. Much love to my GT fam. It's awesome seeing y'all succeed in life and really go places. Wedgeworth was horrid, and to everyone she bullied, I hope you get your just desserts. A science teacher in high school is who immediately comes to mind with this question point. Basically, this teacher had the habit of giving us the course on a paper and then just read it to teach. Needless to say, the attention wasn't exactly focused on him much. However, that isn't what caused an uproar. What caused it is that said teacher would usually teach for a few days and then would be a no-show for weeks on end. Point needless to say, following the courses decided by the school proved to be troublesome. The straw that broke the camel's back was when, after a lengthy absence, the first words the teacher uttered once everyone was seated were, "Okay class, test time." Of course the class exploded in protests, as how were we supposed to do a test when the teacher was a wall 95% of the time. It got so bad in the class that the head of the school came and tried to convince everyone to take the test as it was what we were supposed to do. Half the class walked out of it right away and got an F as it was counted as a no-show for a test. I was among those who stayed and managed to get a bunch of questions answered, mainly because at the time I was binge reading science publications. My grandma was subscribed to the French version of Nature named Science, and Vi and I loved to read it. Ultimately, I got an 8/20 grade, equivalent to a D for US Redditors, the best grade of the entire class. That should tell you something about how terrible that teacher was. That teacher wasn't very liked, but this test pushed him from the not very liked to hated list. I wish I was kidding with this 1 freshman year of college, and Psych 101 is a required course. Our professor introduces herself on the first day and explains there will be a student teacher helping with this course. Class assumes this means she will be shadowing, teaching a few classes, etc. That is the one and only time I saw my professor that semester calling the student teacher incompetent. Wouldn't even begin to cover the sheet she put us through that semester. It was abundantly clear she didn't know how to teach and would routinely ignore our questions or requests for help. She would often talk down about subject matters she deemed lesser, that is everything but the thing she was studying, eating disorders, and on top of that she would often talk down about people who had whatever disorder or disability we were covering that class. We didn't always talk about that kind of stuff, but everything else was nearly incomprehensible. She would assign meaningless essays for homework to respond to one of her textbooks way above our level. We were Psych 101, after all, and eventually more than half the class started failing. She ended up having a chat with us about what she could fix, and the entire class was vocal, giving constructive criticisms that we all unanimously agreed on. She ignored every single one of us. My tipping point was when she assigned us a group project to make a skit. In this skit, one of the group members was to act out a mental disability. Autism, Tourette's, bipolar disorder, anxiety disorder, schizophrenia, PTSD, and OCD were among some of the disabilities to choose from on her list. Let that really sink in for a second. Point: teacher reviews were not kind. Fuck you, Caitlin Dale, you piece of shit. In my school we are required to have key cards to get into the building, and if we lose ours we have to pay £5 to the reception to print a new one. On the first day of school I could not find mine due to the summer break and I did not want to be late, thus I went to school without it. At the door I was told to double check my room, otherwise I would have to pay for a new one. Later that evening I found my card. It was in a drawer in my room. The next day I came in and my card had been deactivated. I went to the reception to ask if they could reset my card or give me one that worked. I foolishly gave them my old card expecting them to be reasonable and give me the new card, but because they had already printed a new card I would have to pay. I refused this as I had my old card and it was not broken, they had only deactivated it, but my school had a policy where cards that were snapped in two pieces would be replaced for free. I refused to pay. After a couple of weeks of sneaking into the building and jumping barriers, they threatened to take away privileges such as a laptop needed for my schoolwork. At this point I knew I had to pay, so I decided to ask for some help. I had already told everyone about my situation and everyone agreed with me that it was ridiculous. I thus collected 500 1p coins to make the payment. Everyone chipped in, and also many teachers laughed and gave me their spare coins. In the end I had a jar full of pennies of exactly £6.37 of only 1p coins. TLDR, my school made me pay £5. Everyone including teachers thought it was bullshit and all gave pennies to pay the £5 in 500 pennies. Speaking on behalf of my friend here, but he definitely hated the school sergeant. Serge is what we called him. Basically, we both went to an Anglican private school, and the issue with private schools in our country, Australia, is that they can kinda make up whatever bullshit rules they'd like to. One of their rules was to do with dress code. Everyone had to wear a strict uniform, which was fine. It looked pretty decent on us, but everyone also had to be well groomed. This meant hair not below the eyebrows or the ears, not touching the collar, etc. This also meant absolutely no beards. That was stressed. Now, my friend, we'll call him R, is a pretty hairy fellow from South Asia. R got hit by puberty hard in year 8, about 14 years old, and was able to grow a full beard at this age. Now, being from South Asia, R was also religious at the time, Muslim. Part of being a Muslim, in his own words, was not shaving your beard, as that could be considered haram. The school was allowed to dictate what we can wear and look like, but what they weren't allowed to do was override someone's religious beliefs. Legally, they had an obligation to listen to a student about their religious commitments and abide by them, if that meant keeping their beard. However, this never happened. R constantly got chased up by Serge. It was kind of his job to make sure all the students stayed in line. It's a private school thing left over from the military days. He would constantly get pulled out of classes and told to go shave in the bathrooms with sheety blunt 50C disposable razors. Each time he'd come out with little dots on his face, which I'm sure was embarrassing enough. This kept up for a few years, until him and I were in year 10th. He had received numerous detentions at this point for not being able to control his beard growth despite him claiming he has a religious reason not to shave it. Yep, they completely ignored that. Fast forward to the end of year 10th. It's exam time and we have about 10 exams within 5 days. 1 on a Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, 2 on Thursday, and 2 on Friday. Sometime during the week, let's say Wednesday, I can't really remember, we were both sat in the same maths exam. R prides himself on his mathematical ability and was very excited to take this exam as he knew he'd be able to ace it. About 1 hour into the 2-hour ordeal, and Serge walks into the gym and up to R's desk. He orders him to put down his exam, walk into the bathroom, and shave his 1 or so days growth of beard. This could have easily waited until after the exam, during lunch, or after school, but he didn't. He forced R to take about 20 minutes off his exam time to shave. Not only this, but he came back embarrassed with red dots all over his face and 20 less minutes to finish the exam. After this, there was about a week or so left of school. He flat out refused to shave for that week and the school was riding his as hard about it. They threatened him with a Saturday detention under the grounds of multiple reasons. One being that he has not adhered to the school's dress code properly, and one on his threats he'd made to the housemaster. Let me explain about these threats. On the last day of school we had something called presentation night. A night in which all students must attend a 4-hour-long celebration of the end of the year, presentation of awards, graduation, etc. It was held at a convention center. R was not receiving an award at this, and therefore had no real reason to show up other than him being forced to by the school. He told his housemaster that he would not be coming, and they took that as a threat, and in return, threatened him with a Saturday detention, as stated previously. Since we were both leaving that school and not returning the next year for year 11th and 12th, there was no substance in this detention at all. He looked at his housemaster and laughed, telling them to try to enforce it. Come Friday, he did not show up for the presentation night and promptly received numerous phone calls from the school on the Saturday threatening to punish him with more detentions. I believe his reply was something like, "You can take your Saturday and go fuck yourself with it. I'm done at this cheat school and never coming back. Don't call this number again." Really cool guy, has a sick as beard now. The entire year hated this dude after this incident. Not that teacher, but the principal. This happened a long time ago back in 6th grade. I was in Catholic school at the time, so there was the usual mandatory uniforms and all that other dress code BS. I was in that school since pre-K, and I always had semi-longish hair. My hair was never a problem for the school's dress code until our new principal came into the picture. When she saw me for the first time, she measured a ruler to my head stating that my hair was too long for a boy and that it violated the dress code. What followed afterwards was months of detention and demerits. Every time I came home and showed my parents a detention slip, I would have my hair cut a little bit shorter every time. At one point my hair was basically as short as some of the other boys in class. Despite that, I was still being targeted by her and being sent to detention every day. By the end of the year, my parents were fed up with trying to comply with the principal. They asked me if I wanted to transfer over to public school, and I gladly said yes. What followed afterwards the next year at that Catholic school was ridiculous. I wasn't there to witness what happened, but I was told about it from my close friends that still went to that school. The principal decided to have a sit down with the whole class one day in order to explain what happened with me. The fact that I left stirred up some controversy with the students. From what my friends told me, the principal started the talk by describing how people need to conform to the normal in order to be an accepted member of society. She tried making some point along the lines of, should we accept people into our society because of the fact that they are different and choose to be different? Everyone in the class obviously all agreed that they should accept anyone into any society, and she then proceeded to yell at everyone saying that they were all wrong. Middle school science teacher would give out extreme detention lengths for minor offenses. I once got 1 month of lunch detention for muttering about the temperature of the room under my breath, right when I walked in. I already had several weeks accumulated. He would write your name on the board and put tally marks under it. I would just erase a few marks now and again when he wasn't looking, and he never noticed. Middle school math teacher that hated his job. First day told us he didn't want to teach middle school and wanted to transfer to high school. Never engaged or explained anything to us, just told us to read the textbook. My class were a bunch of unruly sheetheads and they did not hold back on him at all. He ended up quitting in a pretty interesting way. Jumped up in the middle of a class, screamed "Fuck this," slammed his chair into the desk, stormed out and up to the front office grumbling, and screamed "I quit" to the staff, and left. High school sweep policy. School policy was to wear ID badges at all times. If you didn't have it on you, you'd have to spend the rest of the day in sweep-back or in school suspension until you buy a new one, $5, or have a parent bring it. You were responsible for getting work tests from missed classes the next day, and some teachers wouldn't even give it to you. Most teachers didn't bother checking for badges, but a few wouldn't even let you in the room without it. My dad got off work and screamed at the principal personally after they locked me in there and wouldn't let me call my parents to get my badge. If you were late to class, some teachers would send you to the sweep room for the rest of the class too. Not a student anymore, but I hope it works either way. To give some context, on the past years some anti-cheating programs were released. What these programs do is scanning 2 documents to see how similar they are in order to detect cheating, similar phrases, long copy pastes, etc. So, this one teacher used that program, don't remember the name, in 80 projects, and it flagged about 70, including mine. Feel free to believe me or not, but I didn't cheat, and I didn't give my project to anyone for them to copy, and some friends were in the same situation. So, we made a formal complaint about it, and he shrugged it off and said whatever the program says, I'm not going to give any mark to any flagged project. So, the thing escalated from there. We talked to the administrator of that degree, we talked to the teachers in charge, and we ended up having to resort to a meeting with the higher ups. To be honest, at this point we didn't even know who we were talking to anymore, since this happened over a 2-month span of the university, like the whole university, not just our degree, and finally they agreed that the project should be manually revised, since a 70/80 was very unlikely a valid measure point. In the end we ended up getting our grades, but this was after months of wasting whole afternoons talking to people not knowing their grades until 1 week before finals, and that is without even mentioning that we pissed off this one teacher and the final exam was disgustingly difficult. Physical education in middle school. My teacher would count down 10, 9, 8, 7. What comes after 7? Class? We'd all yell, 6. No, you idiots. 8 comes after 7. Start over. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What comes after 4? 5. We are counting down. Start over. This would be done every day while we were doing leg lifts or any other form of exercise that we had to hold. If anybody yawned and he saw it, he would make the rest of the class do laps and have the person who yawned stand by cause they must be tired. Locker cleanouts every quarter. We would have 3 strikes before we got an F. A strike would occur if we announced our locker was clean, but after coming to check it, he would take a white t-shirt with a pencil and go along the edge or very corner. Any dirt came up, we would get a strike. During swim season, we would have to tread water while passing a weight around. If any one of us went below water, he would add another lap that the weight had to be passed around. During running days, we had to wear these really faulty heart rate monitors after our run, usually 2-4 kilometers. If our heart rate wasn't good, even if our time was, he would make us go run another lap. It was a brutal time as a middle schooler when you knew you had next period. However, it's the only time in my life I've been able to run a mile in less than 4 minutes and 45 seconds. My grade 12 English teacher was big on punctuality. You had 3 minutes between bells to get to your next class, no matter how much of the large multi-story school you had to cross. Well, if you weren't in Ms. S's classroom before that 3 minutes was up and the bell went off, she would lock and close the door, forcing you to knock and face public humiliation. Whenever that knock came, she would strut across the room, answer the door, and ask in her most demeaning and sarcastic tone, "Well, are you alright?" The tardy individual would be forced to state that yes, they were indeed alright, to which she would reply, if there's no emergency, then there's no reason to be late to my class, and assign detention. This would waste more class time than just having the student slip in and perhaps speaking with them privately later. One afternoon I absolutely bombed a calculus test and was in no mood to go listen to Ms. S prattle on for the next hour about what horrible students we were and how we'd never get into university with such poor grammar. So I took my sweetest time getting to her class, detoured to my locker to bang my head against it a few times, and then defeatedly walked towards her room dreading having to knock. Now 5 minutes late, as my knuckles made contact with the door, I suddenly had an idea. Miss S's smug face appeared at the door. Well, are you alright? I stood there in the doorway, paused for effect, and said no, I'm not. The smug smile instantly dropped, all the wind blown out of her sails. No one had ever answered no before. Flustered, she turned to the class to instruct them to start the day's reading and stepped out into the hall with me. That's when she completely changed. She comforted me, asked what was wrong, and gave me the rest of the class off to sort myself out. I completely broke down in the arms of my enemy. I'll never forget how kind she was to me. She really did care for her students, despite her no-nonsense teaching style. She carried on managing late students in the same way, but it no longer had the same effect on the class it did before. I grew up traveling a lot, so I've gone to 17 different schools, so I've had my fair share of shitty teachers. My favorite story comes from my pre-engineering class in 10th grade. It was a Votech school, so nobody liked this guy. He was relatively new and already had a reputation for being unreasonably tough. Our class started with 23 people the previous year. You had this class all 4 years of high school, and by this time we were down to 7. He always bullied one student in particular, and since our class was so small, we all had a really good relationship with one another, so we didn't take kindly to the student getting sent out every day for almost nothing. Well, one day we had had enough. The student takes one step in the door, immediately gets sent to detention because he had earbuds in. You could listen to music in the halls, and he was taking them out as he was coming in. The rest of us who were sitting down gave each other a look, said to the teacher something along the lines about how it was bullshit, packed our things, and we all stood up and walked to detention with him. The discipline office was very confused and alarmed when the entire class walked through the door. We explained the situation and got our detentions wiped and told that their teacher would be spoken to. He wasn't, and nothing ever changed. Luckily, after that course was over, we had class with the other engineering teacher for the remainder of our time there. Some background: so in special education, there tend to be a room off somewhere where you can shove a kid when they are having an explosive episode and are a threat to other students. This is the only way you are supposed to use this room, and pretty much all the students are okay with using it like this, because you generally don't have much, if any, control during one. It not meant to be a punishment. You cannot lock children in small rooms as a punishment. Everyone gets it. They might not be happy, but they get it. Cut to a woman I'm going to call Mrs. Pointshrew. Mrs. Pointshrew was very fond of using this room. At this school in particular, it happened to be a closet. A friend of mine said fuck, he got locked in the closet. I read my book instead of doing my homework in study hall. I got locked in the closet. Another kid ended up crying in the closet. Mrs. Pointshrew was very fond of telling you what your motives were and punishing according. For example, I didn't borrow gym clothes from the school because they didn't have my size, and apparently also because I don't think the rules apply to me. I tended to read, not because books can be good, but because I thought I was better than other people. I drew a pit of Chuck Norris in front of the America flag, not because that was amazing, but because I didn't want to take American soldier seriously. The culminating incident was one day I finished reading a book and then put it back on the shelves. We had a fire drill, and then I came back inside. She ordered me into the closet. When I asked why, she told me I put the book back to loudly. Yeah, I put a book back to loudly. So at that point I was just about done with this bullshit, and I went into the closet for about 30 minutes before being allowed to leave and actually go to class. You know, the reason you're in school. Anyway, I complained to my dad about it, and it turns out that locking disabled children in closets for extended periods of time for doing things like putting back a book is actually pretty illegal and even considered tortures by some organizations. So long story short, my dad talked to the school board, and thanks to the testimonies of some of my friends and me, she no longer has a job and got a nice little article in the local paper. I moved before I could see it published, but I imagine it suggested she took up a career that did not involve children. Super late, but when I was in 11th grade my school decided that for gym class we needed to begin wearing heart rate monitors. I'm not talking those cutsy little wristbands either, but those huge uncomfortable waistbands with the clip-on computer dotted that actually monitors the rate. It was a 1-inch thick stretchable band that went around the chest. The computer clipped into a metal spot in the center of the band. That in itself would have been pretty bleh, but then they announced they were only buying 30 of these things, and we had to share them. Band and all. The bands would be washed once a week by staff. Students may not wash them, and may not bring them home. So you are sharing a sweaty stretchable waistband with any number of students 9th grade till 12th grade, and these things are washed once a week if that. Then it was decided we would no longer be graded for dressing or participation. Your heart rate had to be above a certain number for 20 minutes or more each day, or you failed the class that day. After so many failed classes you failed the class as a whole, and would be required to do summer school gym class heart monitors included. It was also decided we would no longer be playing games like soccer, football, tag, badminton, dodgeball, etc. You could run laps, use the weight equipment, or you could run up and down the bleachers. That's it. Oh, and for the fitness test, your heart rate determined if you failed or not. Not the actual test point. Heart rate was across the board for everyone. Short, fat, athletic or not. And the disabled kids. Same rule, no exceptions. Can't run, can't pass. It took multiple protests from kids refusing to touch another student's sweat-filled band, complaints from parents, threats from parents of disabled kids, and the superintendent saying this sheet was faking disgusting, on top of multiple rashes on students for the school to buy more bands and make exceptions for the disabled kids. A full year later. Year 5. So we were 10 years old. Classes would double up for swimming lessons, and afterwards the girls would get dressed in one classroom, the boys in the room next door. The classrooms had little windows that looked out onto the corridor. The boys were always dressed faster than the girls, what with having short hair and not having to muddle around with training bras and weird, overly complicated uniform skirts. So it was probably inevitable that a couple of them, released to lunch, would try peeping through the windows at the girls. Naturally, they were seen. Cue screams from the 3 girls who saw them, followed quickly by a wave of what? And who? As we all realized what was happening. It was a bit noisy. The girls who saw them were the type shriek at the slightest little thing, but honestly pretty restrained given the circumstances. Not that our teachers cared. The whole classroom of girls was given detention for disruptive behavior. And the boys, no punishment whatsoever, even as the 3 peeping toms spread rumors about all the salacious things they had seen. One boy said to me, "I heard you were sitting there, naked, with your legs wide open." And I was so humiliated and embarrassed. It was maybe an hour before I went, hang on, I was fully dressed and tying up my shoelaces, and when I realized what was happening I double checked my skirt was over my knees. Made us color and draw random sheet like draw yourself when you're sleeping, eating, watching TV, etc. for the first 2 weeks of my Photoshop class. The grade was 70 points in the quiz category for 1 and was based on your drawing skill. I cannot draw. Then she had us Google over 60 random as images and write down the file size, extension, source website, resolution, and other metadata for no good reason. Like, we could have figured out to do that after about 2 goddamn busy work. Edit. Also, in computer science freshman year our teacher made us start with the code.org curriculum. That website is cancer and not at all the way to learn how to write software. And have it on my authority that is not at all the way to teach students. I have the experience to make that judgment. Edit. Also an honors algebra teacher with probably tenure who just flat out couldn't teach and was a beach about everything. She refused to answer questions and no test retakes. She ended up failing over half the class. We all complained to the school administration, and they said their hands were tied because they didn't have a replacement. Bear in mind that these students, these classmates of mine, we are all 4.0 A students who have probably never failed in their lives. I'm in a retake class with many of them now. Our current teacher makes jokes alluding to how she knows how horrible our previous teacher was. A teacher at my high school was in charge of the National Honor Society submissions, basically looking over the applicants to see if they qualified, if they met the qualifications. GPA was the main concern, I believe, but community service was required if you wanted to stay in. After you were accepted, they were supposed to automatically be in point. Well, this teacher got a little snooty and decided to weed out the undeserving. So if she reached an application that met the requirements, but she didn't personally want them in, she would shred it and act like it didn't come into her hands. Now for reference, my high school was the largest one in the northern section of my state. My graduating class was over 600 people, not the biggest I've heard, but compare it to the 100 people graduating the surrounding schools, and it's a pretty big deal in my area. People were often discouraged that NHS was so difficult to get into that many didn't bother applying. Point, I guess she got discovered either before they let out for summer or just before school started, because at the beginning of my senior year they held a mass induction for all the students that qualified. 200 people hike, even those that didn't apply. It was so rushed that about half of the students weren't aware that they had been accepted, so they didn't show up to the ceremony. Majority of the students in school weren't aware what the assembly was for, and the talk for the rest of the week was basically they called your name, how come you weren't there, to which the response was usually I never even got the invitation. Word got out, and even though the teacher was fired, students were still pissed, because at a school that big, how hard would it be to notice that the number of NHS inductees weren't exactly matching the national average? Hey Reddit, second year biomedical engineering student here. Last quarter, my physics professor handed out our first midterm exam, but didn't make enough copies for the whole class. Easy fix, he went to go make some more copies while we worked on the test. The class stayed silent and continued on with their tests. He got back and handed out the rest. Over the weekend he emailed us and informed us that a student went to the dean of the physics department and said that someone cheated, so the dean recommended that everyone retake the exam. The class was pretty sure nobody cheated, but fine, whatever. 3 weeks later we walk in to retake it. Everyone studied hard again, so we do a good job. Professor says, alright, don't worry, I printed out copies for the exact number of students in the class. He hands out around 40 exams. Problem is, there are around 70 students in the class. As us students start working again, he collects them again and basically says, whoops, can't count, hahaha. So finally 4 weeks after we originally had taken it, we took the first exam for the third time. At this point in the quarter we were far beyond the curriculum on the first exam and had not reviewed it in almost a month and were on completely different curriculum. This was the worst, most disorganized, uninterested college professor I've had so far. But hey, at least I passed the class TLDR. After 2 easy fix mess ups, college physics professor made us take our first midterm exam 3 times before it actually counted towards our grade. The third time was 4 weeks after the first, which at point we were beyond the curriculum from the first exam and hadn't reviewed it since. This was the only time I've seen a class nearly riot. Afterward, there were administrative meetings, punishments against some particularly egregious students, and talks of revoking privileges against nearly the entire class. The class? Freshman honors university physics I. There was a single non-honors student in the class. The professor gave us this problem. There are 2 tennis balls connected by a string some distance from Earth. The string is taut, massless, and perpendicular to the Earth. How much greater is the Earth's gravitational force on the closer ball than the farther ball, expressed in terms of the distance between the balls? The entire class spent days and nights going over this problem. We pulled out every mathematical trick in the book to try and reduce the equations, and we couldn't do it. This was single-handedly the most frustrating academic experience for every single one of us. We were honors students, damn it. We had 4.0 GPAs our entire academic careers. Most of us were taking advanced math courses because we came in with additional math credits, and physics I was kicking our as class comes. Nobody's finished the problem. He gives us another 2 days until the next class period. We stay up, lose sleep working on this problem. We push off our other coursework. Class rolls around again. No one solved the problem. He asks us what our problem is, like it's the simplest thing in the world. He gets the most reduced form of the equation we've achieved, and writes it on the board. Well, look, he says like it's obvious, the distance between the two balls is basically nothing compared to all the other values over here, so you can just ignore this whole term. He crosses out one term, making the rest of the equation trivial to reduce point. There's a moment of silence as everyone cycles through shock and denial. Then the class all erupts at once as everyone hits anger at exactly the same time. He's flew in the face of years of math training from algebra on, that you could just decide to ignore a term, because it was going to be lost as a rounding error anyway, and we'd just spent the last week losing sleep over trying to solve what's essentially an impossible problem. I feel like, if he'd done it to prove this point, and it hadn't lasted so long, no one would have had a problem with it. But he seemed genuinely baffled that any of us were having difficulties with it, and our frustrations just flowed out of us in a massive wave. The Honors Council, which I happened to be freshman representative of, held hearings to determine if the two most disrespectful students needed to be kicked out of the program. Ultimately they were merely removed from the course and given warnings, but probably only because I was there. To explain how frustrating the whole experience was for all of us, the professor decided to never teach an honors class again. A teacher of mine once told a girl something disgusting. So the dress code in high school required us to wear a full salwar, Indian/Pakistani styled attire with a knee-length top, pajamas, and a dupatta, shawl-like cloth draped across the chest. They were pretty strict about it. And the girl in question, let's call her Sylvia, asked the teacher to be excused to use the loo. The teacher is already grumpy, so she grunts and agrees to let Sylvia go. Sylvia had a sweater on top of her salwar, and had left her shawl on the desk. Pissed off teacher yells at her, just because she was pissed, and says, don't you know the dress code? Where's the shawl? So Sylvia says it's on the desk. Pissed off teacher asks her to fetch it. Sylvia does. Teacher screams, take off the sweater. Now the whole class is watching with bated breath. Sylvia takes the sweater off, and that's not the worst part. Teacher continues her bullshit. Sylvia is almost in tears. Teacher screams, your slits are high. Salwar tops have slits all down the side, from the waist to the leg. It's more comfortable that way. The dress code prohibited the slit from being above the waist. Sometimes girls disobeyed it, but wasn't that bad. You won't wear a shawl. You want the world to see your skin. Girls like you deserve to be wrapped. There was a collective gasp. All of us, aged just 17, knew she had gone too far. But none of us said a word, because we were stupid. Sylvia walked away. Yep, that actually happened. The class was pretty pissed. It's been 11 years. I can't forgive that teacher. Our brains need rewiring. Humans suck. TL. Doctor, girl was told she deserved to be wrapped in front of the whole class by a female teacher. RVB college teacher was giving us a slideshow. Every time he clicked to the next slide it would give an audible clicks sound. Whenever this happened, he would stop talking, whip around and stare at each of us, one at a time. This happened maybe 3 times. When he whips around and screams, who is chewing gum in my class? No one says anything. He turns to the front of the room again, clicks the next slide, then slams down the remote in this hand, turns on us, and starts screaming about ignorant losers that chew gum and ruin the class for everyone. He zeroes in on a guy at the back, makes him come to the front of the class, reams him out for like 2 minutes in front of us all for ruining our education with his dirty habits, with the poor guy insisting that he wasn't chewing gum. I try to break into the screaming match, to mention that it might be the slide machine he is confused about. He cuts me off and asks me if I want to join the guy at the front in getting kicked out of his class. At this point I get angry and start yelling back. I tell him to click the damn slide one more faking time. He, red-faced and fuming, picks up the remote and clicks it. The look on his face was priceless. Even more so, the entire class filing out in response to his ridiculous behavior. While we are all walking to the labs before our next class, one of the women in our class mentions that he has been verbally abusive to her, specifically about how women don't belong in technology. At which point the rest of the women speak up as well. He was fired a couple of days later when every one of us reported these incidents to our program head. In 9th grade we had an art teacher that everyone hated because she was very unreasonable and would just make shit up. We had her for math in 8th grade as well, which was literal hell. One day in art class she gave us those little roll-up knives to cut out pieces of paper and build a bird out of it. She only had 10 knives and there were 30 of us, so we had to wait our turn. To start working she alone had a knife with her because she showed us how to do it and then just kept it, so there were only 9 knives circling our classroom. Well, the end of art class comes. It was a last class for the day and she tells us to pack. While she takes the knives and counts them, she only counted 9 and went furious. She started screaming at us that someone stole a knife and probably wanted to use it at someone in school, etc. She went to the principal's office and the school went to lockdown. We were stuck in there for 2 hours, waiting for someone to confess, only for the teacher to come out and say that the 10th knife was on her desk the whole time. Didn't even apologize to us. Also, one day she gave me detention because she asked what day it was and I said Tuesday instead of Wednesday. She said I was trying to sabotage her. What? This one is kinda funny. We had art class again and she was walking around the classroom and she got to my friend's desk, who was right in front of me, and she said the floor is all wet here. So he was like, and how is that my fault? And she responded with, because you shouldn't walk with scissors. We still laugh about it to this day. I had a Spanish teacher for all of middle school, 6th, 7th and 8th, but she moved during Christmas break of 8th grade. Her replacement teacher was completely new to teaching, or so I thought. Whenever we asked her about it, she would get mad, and she hated everyone but particularly hated me. In her first week of teaching, she moved me to the seat closest to her desk, which became my seat for the rest of the year, because I hear a lot of talking in the back, and I don't want you to get distracted, but proceeded to do nothing about the other kids who were actually talking. For the first month or two she taught, she would send kids to the office, particularly me and one of my buddies who she picked on constantly, and whenever we went we would complain about her teaching, not teaching us the material, not giving us notice for tests, etc. After I got sent down maybe 5 times, she stopped sending anyone to the office, but would still threaten kids all the time. Probably because the principal was telling her about the complaints he got about her and didn't want to get fired. The main thing that really grinded my gears though was one time we took a test, and after she corrected it, she decided it was a good idea to announce the test scores back to everyone. Instead of actually handing the tests back, she went down the list, announcing everyone's grade to the class whether they liked it or not, until she got to mine. Instead of skipping over me or saying my score, she loudly shouted, "I won't say /your seruik back score out loud because it's too low and I don't want to embarrass him." Like, really? You really genuinely thought that was the best way to not embarrass me? Fuck you, Mrs. M. So where I live there is funding for 2 things: sports and its related construction, new gyms every 3 or 4 years per school, or farming programs. There is one school in the county that combines performing arts and STEM, though until this year, if you took enough of the STEM classes they'd let you go there for the whole day, or if you just wanted to take 1 or 2 and do the rest at your normal school you could do that. You can also apply and audition for the PVA stuff, but not a single kid in the STEM side would ever make it in. Then, we got a new principal who decreed that you would not be allowed to take more than 2 classes at the school, which pissed off everyone, and for good reason. Want to take engineering classes with a guy with 2 master's degrees who worked at Cisco doing computer engineering, and is now going back to school to get 2 more masters and a doctorate? Go for it. Want to take network engineering, computer engineering and digital forensics classes with another guy with 2 master's degrees that has been doing that stuff for over 30 years? Go for it. Oh, and want to take any certifications? Those are free too. Want to do carpentry or do electrical work? Those teachers have each owned their own successful contracting businesses and their classes build tiny houses every year. Want to learn precision machining? Haas donated a 250k CNC mill and the teacher worked as a machinist for 20 years. Before becoming a teacher I could go on and on, but if you want to do anything that isn't sports or farming, this school is the only option, but it's also the best option, because every teacher there is someone that was an expert in their field and retired. None of them need to work, and a lot of them pay for their materials out of pocket, but they want to teach to pass on their knowledge. Unfortunately, access to them is now heavily restricted as a result of the choices made by the new administration. I was a running start student. I was taking English 101 at college as a 16-year-old girl. It was my first quarter, so I was nervous enough as it was. I also had pretty bad anxiety too. Anyways, this teacher was extremely political. He had us reach Macintosh's white privilege paper, which made some students uncomfortable. I thought some of it was a little wrong, but whatever. I still wasn't sure what this had to do with English. He started talking to us about Black Lives Matter. Cool. But then he starts praising how they blocked a highway over by where we lived. Little naive me said, but isn't that counterproductive? They probably got many black women and men fired from their jobs for their cause. Wouldn't it make more sense to protest the streets and not, at the very best, inconvenience people? I'm down for their cause, but I feel this isn't the right way to do it. This is causing more harm than good. Oh boy, that was a mistake. He responded with something to the effect of, at least they aren't being shot. You are a faking idiot. Of course, I had a panic attack and ran out of the class. I don't even want to know what he said. When I ran out of class, I had to sit through the class for the rest of the quarter in hopes nobody would think I was a racist for daring to challenge something Black Lives Matter did. I actually thought college was an intellectual place for engagement of ideas. Boy, I was wrong. FFS if I was that wrong. Challenge the idea. Don't insult a student. That's not how they learn. I didn't even say anything remotely offensive. Besides that, he was a horrendous teacher. I failed every essay. He gave no good feedback. The subjects he had us write about were shit. One of them was how race related to food, like what the fuck does that even mean? Didn't teach any strategies in class, just talked about unrelated stuff. I got a 72% I believe, but I needed a 73% to qualify for English 102. So I passed, but I also kinda failed at the same time. I retook English 101 the next quarter with a different teacher. Got a 95% in the class and improved massively. I went on to take English 102 and got another A in the class. In every other class where I've had to write an essay, I've gotten nothing but praise for my writing. Fuck you, Kellen. I'm a good writer. You are a shit teacher. One of the second grade teachers at my middle school hated everyone who ever ended up in the other class, mine, and half of her own class for no discernible reasons. Every year I was from the other class, I was a good student, and I was quiet and never got in trouble, but she still glared at me every time she saw me. She would yell and threaten and humiliate anyone she didn't like for the smallest things, including taunting them for their mistakes. At my school at the end of day, all the little kids, K4th, would line up in the hallway waiting for their buses to arrive so they could walk out in a quick and orderly fashion. It was always loud for a good 20 minutes before everyone was picked up, because all the kids could talk and play as long as they didn't leave their line too far. One day, there was a second grade boy who almost definitely had undiagnosed ADHD sitting a little ways from this teacher's classroom door. She hated this boy more than I've ever seen her hate anyone. He had a lot of trouble focusing on school and homework. He did his best, but she had zero patience, and sometimes you could hear her yelling from down the hall at him about needing to do better, to work harder. He was a good kid, and he usually stayed pretty positive and excited about stuff, but you could tell she was getting to him because he was 8 years old and this was constant. That day in the hallway, he was minding his own business, but he was having a conversation, and he always talked pretty loud. No one else was bothered though, because we were all talking loudly, like every day. But this lady marched right over to him, literally dragged him off to a side hallway, and started yelling at him for being too loud and disrupting everyone else. He cried, and everyone else shut up. 60 some children scared to breathe or move. She kept ranting for a good 10 minutes before finally leaving him to stomp back to her classroom and slam the door. He quietly made his way back to his bus line and didn't talk the rest of the wait, just sniffled. He was downtrodden for months as far as I know. The other teachers wanted to get rid of her, but they couldn't do anything because she was married to the principal and he always turned a blind eye/ear to her sheet. I can't recall a single person who ever liked her, and first graders dreaded finishing their year because they didn't want to end up in her class. When I left that school 4 good years later, it was K8. She still worked there, still awful. They probably both worked there unobstructed 4 years after until retiring. This was in a bioinstrumentation course. We had 2 projects in the semester, each took 8 weeks, and we had to do periodic reports to show the progress we were making and to improve our organizational skills, note-taking etc. Myself and the rest of the class thought the reports would be in the 8 to 10 page range, go into thorough detail, but not write a book. Well, were we wrong? 2 days before the first one is due, the professor gives us an outline for the reports. The first page states that the minimum page requirement was 65 pages, 12-point font single space, with the most strict formatting guidelines I ever saw, down to the transparency of the page number, header, as well as each grammatical and formatting error was 2% off your final grade. Oh, and better yet, we had to have pictures inserted to show progress over the duration of the project. No one was made aware of this. This results into 20 engineering majors in a lab deconstructing, taking photos and reconstructing projects we had spent weeks on, scrapping the lab reports, and pushing the limits of how long you can type and stare at a monitor, all while paying attention to your formatting and making sure bold, underlined and italicized heading are followed by lowercase italicized Roman numerals whose subscripts are bold lowercase and Times New Roman 8-point font with exactly 1 space after each word to spaces even by accident, and you lose points. I didn't sleep for a couple days, and like most of my class, the content of my report was great. However, the lack of sleep caused multiple minor grammatical and formatting errors. I lost 22% of my grade on the paper for errors that should never had happened. If I properly revised my paper personally, 11 mistakes in 74 pages, after spending 10 hours rebuilding a project and making it look like I was photographing each and every step was okay in my book. 2 things, both at university. We had this dopey head of faculty who would go off on weird tangents during compulsory ed. Wasn't, but they said it was lectures. Pretty harmless as we were studying communications and most of your learning and application is done in tutorials and readings. However, this dope also headed the media law and ethics unit. In his first presentation to class, where he's telling us not to plagiarize anything, his entire presentation was plagiarized, word for word, from Wikipedia. Same course, different unit and tutor. It was a social media management and marketing course. Tutor was easily in her 50s and didn't understand how to use her smartphone. She also didn't know how to use software we were required to use in the unit. After about 6 weeks of this, we all got together and filed a complaint. The next week she'd been replaced. Nothing personal, but how are we going to pass assignments if the tutor has no idea how to teach us? Her replacement wasn't bad, but a bit of a beach on occasion. I had injured my shoulder and required regular physio sessions to repair it. I had torn my AC joint, which is probably the most painful shoulder injury you can have. I didn't sleep properly for about 8 weeks. Anyways, my physio had to switch one session, and it happened to fall at the end of a 3-hour tutorial. I said I had to leave early. She decided to make a joke about it. Beach please. I could hardly dress myself or eat properly because of that injury, and my physio sessions take precedence over the final 30 minutes of a non-compulsory tutorial. One time it was rag week, charity week / raise and give week. That is, no one shows up to class and spends the whole week getting drunk and going to fundraising events. I showed up for my Irish Lit class, knowing I hadn't watched the film for the class because she said it was on Netflix and it wasn't. About 10 out of 60 students showed up, and she was pissed, as most teachers are during rag week. But most teachers don't scream at the students who showed up. She did. She proceeded to say accusatory things like, if you're not going to show up every week, don't show up at all. One student bravely said, "Hey miss, why are you giving out to the ones who showed up?" And she went red-faced and asked to watch the film. None of us put up our hands. She proceeded to shout, calling us lazy millennials that have no excuse because we grew up in the age of technology. Someone reminded her that only some of us are millennials, the rest of them are Gen Z. I wanted to give that guy a round of applause. Then she hit us with "It's on Netflix, ye have no excuse," and I whip out the Netflix app on my phone showing where I searched for the film and nothing but suggestions for other films came up. She had a fit. Started screaming at me personally because I sit up front and was an easy target. I guess I just started packing my bags while she was screaming and I walked out, informing her that I don't pay nearly $6,000 in fees to be screamed at in a subject I don't even like. I stopped going to class and still got a B1 lol. From what I hear, a lot of people stopped showing up to that class. Don't shoot yourself in the foot by shouting at your best students. I also made sure to avoid joining modules she taught for my final 2 years of uni. I went to college for art education. There was a class we had to take over the entire school year, twice a week for 6 hours each. Each semester had 2 teachers. All of them were fairly useless, but one we had during the second semester was awful. She would ask questions, and if you answered wrong she berated you in the class. If you answered right she would rephrase your answer to make it sound wrong and berate you in the class. She would say "root cheat" to us all the time. At the time I was undiagnosed ADHD, and so I could get distracted easily, and she made several jokes in front of the class about me missing my medication or giving so and so my medication. Once I emailed our 2 teachers if they could post our assignments on this website portal thing we had, because it could be hard to remember after 6 hours of class, and the first teacher said sure, and then the asshole replied after with 6 paragraphs to tell me no, and it's my fault if I can't remember. Next time we had class she brings up the email and berated us all, even though I was the only one who asked, for literally 15 minutes. Made fun of me when I asked what a certain clay tool was called. I only ever took one clay class and then berated the class to tell them we needed to know these things. We all hated her so much. On the last day of class she demanded we all bring food for a potluck, but didn't let us eat until we cleaned the room for 3 hours. All the food got cold and none of us ate breakfast. She also wouldn't let us leave after we ate, and instead made us stay the 3 extra hours. We just watched random videos the entire time. What got us through was we had a Facebook group and we would all bitch about her during class as she was talking. I guess the only good thing she did was show us all exactly how teachers should not act. I can't speak for the whole class since it's an online class, but right now my professor has a textbook on the syllabus that was discontinued from the campus bookstore. The bookstore is giving people a different book. They claim it's a newer version of the same textbook, despite it being 6th edition instead of 7th, a different title, and a different author. The professor sent out an announcement yesterday and said that the one sold by the bookstore isn't the correct textbook for the course, and that we can buy the correct textbook online. The correct one is a $200 textbook, and most people seem to already have a copy of the other book from the bookstore. The professor also said we could use the incorrect textbook that we have, and that the concepts are the same, but everything is in a very different order. I looked at the correct textbook online. Some of the chapters correspond, some don't. Some have similar names, some don't exist. The professor has shown no signs so far of reworking the syllabus to fit the book that we were sold, despite her using an outdated textbook. The first assignment is due on Sunday. I've emailed the bookstore, and I was told that I have all the right materials for the course even after I explained that the chapters don't match up. I'm at a loss. I imagine the rest of the class is too. We were living for 5 days in a hostel during a school trip. The owner were rude and crazy. They actually went through our bags while we were away. So the atmosphere was already really tense by the 3rd day. So at that 3rd night I confronted the owner of the hostel why they secretly went through our bags and why his kid was playing with our phones. We both started shouting at each other, and suddenly his wife tackled me from behind and dragged me back to my room at my collar. Well, hours later my teacher showed up knocking at my door, and he said that he just had a meeting with the whole class suggesting to send me back home to keep the peace, and that the class voted against his idea, and that it is up to me. He also told me that he had to inform my parents about this incident, and he asked me to ask my parents to pick me up. It really pissed off the whole class, since they were obviously on my side. They felt it's unfair to send one of us home while the owners are actually the bad guys, and that they are treated unfairly, and that the teacher should have protected us and be on our side. He was a new teacher for our class and students started arguing that his behavior is cowardly and that our old teacher would never have suggested such thing. Instead he would have protected us. Almost a decade has passed since this incident, and I do understand my teacher's point of view about not confronting the owners of the hostel, since it could have get the whole class thrown out, but well, he was really hated for months after this. Now I do feel sorry for him. By the way, my parents were never informed about this, and I was allowed to stay. I'm working in a Catholic private school in France, and there's one teacher always yelling to kids, 15 years old, for no reason. The classical abuse of authority. One day, students were waiting outside the teacher to go to the classroom and was a bit noisy, but not so much. This teacher came 15 minutes late yelling, and her face was all red. So, when the kids did not speak anymore, one of them, a girl, raised her hand to ask a question. Remember that we are still outside. The teacher instantly shouted her and fire her from the class before the kids were on the classroom. The teenager was angry, of course, because she did not understand what she has done. Well, nothing obviously, and started to shout the teacher. The situation escalated really quickly and all the others teenagers refused to go to class with her. Teacher was pissed off and went to the director. The director inquired about the situation and asked my colleague and me what happened. We told him the truth, that the teacher was 100% faulty, and that he don't have to blame at all the teenager for being angry. Final result, teacher had a 2 weeks suspension. This thing is very rare in France, and after it, she dropped the job and went to another high school. She was working there since 15 years. TLDR, teacher yelled at a kid for no reason, got suspended for 2 weeks, and never came back to work. I had this teacher in college in an IT class who came out of the military world fairly fresh. I think he might have taught just for a year or two prior at another institution, but he was new to our university. I don't remember what the class was called, but we basically had to build a website for a real life client, and he split us all into groups of 5 and had us run through the whole request for proposal (RFP) process. It was to basically simulate how competition would work in the real world. Well, obviously only one group would win the proposal and get a contract. The RFP was like 10% of your grade, and only the team who won the contract got the points. So like 5 over 25 people. From there we coalesced back into a whole team, and the winning group were essentially project leaders who could assign roles to the rest of the class. Obviously, with 25 people developing a fairly simple website for a class, you run into a too many cooks in the kitchen scenario, so many kids were left with menial tasks. Here's the kicker, your role also played a part in what your grade would be, so for the couple main devs their life was made in the shade. For everyone else that had basic trivial tasks to complete, they were basically faked out of the possibility of getting an A, especially considering they likely weren't on the winning RFP team. Then the teacher had the audacity to host an end of year party at the campus bar and buy everyone a drink, so a couple buddies from class went with me, got the beer, slammed it and bailed. So, grad school basically had a teacher who changed the areas of the assignment for us. One paper she changed the due date and released a rubric 12 hours before it was due and demanded we meet the minimum standards. Beforehand she just told us to write a 1-page paper in whatever we wanted. The assignment changed to a 3 to 5 page paper with specific criteria that I had to rush out in a couple of hours. The final project she changed my topic 3 times before I did the one I wanted to do and ignored her. I did the project how I wanted to and everyone raved about it. I don't honestly know if she liked it or not, but 3 days before it was due she made it mandatory to come to class so we could discuss all the projects in person. Had to watch them online through a group sharing service the school offered. It was a nightmare. Another professor in college, an econ guy, legit had us study the same graphs every day. There was 5 other classes with teachers to go to, but I got stuck with him. I learned nothing and got a C because he didn't even give us an exam on those stupid graphs he kept talking about. Instead he quizzed us over different stock market prices for the day. We were apparently supposed to be monitoring them, and then over an article posted that day in some economic journal that no one in the class could read. It was awful. He had us fill out anonymous reviews of him every other week, and I was very brutal and honest to him that his teaching style was not something that I could learn with. No one in the class understood it, and the textbook was useless. He found out it was me and called me into his office and chewed me out for being a terrible student. Refused to sign papers for me to transfer into a different econ class and told me to stop being lazy. I went to his grad student office hours, but his exams were so random they couldn't even help me prepare for them, and admitted to it. I honestly think if we didn't have a curve over half the class would have failed. It was a nightmare. I had a political science professor that only taught the class his ideas. Any student that asked a question or saw things otherwise was called stupid in front of the whole class. He wasn't the brightest professor either. About 2 weeks after our midterm he dropped the whole class grade by 20% because of an error that he made on the syllabus. The class was extremely difficult and the highest grade in the class was a B. I barely had a C and figured that I'll just finish with a C. But after he made the adjustments to everyone's grade most people were failing the class. Everyone was very upset and spent the whole morning yelling/cussing at the professor, and the professor did the same back to the students. I have videos on how loud the class was. The professor then ended the class within 20 minutes and left the room. I gathered all the students that I could, about 20 of us, and went to the department chair and explained all of the BS that was going on. The department chair was super understanding and helpful with us and got us a huge conference room to accommodate all of us. We explained that the professor was extremely rude to all of the students, did not help with our needs/questions. The information given to us this semester did not match the information given on the tests. Class lectures dated from 2009. Tests include information from 2016 and how he made students feel uncomfortable in class by stating that he still owns his family's whip that was used many years ago. Also, all of the tests that were given weren't on the class days. We had to take them on the weekends and scheduled times and only had 15 minutes to answer 10 questions that we didn't know the answers to every weekend. Some couldn't do it because of work or other issues. The chair was very disturbed at all of this, was went to talk to the dean about everything. So the next class meeting had all of the students very worried. When we finally showed up to class, the professor was just sitting there, not saying a word. 30 minutes had passed and nothing was said. He was just sitting there with his arms crossed and looking at all of us. A student finally said, "If we are going to learn anything today," and the professor said, "You people don't give a fuck, so why should I?" We requested that he at least put his PowerPoint on slideshow mode so we can take notes, and the professor said and did this. "You want to see some slides? Here's a slide. Show slide 426. Click. Here's another slide. Show slide 426. Click. Here's another slide," etc. At this point students start to leave the class, shouting how ridiculous that a man is behaving like a child. The professor looked to be about 60, 65ish, and how we all paid so much money to be here, and this is how the students are treated. More and more students left. We all talked to the chair again. The next week, we show up to class and the professor isn't there, but the department chair is. He informed us that the professor will no longer be teaching for the rest of the semester. The professor has tenure, by the way, and the department chair himself would be teaching the rest of the semester. This was amazing because the chair loved all of us and felt pretty bad that this was happening. He gave us the week off while he whipped up a lesson plan. The next week he gave us a test to see what exactly we knew so far. Gave us the next class day off. Then the following week he began to teach. It was so refreshing to hear actual information that was up to date. Asking questions and having them answered and explained was wonderful. Our final, due to the lack of information, was just a 1-page long, 2 to 3 paragraphs of what we learned from the department chair teaching us. I went from an F to a B in the class, and I'm pretty sure everyone passed. It was so stressful, but I made some good friends through that experience. We have a beer every midterm now, to celebrate not being in that class anymore. TLDR, slightly racist and childlike professor dropped everyone's grade by 20%. Caused a class-wide revolt. The dean kicked him out for the semester, and had the department chair teach us. I'm not a student anymore, but the professor I had for my algorithms course, a junior senior level computer science course, so everyone in the class was an adult, was faking insane. He would legitimately take people's laptops if they hadn't emailed him, and asked for permission beforehand. He even thought they took a glimpse at something besides their notes, including researching the topic we were discussing. Oh, he would also take phones, if he saw them, regardless of if they were being used. In the classroom, where this course was being taught, there were two barely holding together whiteboards in the front of the class that, with the lighting in the classroom and the angle of the chairs, made it difficult to see clearly past the fourth row of 20 rows. There was also a very nice pair of projectors in the classroom and something called an Elmo, that combined with the projectors essentially made it a fancy overhead projector, so then there should be no problem using the Elmo to make it easy for everyone to see what he is writing, right? Nope. He refused to use it. When asked why, his only reason was, because it was different. The only way we could get him to use it was to literally have a student go buy him a small handheld whiteboard and a set of markers, and even then he beached the entire time. Even then we had to Also, he has a very poor understanding of how time worked. One day we had a career fair at the engineering campus that was important for all of us to go to, given that everyone in the class was close to graduating. So he said we could go, but we had to come to class for the first 30 minutes. Sounds reasonable, right? Only problem was the class started at 2:30 and the career fair ended at 3 o'clock. Leading up to career fair day we tried to explain this to him, but he refused to listen or discuss it with us. We all ended up skipping his class that day. Oh, also he would randomly take people's drinks if he thought it might be distracting them or another. Someone even walked in one day with an unopened Sprite, sat down, and put it in his bag. The professor made him take it out of his bag and give it to him. So I'm in my Principles of Mechanics class and we are making a bridge out of popsicle sticks in order to test it with weights and stuff and see whose bridge holds more weight. We are in groups of 3. I'm in a group with a guy and a girl. I'm a guy too. My group assembles a bridge and glues everything down. The class is loud and noisy and everyone is talking and such. One guy in my group gets out his phone, put his headphones on, and is watching some music video. Being bored, me and the girl are just kinda watching the video, since we are all sitting together, waiting for the glue to dry. Teacher notices this, comes over and says to the guy, give me your phone until the end of class. The guy refuses. He was the stubborn type. Absolutely refuses to give his phone to the teacher, so he gets sent to the principal. As he's walking out, teacher turns to me and says eutelergy, and I'm like, huh, for what? And apparently I'm just guilty for being in proximity to him and not averting my eyes or ratting him out. I never figured it out. Besides that, he was mad at the other dude for insubordination and wanted to regain some face by punishing me as well. Should be noted the girl wasn't punished at all, not even a little point, so I got sent to the principal's office because of what someone else did and given detention for it. I lost any respect for that teacher after that. Generally stopped trying in that class. Scraped by with a passing grade though. She forgot to teach us one of the lessons in chemistry. Then when we did a small in-class test on the subject, which we all failed, she got mad at us. We told her she hadn't taught it to us, and that is why we failed, but she insisted that she did, and we all forgot. So our entire class, 30 kids, checked our workbooks, nothing. Now if it was just 1 or 2 people who didn't have it, then it's possible they both just weren't there, but when an entire class hasn't got the work in their books, then it's obvious it has been missed. However, she stood her ground and outright refused to reteach it to us, and told us we would have to just revise it ourselves, and in our real exam, the topic came up as a pretty large question, and funnily enough, almost 80% of our class got no marks for that question. We were fuming at her for that point, and I have another about my drama teacher, who had class favorites, and picked his favorite group to be moderated, officially graded by the exam board as opposed to him marking on their final performance. So, naturally he wanted to focus his attention on them for a fair amount. However, a fair amount means every single lesson. My group and the other got no help whatsoever on our final performance. So we started coming in after school until 6 p.m.ish. School finished at 3 p.m. and early mornings at around 7 a.m. School started 8:45 am to try and get more rehearsal and see if we can get one-on-one with him. But conveniently for him, after school he would forget, and before school he slept in. So for our final performance he made us watch the video of the other group's performance. They performed a day earlier and told us to copy it. We copied to the best of our ability and memorized what we could in the 3 hours we had before our moderation, and we got a whole load of sheet from the other group because we plagiarized their work. So glad I'm no longer involved in that. We had to do some projects for this class of technical drawing. I don't know how else to put it. It's a class for some engineering majors in college, and we had a bunch of blueprints for machines and stuff made in CAD software points. So this motherfucker who called himself teacher, instead of grading our projects himself, took all the PDFs and projected them in front of the class, going one by one, and told us we all started with a barely passing grade, and we had to point out the mistakes of the others' projects. For every mistake you pointed out you'd get an extra point in your grade, individually, while for every mistake pointed out in one of your group's documents, the whole group would get 1 point discounted point. And the motherfucker just laughed at our faces. Obviously we knew, if we did that, most people would fail. So we all agreed quite fast to simply shut up, and we would all pass, with not a great grade, but we would pass. So after just a couple minutes, watching his plan thwarted, this son of a bitch said he would start playing too, and if he saw a mistake and nobody pointed it out in 30 seconds, then he would, and all the class would get a point discounted point. Obviously just a couple guys passed that project. Gladly it wasn't the most important one in the whole course, and I still managed to pass at the end, but we fucking hated that guy after that day. We had an English teacher for 10th grade. In Canada, Graham's 10 students are typically 15 to 16 years old, and instead of teaching us any curriculum required material, she would go on all class about bullshit identity politics and shit about indigenous people. She would force us to feel guilt for the Indians' sufferings in the past. Make us write reflections, whatever the hell those are, which question our own identities, because your identity is a lot more complicated than you think it is. And never teach us anything in the English 10 curriculum, potentially hindering our English capabilities and leaving us very underprepared for the provincial English exams. She herself is ironically white. Despite her obsession with Indian sufferings, she also has an obsession with cats, so much so that during one of her identity politics lectures she said, and this isn't an exaggeration, "Sometimes I think I'm a cat." The grades she gives are also completely arbitrary. She marks us based on this learning map that has certain criteria for each grade, not the A's, B's, and C's, but some "fully meeting expectations," "meeting expectations," and "minimally meeting expectations." And no joke, one of the criteria ranges from developed good understanding for Aboriginal people's identities to not yet developed understanding for Aboriginal people's identities. Yes, we are getting our grades based on that scale. Everyone hated her, as even the most capable English speakers get terrible grades, not because of their English capabilities, but because of their failure to understand Aboriginal people's identities, and nobody ever learned anything. We're all glad 10th grade is over. It was the start of the semester, and our professor had not been coming to class for the past 3 meetings. During every one of those meetings we would all just sit there in class, on our ass for an hour and a half, until the subject was officially over, and we'd all go on about our day. On the 4th meeting we were all just lounging about inside the room, expecting the professor not to show up again. When lo and behold, this guy casually strolls in the room, gets mad at all of us for our behavior, at how we were all lounging about and being, admittedly, a little too noisy, then proceeds to lecture us about discipline and behavior. even going so far as to quiz us on the first topic of the syllabus, which he had not given us, nor had he discussed any of it, since this was the first time he actually showed up, and after we all unsurprisingly failed, proceed to lecture us again about how we should have been more proactive, and should have self-studied more. Feel free to skip the rest, as it's basically just me ranting. Now I'm all for discipline, strict rules, and high standards as much as the next professor, but please tell me I'm not the only one who feels that his lectures are severely undermined by the fact that he did not show up to class for the first 3 meetings of the semester. The lack of discipline and unbecoming behavior shown by that act alone makes me want to snap my desk in two. Then there's the quiz. Again, I'm all for proactive studying, but damn it man, at least hand us the fucking syllabus first and maybe teach us something first, you know, like what we are paying you to do. Put critical information on how to submit the exam somewhere on a sheet of paper in his class, where nobody saw it. The whole final project for all the graphic design classes, involving multiple teachers, was to be put at the same place on a server. Come jury day, teacher plus professionals reuniting to judge our work. Night was short for everybody, because everything we made had to be printed, packagings folded, books binded, etc. That was pretty rough, but I managed to make it in time. I hear a teacher speaking with some students. What happened with teacher X? Only 3 or 4 people submitted something. By the way, fuck those 3 or 4 fakers. Everyone was as surprised as they were pissed. Turns out we had to submit the file 3 days prior on a CD. That was around 2011. It was cheaper to buy an USB key than a pack of CDs. Instructions were on a sheet of paper taped to the window of his class. Nobody had to go near his class anymore, and even if we did, nobody would have ever looked for faking final year submission instruction on a random sheet of paper. We almost all had to retake his exam 2 months later. Took him about an hour to note everyone. He was a pretty good teacher, but that sheet was wild. Also, he was the biggest Apple fanboy I've seen in my life, and I was studying graphic design. I saw a lot of them, and the CD had to be openable on Mac. I'm not sure how he did it, but a friend of mine f'd up, and his CD only opened up on Windows. He failed. Even after showing him the files were here on a Windows machine, not opening up on my Mac. Don't care about anything else. Right before a quiz, I might not grade it, or I might make it a major part of your grade. I'll decide later. You may begin. The previous class she told us it wasn't going to be graded, so that was an awful faking bombshell. It was also technically not allowed for her to do that, but nobody did anything about it. She was also one of the rudest people I have ever met. Edit. She also failed me on an assignment because I was away on a 4-day school trip, despite the fact that I had given her a month's notice and she had told me it was no problem if I handed it in when I get back. Was 1 month from the end of the year. I had maintained an A average all year until that point. That one fail brought me down to a B, and I had like 3 weeks to rectify it. Thankfully I scored A+ on the exam and brought the grade back up, but I would have been royally pissed off if it hadn't happened that way. Her comment on my report card was also hilariously passive aggressive. Edit 2. Also, her lessons were always exactly the same. Each period was 80 minutes, 70 of which were devoted to going through each and every faking question in the homework. The last 10 minutes were for starting on the homework for next class. Didn't learn one single damned thing the whole year. Edit 3. In case you can't tell, I really hate this woman. At my Cosmo school we had the most wonderful teacher. Maybe a little batty, but she was a total sweetheart and everyone's favorite. Unless of course you were in the in crowd. The in crowd was B-chaff. Cosmo industry isn't for anyone, not in prime mental health. The students were getting fairly fed up with our treatment. So many stupid rules. Well, one day this wonderful lady stood up for us. They fired her on the spot, their best teacher. Everyone was crying, everyone was defeated, and no one could walk out on the school in defiance, because it's parents who are paying in the first place for it. They were in a firing frenzy, and fired all the other good regular staff as well. Our dean was cheating on his wife, and being blackmailed by this other nothing lady who had way too much power for her position, and she didn't like the teacher who was fired, so we can only assume. Happy ending though. I did leave the school. I found a new school a while, took a year off after, Joy, hark the herald angels sing, because said teacher was teaching at the new school. Further happy ending, the evil nothing lady was eventually fired from the school somehow. Dean must have come clean at home. She applied for a job at a little school. Because the other teacher and I knew her, we totally got our revenge and prevented her from getting hired. Don't think they gave her even a courtesy call back to tell her not to come back. This wasn't a school teacher, but an instructor in a professional course, GMDSS. Look up the acronym if you're curious. So, there we are, a bunch of mariners in a classroom who have paid to learn how to use various methods of emergency and safety communications devices employed aboard ships. The instructor was an ass, telling one student that he wouldn't pass because the student had the temerity to ask how closely we need to adhere to standards to be acceptable in real-world practice. The student had a valid point. He wanted to know if his license was going to be on the line if his company told him to get underway now, and he needed 2 hours of GMDSS checks beforehand. In between ranting about how there were no more dedicated radio operators on ships, and how this new system took his former job while he's being paid a premium to teach us, one of the students got word that his mother had passed away. The student was from the Bahamas, working a shore operating station. He had come to the class because he had to for work, but he knew his mother was gravely ill. The instructor stopped the entire class and made us all go to the offices to see if any of us could figure out how to use the school's phones to call the Bahamas. The school was a cheap bunch of fakers and had set it up so that no long distance calls could go out without a paid calling card. After an hour or so of all dozen or so of us working to let the guy call home, we all had to troop back to the classroom. That includes our poor distraught fellow carrying on with the class. As if nothing has gone amiss, the teacher stops lecturing for a moment to tell the man, listen, you're going to have to cry more quietly or I'll never be able to teach properly. Never even offered to let the guy have an hour or so to himself. Every one of us hated that instructor. He's still out there. I've had junior officers run into him from time to time. They all hate his guts. Gym teacher in high school. He was known throughout the school as a hard ass and all the athletic kids thought he was really cool. Unfortunately for the lazy or non-athletic kids, he treated everyone the same, which was not always a good thing. One day, it was freezing outside, and he decided we should all run outside, around the football field. We had to run 3 laps, and whoever finished last had to run 4. Fair enough, except it wasn't. The ground was frozen. Anyone that fell had to run another lap. You could not walk. You had to run over the ice. As kids, we thought this was cool and a real challenge. We had a lot of unathletic kids in our class and our coach took it upon himself to make them less lazy. The person that finished first was the captain on the football team. The next half dozen were all athletic individuals, followed by the lazy kids that have potential but never use it, which was the group I was in. We had to stand on the sidelines and wait for the rest of the class to finish. Then it happened. The 2 kids in last place slipped and fell on the ice. One took the other out while trying to hold on. One got up while the other stayed on the ground. My coach and a few kids ran up to the kid that was on the ground. They helped him up and the coach determined he was fine. Now he had another lap to do. He refused. A yelling match ensued, but the coach backed down. As soon as the other kid saw this, he too refused to finish because he also fell down. Another yelling match ensued, but this time the teacher refused to let it slide. The kid said, "Fuck you Hitler, I'm dropping this class," and walked away. Not only did we not see this kid in class again, we never saw him in our school again. Anyway, the coach pulls us all in and says, "Because of the negligence of your classmates, you owe me 2 laps. Who wants to volunteer to run 2 laps? Obviously, no one put their hand up. Guess what the coach decided was the resolution? That's right, everyone runs 2 more laps. More people revolted against this idea. 3 more laps for arguing. No, fuck that sheet, we exclaimed in our prepubescent voices. 4 more laps, fuck, we can run all day. Nope. No one ran. We all walked away except for 5 students. The captain of the football team and 4 other kids. We went to the locker room, changed, and just took an early lunch. As I was walking home to eat, I lived really close to the school. I could see the 5 kids running. Man, I'm so lucky a majority decided against it, or I'd be stuck running on ice. Point by the way, the following week, the teacher dismissed what happened, and we just continued like nothing ever happened. He was an old-fashioned kinda guy. Had a middle school Spanish teacher once who made us do a collage of food with pictures of magazines. No words, I'll point out. Not Spanish related whatsoever. She was insistent on no computers, as she said. Presumably, that meant we couldn't just make a collage in manuscript paint and print it out, but that we had to cut out and glue the pictures ourselves. So, I printed some pictures of food, cut them out, and glued them into a collage. I didn't exactly have magazines with pictures of food lying around. She wouldn't accept it, since I printed it using a computer, and she had said no computers. So, what does she think magazines are printed with? I told her I didn't have food magazines just lying around my house, and she happened to know that I lived near a library, so she suggested I get magazines from there. Let me say that again. She wanted me to steal magazines from a library and cut pictures out of them for a stupid non-Spanish related Spanish assignment. I told her that made absolutely no sense, but she wouldn't listen to me. Luckily, since almost nobody actually completed the assignment, she gave us another day to do it. My mom let me ruin one of her cookbooks so I could complete the assignment. Adding to that, a classmate told me that she had said that she gave everyone an A on the assignment eventually, but he couldn't recognize her handwriting when it came to the grade written on his collage. When he asked her what grade he got, she said it was a B. Everyone was quite annoyed, needless to say. I have a couple stories. The first time I had a run-in with a teacher was 7th grade science class. My lab partner realized who my two best friends were, and he repeatedly called them lesbos and other gay slurs. I told him he was a dick and a gay-bashing homo. The teacher only heard me and immediately gave me detention. Every word I tried to say would be cut off by her. She did not want to hear it from me, as I was a somewhat goth kid that wore black every day, and he, lab partner, was a well-dressed attractive boy. The offending boy literally laughed the entire time our teacher was scolding me. So I told her she was a bitch. So, I ignore her demand that I go to detention after school and just went home. I should mention that I never got in trouble and was a 4.0 student. Exemplary record. My teacher had called my mom and told her about that day's events. She yelled at me and told me to apologize to my teacher the next day. I did not. She was wrong. Fun fact, I never had to do the detention she demanded of me. The vice principal was on my side. Plus, when I came home the next day, my dad asked me, "Did you apologize to your teacher?" I told him, "No." He replied with a simple, "Good. I love that man." The next year I had a math teacher who just hated me. I get it, kind of. First day of class she was doing some equation on the projector, and she had made a mistake. I tried to tell her this 2 times, but she ignored me. Remember that I looked like a bad kid, but was actually pretty well behaved. The pretty little cheerleader sitting next to me repeats what I'm saying, that the teacher was incorrect in her calculations, and teacher says, "Oh, thank you, sweetie, you're right." So under my breath, I say, "Yeah, beach." It was really amazing how she heard that by not the other times I tried to tell her she did her math wrong. So, I got kicked out of class that day and almost every other day that entire year. This teacher had it out for me. I consistently got zeros on my homework because she never received my homework. In my school, before class starts you hurry to prove you did your homework or you would get detention. So it was very obvious she was lying and just refusing to grade my papers. Whatever, I have all A's in my other classes, so I could take the fabricated C she was always going to give me. Then, toward the end of the year we had a district final in addition to her final. She told the entire class that anyone who aces the district final does not have to take her test. I was the only one in the state to ace the final. Did I mention I was good at math? Yeah, I was super good at math. So this beach actually comes up to me and says, "I don't know how, but I know you cheated. You are taking my final, and you are getting expelled if you don't get all of the answers right." I got 100% and she watched me like a hawk the whole time too. I didn't even mind having to take the test. Beach didn't realize that I actually like doing math. So at my college, we have an excellent chemistry department, bar one class/professor, biochemistry. This isn't just my own mad ravings, this is a combination of testimonies from other classmates and my own observations of the class, especially after taking it. Now, what didn't this guy do? Teach us anything. First of all, I'm 90% confident that he never graded half the stuff that was turned in before he posted final grades. Secondly, he just did not care. The big thing that happened that pissed off the entire class before mine was he graded every single lab all at once without telling anybody when he was doing it. He also followed his syllabus religiously for tests, but not lectures. So if the syllabus said there was a test next class and you're only 75% done with the material, start reading. But the biggest thing we hated, the cheating ring. See, this professor would reuse tests, but let students keep the old ones. That means that, and this is not an exaggeration, the fraternities and sororities has filing cabinets with all the tests in them. Now you might say this happens at a lot of schools. The kicker that ties this all together. He knew. We know he knew. We know the whole department knew, but couldn't do anything, because he had tenure. And then he graded his class on a totem pole system. So it doesn't matter if you do well, if all those frat guys and girls do better than you won't get an A, you'll be pushed down the pole. And this was one of the bigger classes in the chemistry department, because several cell and molecular biology students also took the class. I'm just glad I was done after one semester. List of smaller atrocities made class do write-offs for something really small, and made that small detail 20% of the grade on an assignment. Fell asleep during the presentation a friend of mine was giving, and the class would answer questions without any direction on what he was asking for. Made PowerPoints that were an atrocity, that ate up allotted prints if you wanted to study them. Seriously, instead of using animations to add details to a slide in an order, he'd add a new slide. And just so many things that I didn't care enough to commit to memory. It was bad, and I don't think I've met one person from my school who enjoyed that class. 8th grade math teacher, Mrs. Thompson, was the worst teacher I ever had pre-K through college. If you didn't get something, and you asked her for help, she would just accuse you of not paying attention during class and basically tell you weren't worth helping, because you aren't trying. Personally, I would go in after school during the scheduled tutoring time twice a week. She would ignore me and others that were struggling for the straight A kids that only came to try to find out what an upcoming test would be like. Needless to say, a lot of people failed her class and ended up having to take summer school. During the regular school year, all the kids in my grade got assigned one of 3 teachers for math class. During summer school there was just one class of everyone that failed amongst all the 3 teachers. About 80% of the kids in that class were taught by Mrs. Thompson during the regular school year. A different teacher taught that class, but one day Mrs. Thompson happens to walk in, most likely in the building preparing for the next school year, and immediately the tension in the room goes high. Nobody said anything to her or instigated anything. She came in, grabbed what she needed and left. But on the way out, right before she went through the door to leave, she stops, looks around the room, and goes, "I see a lot familiar faces here. It looks like I had a lot of bad students." Then left the room. Everyone in the room was instantly furious, and my blood still boils every time I think about it more than 10 years later. My socials teacher was away that day, so a substitute came in. For like 15 to 20 minutes he talks about how you need to learn and go more in depth with the topic by yourself if you want to survive university, and how in high school you just have to do the bare minimum to pass. He keeps talking about how different high school and university is, and that if we don't start changing our game we won't pass university. On to the actual topic we were learning in class. He would ask a question nobody would know the answer to, maybe because he was too busy telling us about university and our future, and he would wait until we can come up with a reasonable answer. Even after some of my classmates tried to answer his question, he shoots them down instantly. After frustratingly getting past his questions, we continued to work on our worksheets. My socials teacher expected us to do lots of worksheets, which we didn't mind, because he's liked and respected, and can actually teach, but we were not allowed to work on our worksheets while the substitute was talking about the future and shooting down questions. So when he was finally finished talking, the substitute listed all the worksheets we needed to finish by the end of class, and we realized we only had 30 minutes left and there were 7 assignments to do. Never have I ever had to write a decent paragraph in 5 minutes before. Overall, he sucked and he's a meme in my group of friends now. Point extra. Day after the substitute taught us, our regular teacher asked us to tell him one thing that we learned from yesterday, and I told him how the teacher taught us the difference between the high school game and university game. So I guess I did learn something from him after all. Had a college math teacher that struggled to get through all of the class material in the book. She covered the most basic examples of each type of problem we would be tested on and abruptly moved on to the next example. She did not make herself available for additional instruction at all, stating that if we didn't get it in class it was our problem. Then, every week, the tests came out and more than half the class consistently failed miserably. The tests had the polar opposite of the examples she was teaching. To use an example, she would teach an equation like A2 plus B2 equals C. Solve for C where A equals 3 and B equals 4, but on the test, would ask us to solve the unified field theory equations. I'm not kidding. Many of the questions she would give us, in an algebra class, involved functions and calculus we hadn't even been shown. The final for the class was all advanced graphing calculus equations. We did not cover any calculus by the end of the class at all. The entire class failed. We complained to the administration, but as a for-profit college West would refuse to refund the classes and told us we had to take another class for the credits. It was considered a core class requirement and forced many of us to stay an extra semester at the college, paying an additional semester of tuition due to scheduling conflicts. Many of us ended up needing to pay for over 3 years of college for what's supposed to be a 2-year accelerated bachelor's program. This also robbed me of my perfect GPA as it was the only class I got less than full credits for. 3.95 GPA instead of my originally projected 4.10. When I was a sophomore I had BO for my last period. Usually the bell would ring and everyone would dip. Well, one day in particular the BO teacher decided the bell no longer excused us because she ran out of time for her lecture on mitosis by ranting about her personal issues for the majority of the class period. This was on a Friday, mind you, and the beach literally barricaded the door with her fat body to try to keep us in as she rattled off the last of her lecture, which we couldn't even understand, nor were we even interested in listening at that point. Picture Darlaw's Umbridge, only more pathetic because Muggle. Everyone was packing up their notebooks anyway and we'd forget it all during the weekend. No idea what possessed her to think that was a good idea. Well, that one door that she barricaded wasn't the only exit, so kids started using the door at the other end of the room. She locks the one she's standing at and shoves her way to the other door, grabbing a student by the collar of his shirt to pull him back in. As she's trying to lock that door, the kid runs around to a door connecting the classroom to the one next door and the beach runs after him screaming like a banshee. This kid was big for his age. I remember he was almost 6 foot and pretty brawny. Many kids are complaining that they are gonna miss their bus, and our classroom was at the farthest end of the school relative to where the bus loading area was. We all follow in a horde into the next classroom and see her holding on to his shirt as he hops over desks and runs to the door with her dragging off him. Once he's near the door he shoves her onto the floor and she starts crying. We all got the fuck out of there, and sure enough a few kids missed their bus because of the ordeal. On Monday, a lot of us stitched because we knew there would be some kind of consequence. When we were there Tuesday, the assistant principal gave us all some speech about respecting the teacher. The big kid that shoved her was suspended or something. We never saw him in class again, but I would see him around campus sometimes, so I know he wasn't expelled. Then on, the teacher would lock the doors 10 minutes before class ended and would make us all sit quiet, letting us out one by one at her dismissal. Thankfully, I got expelled for attendance, sub, and was sent to a different school and didn't have to endure that bullshit for much longer. Oh man, I usually don't like to share the shortcomings of other people, but this is too good to pass up and almost unbelievable that it actually happened. I was a computing in the arts major, and the class we were in was called 3D environments, which was an upperclassman elective, so you would imagine that we would finally be dipping our toes into the good stuff and use 3D modeling software to create, well, 3D environments, right? Think again. This professor made each student schedule tours with different manufacturing plants, some of which were hours away from where we lived, and document on the professor's personal website the process on how they manufactured their product from start to finish. Some students even had to make multiple trips to these remote factories. Here's the kicker. Not only did it have absolutely nothing to do with the subject we were in that class for, this professor used our research as part of her own PhD thesis. If it's not obvious, our entire class was livid, and I cannot tell you how badly we wanted to see her get fired from her job, which to everyone's dismay she progressed further as a professor. Thankfully, for my project, I just scheduled an appointment with Krispy Kreme donuts in my city, took photos of their donut assembly line, and grabbed excerpts of text online that outlined the process. Today I would never plagiarize, but back then I felt it was completely justifiable for how whack this whole situation was. Last semester I was in an upper division computer science course about algorithms. It's a somewhat difficult class, not incredibly difficult, but you definitely couldn't get away with doing nothing. As usual, the professor was horrible. He would spend most of the days talking about stories of his life. That is literally all he talked about, especially his neighbor who he takes to events, or his travels to Greece, blah blah blah. So, after we take the second test, it turns out that everyone in the class did horrible on the test, like my highest grade was a C+ or something like that. To us, the students, we knew exactly why it was a bad test, because there was a ton of material on the exam that had not been covered yet. His lectures are meaningless, and on the first day of class he said you don't need a book, because everything will be covered by my lectures. So far this is not unlike most classes' shitty professors who don't really care. The thing that pissed me off, and pissed off all of his students, is his speech he made after announcing the horrible scores of the second test. I don't remember it word for word, but it went something like, this is a difficult class, and it would appear as most of you aren't up to it. This is the worst semester of students yet. If you did not do well on this test, then maybe you should reconsider your major. Computer science is not meant for everyone. Now keep in mind that this is one of the final classes a computer science major needs to graduate. Everyone in his class was at least 3+ years into their major. To go out and say something like you are not cut out for your major to about 200 students, it was a large lecture class, is so inappropriate that just the thought of him saying that again is raising my blood pressure again. Especially since the reason most people did not do well on the test is because they didn't have any material to study, no book, lectures were meaningless, and only about 5 practice problems he provided. Later on I learned that he actually retired about 2 years ago, and he keeps coming back because the school doesn't have a professor to replace him yet, and if they can't replace him then the major is not recognized by the state of California. So I think he purposefully was trying to piss the students off so that the school would be pissed off, so they would fire him, so he could finally retire like he wanted. This will totally get buried at this point, but I had a professor in community college make the entire class go into panic mode. It all started at the beginning. The class was an AutoCAD beginner's course to help prep for a test that would certify you in the previously mentioned AutoCAD. The professor had outlined the entire set of coursework in the syllabus along with some additional stipulations. All drafting needed to be printed, and the files on a flash drive, so she could verify it was our work. About 3 weeks and the majority of the class is slipping behind on work, as is our lesson plan starting to slip behind schedule. Some of the class though was starting to get a good grasp of the program, and was moving ahead. I was one of those. She suddenly decides to cut several assignments from the syllabus, which sets off the group that went ahead. She compromises saying those assignments will now be extra credit and everyone settles back in. The week before spring break I lost my flash drive. I stupidly left it in the computer in class and never saw it again. Now at this point we are nearly halfway through, so I approach the professor on it. She reiterates that I need the flash drive at the final. I considered dropping at this point, but I decided I'd try and catch up again. I spent all of spring break redoing every assignment, minus some of the extra credit, up row that point, and started backing it up elsewhere. Well, a few more weeks go by and again projects are cut because of time issues or whatever, and again they are made to be extra credit for those that went ahead. The week before the final we had some review and a reminder about the final and what it entailed. 3 projects that needed to be drafted and dimensioned, then printed out, with one of them being printed on a large scale plotter printer. Some students voiced concern on finding time to print all the other projects, which she stated there would be time during the final to print our assignments for turning in. The class was placated and also informed that the following weekend would see the classroom open to allow work time and print time for those who need to catch up. I myself went to get a majority of it printed and do some final projects, and I would say a majority of the class was there over that weekend working. To note though, our professor was not there. Another professor was watching over the room while multiple drafting classes worked. The day of the final, we all sit down and start working. Time flies, and when I wrap up I notice we are about 15 minutes from the final's end. I start printing what I can when the professor announces class is ending and we all need to wrap up and leave. Cue the questions. I thought you said we'd have time to print. Her response: so, only if you finished early. The class loses it. The printer jams and freezes almost instantly from the panicked influx of 40 people trying to print. I was glad to have printed everything I needed over the weekend and went to turn it in, along with my flash D drive that I spent my spring break recreating my assignments. When I go to hand her both, she turns down the flash drive, saying, "Oh no, I'm not collecting these now." I wasn't happy. I just left my printed assignments and walked out. Another class was starting to come in as more and more people crowded around the printer desperate for something. In the chaos, the other class's professor questions what's going on with the mad rush, to which my professor replies that she has no idea and had never seen this before. I waited outside while people came out one by one fuming, each asking the others. She said we would have time to print, right? And how much did you get done? In the end I was ready to complain to the dean should my grade come out negatively, but I walked out with an A. A friend of mine, who was also in the class, determined that if she had said we wouldn't have print time at the beginning of class she would have had a revolt from the whole class. The end of class and the panic rush kept that subdued to some extent. TLDR, professor said we could print, then said we couldn't. Mad rush jammed printer. Everyone was angry and irritated. French teacher freshman year. Lady was an absolute cunt, but I loved the class for the people in it. It was French year 1, and first thing in the morning. To make things worse, she had her own teacher's pet, another fat cunt. Like I said, first thing in the morning, so people already didn't give a shit, and nobody needed a language class to graduate from this school. She insisted that nobody could sit next to the windows because kids would rest an arm on it and use that to prop up their head. She hated that I knew basically every lesson. Since I had 3 years of French from middle school, I moved states and would regularly sleep in class. Never did homework and still got A's on every test. She was incredibly boring. She would call kids out in public if they were doing anything besides what she wanted. Doodling in your notebook. Called out. Taking notes. She wants to check to be sure, and she would. I ended up getting a detention from her because I refused to take notes on anything. The highlight was the day she told a girl suffering from a rare leg cancer to pick her head up or she'd get detention. She was out all week, looked miserable, and had just gone through chemotherapy. Apparently the teacher's ex-husband abused her and hit her in the face with a shovel at some point. When she told the girl with cancer that she needed to keep her head up or she'd be written up. Poor girl looked like she was going to cry. I stood up, told the teacher to fuck herself, and told Libby, cancer girl, to take a walk with me. Everyone else walked out of class. I was written up for being the catalyst. My grandfather was livid at first because I'm generally a good kid and demanded I explain myself. Cunt teacher was there, smirking, expecting me to get my ass torn into. My grandfather was a quiet man, but he's terrifying when he gets loud because he simply never does. I saw him literally turn red. The principal stood with the teacher because students shouldn't be disrupting the learning process. My grandfather went ballistic. Told both of them that they deserved cancer so they could learn empathy, and I was suspended for a week. Last I heard, Libby's family settled a civil suit with the school recently to the sum of 6 figures. Don't fuck with a freshman who is suffering from cancer because she was exhausted from her treatment. Seriously, who the fuck does that? I've made comments about this before, but I'll elaborate further. We had a long-term sub for a cooking class who turned what should be a fun class into the class I'd dreaded. She took units right out of the cooking textbook and turned them into sideshows that would take weeks to go through. Spent a month on a unit about classifying fucking fruits and vegetables, like we were somehow not introduced to the idea in elementary school. Thought some kids were cheating because we did too good as a class on that test. Spent a week taking about different pots and pans. Would go on tangents about how other students in her previous school would make silly mistakes while cooking. She was a teacher for 38 years. There were a lot of tangents. Would take no input from the class whatsoever. When we would complain about how we knew about the really obvious sheet she was teaching, we would be sent to the office for being unruly and disruptive. Once gave a kid a warning for squeaking his chair while sitting down for class, and then went on to give him detention for coughing 5 minutes later. Did not let us cook until the last 2 days of the semester. We were only able to because our principal basically forced her to after receiving too many complaints. We made bread and cake. We were not allowed to use the stovetops because she didn't go over the safety unit in its entirety. All the bullshit just pertained to our class. The class before us was able to start cooking after about halfway through the semester. Fuck you, Ms. Peters. In 7th grade our teachers union held a strike. It lasted for about half the school year. During the strike we got a bunch of new teachers. None of them actually had a teaching license or were teachers. They were just a bunch of random weirdos who had no idea what they were doing. The entire middle school was a zoo. Absolutely chaos. For context, I was a model student even during the strike and everyone hated this lady. She was a massive cunt, constantly writing kids up all the time for no reason. So one day I go to my study hall and I had nothing to do, so I just sat there staring at a wall. This bitch walks over asking why I wasn't doing anything. I politely told her I had nothing to do. So she walks over to her desk and hands me 3 worksheets. Says, since you wanna have an attitude you can do these, or I can write you up for your attitude. So as a good boy I did all 3 in about 10 minutes, turned them in, and went back to staring at a wall. She comes back around after a couple minimums and hands me my write-up and tells me to go to the office, and since they have no actual power I took it and went to the bathroom for the rest of the period. Next day I get called down to the principal's office and tell him my side of the story, and he says not to worry about the write-up as it was the only one I'd ever gotten, even throughout high school, and the lady was known for this. BS. One of my favorite memories from the strike. Had a teacher who was known for throwing things. She really hated my brother and one of my sisters, mainly due to the fact that my oldest sister had a falling out with a teacher's daughter. She wasn't nice to most students, but she really had it out for us. She'd kicked me out of the class on multiple occasions for other people talking around me, had me moved from the top reading group. I was around 8 at the time, and had always been in the top of the class for anything regarding English. Had been moved up with one other person to do tests that were a year above us, into the lowest. Nobody could figure out why. My parents were pretty confused by it, and all the books they had us reading at the time I'd done 2 years prior. There was no reason behind it. I recall one Friday a small chunk of the class was required for choir practice for a school assembly coming up. We were asked to go to the hall. She let us go. 10 minutes later she comes into the hall screaming that we ran off without telling her that she chased us down, and it was grounds for detention or loss from golden time, which was like an hour free time on a Friday at the end of the day. Green was full time, amber was half time with the other filled with work, and red was the full hour doing work or writing lines. All of us that left were immediately switched to red and forced to write lines at the end of the day. It became clear with my parents and classmates I was being singled out though, but when it came to a meeting with the head teacher regarding her I chickened out. I regret it. The bullying got so bad for my brother he had to transfer schools. Funny though, she had the same surname as another teacher, was an absolute angel, and who ended up pushing me into doing up more when I was in the finally primary year. Also had a teacher call me liar in front of the class after having injured my knee earlier in the day. Whenever she spotted me out and about, she would scream at me to stop limping and faking it. She sent me to the office to get an ice pack. When she'd decided I was lying, she forced me to apologize to the office staff in front of the class. Another teacher accused me of stealing a pedometer from another classmate who had lost her own. Pulled out of class and screamed at, forced to hand over my own and the lectures about stealing and losing school property. Man, fuck some of the teachers at that school. College Chemical 2 Professor, Chemical Department Head, told people he would grade our midterm on a curve. Before we took the test, I ended up getting a 100%, while the class average was 62%. He decided to not grade on a curve, because since one person got a 100% it meant he covered everything in class, so grading on a curve wasn't necessary. I felt bad, because there was faking sheet on there that wasn't covered in lectures and definitely not in the book. The dude spent about half the time so far covering more physics sheet like string theory, neutriness, etc. than chemical sheet, and had questions on the test that weren't in his lectures, like what particles are emitted if a neutrino strikes the atomic nucleus. I only passed as I'm a huge all-round nerd/geek. Even worse, I was a computer science major, so he even used more justification on his stance. If a CS major can get a 100%, then you chemical majors should as well. Nothing got done about it, as A, he was the chemistry department head and tenured, and B, the dean resigned mid-year. It caused protests where the entire class, except me and 2 other people, refused to show up for a week. Then after the test, the dude pretty much stalked me for the next year, offering me to change majors and jump straight to grad course org/PhD track working for him, offering stipends/etc. Nope, I don't want to switch my whole career goals just for acing one test with questions not even covered, thank you very much. I had a government class my first semester of college. The professor cancelled every class for the first 2 weeks, so no students could withdraw with a refund, and if they withdrew, it would be on their record. The catch was he didn't believe in emails, so he would post it outside of the classroom every time we were supposed to meet, so we had to show up. It was an 8 AM class, of course, and our campus was primarily a commuter campus, so a lot of people were pissed they had to go through rush hour just to have class cancelled. Finally, during the 3rd week, he showed up. The first day he rambled on about how this isn't some easy class, no excused absences, you fail. If you miss 3 classes, you'll have 10-page papers due every week, yada yada. Fine, whatever, he's trying to scare the students. Then, within minutes of explaining the syllabus, he started talking about how women should never be allowed to run a government, and he tried citing examples of failed governments ran by women. I was one of about 8 to 10 other women in the course, and our jaws just dropped. I'm surprised none of us walked out right at that moment. I withdrew, as did a friend of mine. We'd still meet up every day at the class, and then go get breakfast. The class level dropped by at least a third after that first day, with only a couple women remaining in the course. I ran into my high school government teacher during the holidays back home, and told him the story. He told me, wait, that old bastard is still alive. I had him my freshman year. You did the right thing, fuck that dude. Ranted for half an hour at us, because we didn't understand the assignment. The class was materials and methods, I think, architecture/art course. She was an art major trying to teach a class composed primarily of architecture students, which has never ended well. The assignment as she described it originally was to keep an art journal where we would record anything that piqued our interest. That was it. That was the assignment. A class full of architecture students are going to sketch designs, buildings, structure, etc. Most of us were already keeping a sketch journal for other design courses, so we just used that as a two-fare. We turned it the journal and thought nothing of it until a week later she comes in, slams the stacks of journals on the desk, and pretends to start crying. No tears, so we know it wasn't real. Also, she's a terrible actor. She rants about how this is an art class and architect students have no concept of art. We didn't understand the assignment. Blah blah blah. Turns out what she really meant is to take photographs, newspaper clippings, magazine clippings, photocopies, etc. and paste them into a journal. She had made no mention of this when the assignment was given. Now, most of us didn't really care. This was an elective course that none of us needed. We had been urged to take it by our architecture professor. One guy, though, took a serious personal offense to her bullshit. After yelling right back at her, telling her she was a dumb bitch who only had the job because her husband was an art professor who had just got tenure at the college. He got her to break down and cry for real. The next week he had dropped the class and the journal assignment disappeared. She did, however, continue to give the bare minimum information on all assignments and then berate the class when they didn't do what she wanted. The class never appeared on the class registration again after that. TLDR, she tried to turn it around that we didn't understand the assignment when she never explained what the assignment really was. I don't know if it pissed off the class so much as it shocked the hell out of everyone there. Here I am, sitting at my desk in 8th grade math class, when suddenly the teacher starts talking specifically to me, scolding me. I admit my memories of this part are a bit hazy cause of the adrenaline rush of panic that went through me and legitimately not understanding what was happening. What happened next went something along the lines of, do you want to be here CPT_Sundeer_sharks? Do you want to leave? And no. I can see you. You're not paying attention. Not taking notes. I'm a visual learner. I prefer not to take notes. Which sounds like an excuse, but is honestly quite true. Unless the subject is terribly complex, note taking in any kind of lecture setting is a distraction for me. I understand better when I watch someone else do it. If I'm writing down notes, I'm not watching them, and I often find myself confused when I look back up. Anyways, I remember one of my classmates saying something in my defense, but I have no memory of what she said. After this the lesson seemed to just continue as normal despite the fact that I was pretty shaken for the rest of it. I don't know if it was before or after this incident, but the whole of my classmates in my grade who had this teacher to all seemed to be in consensus that she was a beach. An attempting to be polite beach, but a beach nonetheless. This was in the second to last year of junior school in England, so most kids in class would be 9 going on 10 years old. I don't remember us being a rowdy class, and we had no issues with the teachers the year before or after. 2 of my favorite teachers ever. I have no idea what we did to trigger it, but the punishment was to copy from a dictionary 3 times a day. Number 15-minute recess. For lunch you have half an hour to eat, and then back in the classroom for the second half hour, and then 15 minutes after the final bell at the end of the day as well. For a total of an hour a day, every day. I remember the worst thing about it was that we had to copy the word and meaning for every single word starting from A, not just the words we didn't know. It was punishment designed to be mind-numbing, not educational. I can't remember how long it went on for. It felt like months, but then Christmas feels like years away when you're 9. The only reason it ended is because he lost it one day and was repeatedly smacking his desk with a meter ruler while screaming wildly that we won't shut up. Maybe some kids wouldn't, but the response seemed utterly unjustified to me even at that age. When a particularly aggressive overhead swing caught one of the strip lights on the ceiling and showered everyone in bits of broken glass. He went off on leave after that, and we never saw him again. I did hear a few years later that he had got a job as deputy head at a different school, so he definitely failed upwards. I'm late to the party, but this happened my last semester in a graduate program, where everyone in the classes are a minimum of 25 years of age, with many having 10+ years in the industry and are professionals. We have a professor who has to have everything her way and refuses to give students any leeway whatsoever for any reason. Our final presentation day comes up, and we need to pass the final presentation to pass the class. The professor has arranged the 8 different groups, 6 people per group, in a specific order, and each group is to give a 25-minute presentation. In walks our class, and it turns out that there's a woman in my group, 33 years old, who's obviously sick and looks like death warmed over. I speak to her to find out that she's been sick for the last several days and is physically vomiting blood. The physically ill student approaches our professor to see if she can find some other way of making up the final, since she's obviously sick. Professor says no way, and if she skips the presentation then she'll automatically fail the course. Our group was scheduled to be the last group, 3+ hours of presentations, So we ask if we can be the first group to present so that our sick classmate can go home/the hospital. Professor again says no, and if the sick student is to leave the class she'll fail her. The whole class was enraged, and another group tried to let us present, but the professor once again refused and said she'd start docking points if the correct group doesn't come forward to present. So the poor sick woman sat in the back of class with a bucket vomiting throughout the presentations until it was our turn to present. Myself and several other students went to the dean of the program to complain about the woman, but a semester later, nothing has been done, and she's still working at the university. The professor is a truly disgusting woman, and I hope for nothing good to ever happen to her. I had fired/health teacher in junior high who literally told our whole class that homosexuality was wrong and disgusting and that it was just as bad as pedophilia. This was a small public school in a small town in the Midwest. Our whole class was outraged, and there were immediate outbursts as everyone started telling him off. I think that's one of the few times I felt hometown pride for my little hick-ass hometown. I think he brought God and religion into it, though his main argument was that it was an abomination against human nature. It was way out of line, especially since we were a public school, and therefore should have been totally secular. He was problematic for other reasons, too, and all us kids reported all his bullshit, and got our parents on board, and I can't remember if they actually fired him, or just never offered him another year at our school. This was about 15 years ago, so the details are fuzzy. I can barely remember yesterday. I do remember, after he found out he was losing his job, he showed us a pic of his wife and ugly ass baby, and tried to make us feel guilty about getting him fired, and no one cared. Fuck off, Mr. S. I hope you never got the chance to teach hatred and bigotry to impressionable children again. Definitely a guy who should not have been a teacher. Edit. Spelling. English 1301 professor who required us to meet with her for 5-minute appointments before we could turn in our essay. I showed up with half my essay completed, and she kicked me out because I was unprepared. I typed up the rest of the essay and came back in terrified. She was very short with me, and once I left she gave me 1/5 points for the appointment grade. I thought, you know what, fine, my fault. The next day I'm sitting in class, she hasn't arrived, and I ask the girl next to me how her appointment went. She tells me she just showed up with 2 flashcards with quotes on them and got 5/5 points. The girl after that tells me she showed up with nothing and got 10/5 points. Then the boy after that tells me he was kicked out as well, but came back in apologizing with nothing and got 8/5. I tell them how my appointment went, and half of the class starts talking about how they came in with some of the essay done as well, and received 1/5, 2/5 points. I had never experienced problems with a teacher/professor like this before. Also, my intro to policy professor would not tell us if the final was over all the material during the semester or the recent material we covered, forgot the term for it, or anything about the final in general. 3 days before the final he says he will only give us what to study if 90% of the class does a course evaluation. Received an email the day before the exam and only 89.7% had completed it. He also said in the email, "Come on guys, just one more, lol." The day of the final he didn't show up, and the whole class started ranting about the course evaluation thing. OFC. Early civ teacher was hard, so hard everyone genuinely thought he hated us. His class was mandatory, but everyone would warn you about him. Brief list, tested us weekly on news. He wouldn't tell us what to look for, just to be informed, and he'd ask random questions and give the whole class a quiz. Graded as a class, so we'd all consistently fail. Sample question: what is the name of the woman currently protesting for the right to die? I remember that, because we knew about her, and we cold given an explanation of the story, but obviously nobody had memorized the name of the woman involved. Seriously, he'd ask for specifics. We were set up to fail. Tested the entire class on every country and major body of water in the world. Look, I know geography is important, but American education sucks crap at it, so I had never had any geography education beyond the locations of the 50 states in 5th grade. And this was every country, every mountain range, every body of water. It was horrific. Nobody passed. This was a test that everyone failed notoriously, and he gave us the chance to take it again, and I did, and got a worse grade. Every country in the world. Seriously. This was the first test in his class. This isn't the entire class, but we had this Greek/Roman life thing where we all had to bring bedsheets/togas and wear them. I forgot mine, because I'm just one of those people. I was the only one, and when he caught me, he called me out in front of the entire class, and decided we were going to have a gladiator fight where someone whose role was gladiator, I was assigned chef or something, was going to mock fight me, and I had to pretend to die. I was mortified. He sent me out of the class as a punishment, and I remember sitting there and blinking back tears. This was freshman year. Seriously. I know he likely just wanted us to be incentivized to learn, but it didn't work. It made me dread that class, and though I did learn some great things, none of them came from this style of teaching. I never got better at memorizing news details, and I never got better at geography. And, as you can imagine, I didn't get a lot better at remembering to bring things to class, just because my teacher went psycho on me. My econ professor has been giving extra credit, 10 whole extra points on quizzes, for when a student reads aloud from the textbook. I'm sure for most people this sounds pretty nice. Oh, all I have to do is raise my hand and read a few sentences out loud, but for someone like me who doesn't like having all the attention on me, this is bullshit. The first day we did this, half the class didn't even have their textbooks, and clearly hadn't prepared for the quiz we had. It was online, and we had 3 days to do it. I, on the other hand, had spent the last night taking extensive notes on the chapter she told us to prepare for, and spent a number of hours preparing my answers for discussion questions she made it seem like we were going to have that day. Instead, she spent the whole class reading from the textbook and taking class notes over the chapter she told us to come prepared for. I literally had to just sit there and watch as she and the rest of the class wrote down, in significantly less detail, all the stuff I had written down and studied the night before. Now, I bet for some this doesn't sound like a big deal. Seems like an easy class that doesn't require a lot of work outside of class. But for me this is very frustrating. I'm a dual enrollment student, still in high school, but taking college classes, and get credit for both, and I didn't really know what to expect in college, so I've been doing every little thing I can to be as prepared as possible, assuming it would be worth it. I used to be a terrible student, but for once in my school career I'm ahead of the game, actually studying, taking notes days in advance, going to sleep earlier, downloading apps and extensions to help me get organized. I've made myself so ready and put in so much work to be a better student and frankly a better person in regards to responsibility and work ethic. So it's very frustrating and disappointing to see the teacher award laziness and teach as if we are in the damn 5th grade. I took college classes because I wanted to be taught at a more mature level, where what we are going to be doing in class is clear, and where the students are awarded for diligence and preparedness, not the basic ability to read. In 7th grade I was placed in an advanced math course that you had to score 80% or higher as your final grade to pass. The teacher for the course was well known for playing favorites and picking on students she didn't like. I was in the latter category, and I'm still not sure why, as I usually perform among the top of my class. The tests in her class weren't graded by percentage correct, but instead, complete, correct, and incomplete. Complete meant perfect, nothing was wrong, all work was shown, etc. and was translated to a 100% in her grammar book. Correct meant you probably did a few steps in your head and didn't write them down, translated to an 80% in the grammar book. Incomplete meant there was more than one mistake and was translated to a 0% in the grammar book. This is what pissed off the class, as it made it very difficult to pass her class. Well over half the class had to retake this course the next school year. A sign of a great teacher, no doubt. If you're curious as to how she picked on students she didn't like, I do have a couple of stories. The first time I scored incomplete was because I used decimals for everything, but she wanted fractions. The answers weren't like 1/3 or anything irrational, they were 1/2 or 1/4, so what's the difference? Other than that, my answers were alright. I talked to her about it and she said, in math we use fractions, get used to it. And that was that. She wouldn't change my grade or even hear me out. The best part was, I talked to a few of my other classmates and they used decimals too, but had all gotten marked complete point. But that wasn't nearly as bad as this next story. This one still pisses me off to this day, nearly 15 years later. When we got our tests back, we were given a few minutes to talk to the students around us to see what their answers were and how our answers differed. My test was again marked incomplete, but looking at my neighbor's tests, we had the same answers, but again his were all marked complete. I walked up to the teacher and asked why my answers were marked wrong. She said, "Have you talked to your neighbors?" I answered yes, and that we all had the same answers, but theirs were marked correct. She said, "I don't know, your answers are just wrong." That was it. She didn't offer up any more information. My parents sent a few emails to the principal, but nothing ever came of it. I ended up with a 79% in that class, so I had to retake it the next year with a different teacher. I did, and I slept through every single class, but I mysteriously passed with a 98%. Curious. It was almost as though I knew the material well enough to pass before going into the class. Oh, and I used faking decimals. Final story for this thread. For A-level sociology, we had 4 teachers in total across 2 years. The first teacher was someone actually known for doing Pell lessons. She was fun. She introduced us to the topic. It was nice, considering the class was full of people who took sociology because they thought it'd be an easy grade and they didn't know what to take. She did a great job making people interested. Second teacher, well, the rumor was he'd come back to the school after going on some sort of pilgrimage. He was an interesting guy who taught a variety of social perspectives, one of which was Marxism, that I took a keen interest to. We were all engaged in class, and I was the nerd of the lot, so it was funny seeing a bunch of kids who'd once bullied me end up asking me for advice on sociology. A nicer memory to leave high school on. There was a bit of a red flag when he said he believed 9/11 was a hoax. He said he thinks that there's no way the plane's cold made the building collapse the way it did. It looked too controlled. I didn't think about this much. Also, he told my dad I was gonna make a big change in the world, quite optimistic tbh, and that I was a bit of a Marxist. Why? And told him I'd doodle on my workbook despite promising me he wouldn't. Why, sir? Dad would discipline me for drawing cause he saw it as a waste of time. Anyway, what happens 2 weeks after that parents meeting is he ends up failing an entire class of health and social care students. My best friend one of them. He taught them the wrong information to put on the assessment and they all got a big fat U. One day he gets pulled out of a class mid-lesson by the head of 6th form. He's never seen again. So what do they do to replace a great if questionable sociology teacher / terrible health and social care teacher? The next lesson, we are told that one of the most notoriously slacker substitute teachers is going to take over. We all walk immediately following the lesson, as a class, to the head of 6th form's office to complain. We don't want a substitute. We want a frickin' qualified sociology teacher. We take the class very seriously at this stage, and are a bit bummed we lost an interesting teacher, even if he faked up terribly on his other class. Next class they ship in a lady who seems to be a young university lecturer from Sweden, I think. English is clearly not her first language and she doesn't seem used to teaching classrooms. She treats it like a university lecture. We sit in front of slides every class listening to her drone on in broken English. It's really not engaging, and we can't pay attention. She gets quickly frustrated and takes this out on the class, sighing dramatically and looking generally disinterested in everyone except me, because being the nerd I would give her pointers for trying to make a good class. We couldn't just read words. We needed, well, to do something fun, like a discussion. I was more than a little bit nosy, let's be real. Anyway, she never could grab their attention, and instead made them feel like losers again. So by the end of year 13th, all these people who once seemed for the first time in their lives super interested in test subject told me after the final exam that they didn't care what their results were. I never saw any of them take the sociology school alongside me in the city's university. Whether this was because my uni required better grades or because they dropped the subject entirely, I don't know. But I feel really faking mad at what a lost opportunity it was for all these people. A class of interested students bored to death by a university lecturer who couldn't get her sheet together and blamed them for it. Point of course, university was equally boring as sociology lecturers are bad and boring and bad. They are not as asshole or lazy as politics professors though. Those guys are cunts. Scraped by with a 2:2. Did not become a Marxist prodigy and now work for a private maintenance company. Sorry Mr. Bramhill. First day of Cégep, a sort of middle school between high school and university here in Quebec, macroeconomics class. Another student comes in and goes straight to the teacher, explaining that his wife was due to give birth any moment, so he would have his cell phone on vibrate and might have to leave suddenly if he got the call. Teacher nods, says okay, and asks him to take a seat. Sure enough, 15 minutes or so into the class, the dude's phone goes off. He looks a little panicked and flustered, but announced this is it, wife is giving birth, gotta go. At which point the teacher launches into a tirade about how he does not accept early departures, lates, or no-shows, that if he left he would be better off dropping the class, because no matter how well he performs, he'll be failed for this one incident of leaving early, on the first day, when no learning will be happening. Guy gives the teacher a really dirty look, but packs his things and leaves. The teacher waits for the door to close, and then proceeds with another tirade about how we'd all better heed this lesson, no one should ever dare to go against his wishes, and then he proceeds to sit at his desk, pull a paper-wrapped bottle from his drawer, and take several long swigs. He then pulls a pile of papers from another drawer, and hands them out. We're looking at photocopies of his grading books over the last 4 semesters. We immediately note that the class average is an extremely low 13%. We look a little closer and see that the vast majority of his past students were given zeros. Turns out he usually doesn't warn people about his policies, just pretends all is well, gives you grades as usual, but then at the end of the semester reduces all those grades to 0 if you happen to have been absent, late, or left early. Several of us immediately headed to the registrar after class with the intention of dropping the class immediately. There were so many people who wanted to drop the class that after the first few of us did, the secretary started to demand that the rest get a form filled out and signed by the teacher, which required that they explain to him why they were dropping the class and get his permission to do so. Of course, he wouldn't have had a class left had he given everyone permission, so he refused the majority of them. We later found out that his daughter had married the dean's son, and so because of nepotism and cronyism, he would never see any consequences for being a complete incompetent ass, nor any consequences for his obvious drinking of alcohol during working hours in front of students. Needless to say, no one liked him after that. And we all did our best to make sure that everyone knew how much of an ass he was. So for context, my degree program is fairly linear, but even given that the school was fairly large, most of the lower level classes were only ever offered in order, i.e. 101 in fall, 102 winter, etc., pretty much all the way till you get to 300 level classes. So my second term of uni, I get into one of these classes with a buddy of mine. Apparently the year before, the teacher who had taught this course for like 15 years retired, and they brought a tenured upper division professor to teach this course. This is important. I knew something was up from the first day when the professor stated that we had better have read the textbook all the way through on the first day. It only got worse. The level of depth of the material for this 200 level class was far deeper than any of the classes I've ever taken, and this was years ago in my degree. My capstone wasn't even as in depth. There are around 110 students in this class, many of whom are professionals coming back to school because the companies they work for are paying for their degrees, and even they were lost. So the midterm rolls around. We had 4 hours to complete it. The first person was done within 30 minutes of it being handed out. The last person was done in 45. The test was ridiculous. Material we hadn't covered, filling in quotes from the professor of witty anecdotes he used in class. The next day we get an ML blast from him talking about how shitty we all were and how poorly we did on the midterm. He went on to say he would do everything in his power to blacklist our entire class. Apparently unbeknownst to me, a large contingent of the students, headed by the professionals I mentioned above, went to talk to the dean of the department. He failed the entire class. The average on the midterm was 30%. It was a 40% midterm, and you need at least a B to progress. There ended up being an injunction filed against him by the entire class, which only achieved to get the mark off our record. But mind you, this class was only offered one term of the year, so I had to push my graduation date back 9 months because of this one class. The only solace I had was tenured. They couldn't fire him, but the dean may have forced an early retirement on him since he didn't teach it the next year. TLDR. Teacher failed an entire class in university that was only offered once a year and set everyone back. In law school, I took an advanced legal representation clinic. We were doing group representation, so it was about how to help grassroots organizations form, develop, etc., and a lot of the focus was on the benefits of bottom-up organization rather than top-down. Essentially, it is better for those most impacted and most passionate to organize themselves with outside help if necessary, rather than someone coming in from the outside and saying, "You need to fix this problem, and I'm here to tell you how to do it. Power to the people, y'all." Well, the prof was a nationally recognized clinical education professor, etc., but he was just a sheet teacher, for real. So, we as a class met before class one day without him. He saw we were meeting, tried to join us, and we said, "You're not invited." So, we decided to take the classroom part of the clinic into our own hands, divvy up the syllabus, and team teach the class to each other, eliminating the need for the professor. We announced this to him, and he was okay with it, so we progressed throughout the rest of the semester much happier, and learning a lot more. Well, the next year after I graduated, I learned that the prof had just been published in one of the most prestigious law journals in the country about how his clinic class had taken his teaching so much to heart about the importance of self-organizing, that they had self-organized the class. He took our rebellion against an ineffectual and substandard teaching job and turned it into patting himself on the back for instilling in us the principles of group organization, that we had done it before his proud papa bear professorized. TLDR, my class took over from the inept professor and taught ourselves, and the prof ended up publishing about what a success that was for his teaching ability. Studied forestry in college. Most forestry classes were 4 credits. 3 1-hour lectures and a 4-hour lab where we went to the woods for the afternoon. Had a long-time research assistant teaching. Prof was on sabbatical that year. Professors in other classes were great about getting us back to campus on time or even early on lab days. This instructor could not get us back to campus on time once during the 10-week term. 30 minutes late was the best he could manage, usually 45 minutes. After the first 2 weeks, people mentioned that they had jobs, other classes, etc. after lab and needed to be back on time. Nothing changed. Still, we were at least 30 minutes late back to campus each week. This instructor would also lecture past the time class was scheduled. I understand this is college, and that lectures can go longer than the clock says. But that coupled with his poor time management on lab days, we starting leaving lecture early. It started with some of us leaving at the top of the hour when lecture was supposed to end. On Fridays we usually left halfway through, while he was in the middle of talking. He confronted the class about leaving early. Someone said, "You have such little regard for our time outside of this class. This course is not the only thing on our schedules." He got some bad feedback when review time came around. I don't think the school had him teach again. My first time in college, I had a history class with this professor, who was just really bad. Firstly, he set 3 different course books that we had to buy and didn't use a single one of them, jumped back and forth between different times and such constantly during his lecture, and contradicting himself quite a lot. Told us to study one area of our notes for a test or exam, and then completely different things would be on the test. Everyone in that class was doing poorly, even the history major who barely squeaked by with a C. By the time most of us realized exactly how bad he was, it was past the last date you could withdraw. Most of us wrote the president and others in the university's administration, but got what amounted to prepared unmeaningful responses, if we got anything back. Once we even tried to stage a walkout, but he found out somehow and just never showed up to class himself. We ended up just sitting there the whole class time just in case, at the very least, so if he came in late he couldn't mark us absent for the day. The next class session he came in with a sheet-eating grin asking, "What happened the last day?" A couple people piped up. "Yeah, what happened with that?" He stated simply that he'd been sitting here at his desk the entire time, but no one showed up. Almost everyone at that point jumped up and started arguing, but he waited until everyone got quiet and said, regardless of what happened, he just wanted to see if we were there today, but he couldn't teach today because he had an emergency supposedly. I didn't pass the class, and neither did anyone else. At the end of the semester, when we filled out the review of the class and professor, I don't think anyone had anything nice to say about him. He didn't get fired though, as he was tenured, and for all I know he still works there today, or at the very least is comfortable in his retirement. Let me clarify before anything that this teacher wasn't a bad person. He just made some very bad mistakes that hurt everyone. I'll call him Mr. Banker. So I was part of the IB program in high school, which is extremely intense and requires a lot of work, even for typically bright students. I had been getting A's in 9th and 10th grade. The program doesn't start until 11th grade, and even I had really bad struggles. One class we had to take was called Theory of Knowledge, basically a philosophy class, and we had to prepare a presentation either solo or in a group, which counted for our final IB grade. In other words, it was super serious. The length of the presentation was 10 minutes times the number of people presenting. We had, I think, a week to prepare. Mr. Banker tried helping explain to us how the presentation was supposed to go, but so many people were utterly confused, so it didn't help. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into that project. I had never stressed out on anything more in high school. And the day we were supposed to present, I also had an NHS meeting after school and a 3-hour-long senior picture appointment. We get to class that day and I just wanted to get it over with, but Mr. Banker says he moved the presentation date because people literally came to him crying over how stressed they were. He apologized and admitted how bad planning it was. Well, I was pissed because this wasn't the first time he had made a mistake. I appreciated that he apologized, but I was so fatigued the rest of the day that I had to take a mental health day the next day. It might not sound bad, but I have real traumatic memories from the IB, and I get shivers and short panic attacks from thinking about similar projects. This wasn't the last time Mr. Banker messed up, but it definitely ruined the entire class's collective mental health. TLDR, Mr. Banker made a big oopsie and intensified everyone's anxiety and mental health related issues. My CMA teacher, she was both director and teacher of program, so she set the rules. One of them was we only get 3 days off the whole year semester, which is fine with me. I rarely get sick. But that year I got the flu and had to spend my days to recuperate because she wouldn't give me any chance, especially since I wasn't her favorite. But that's not the faked up part. My niece and nephew live with me because their mother died, and my brother is an narcissistic dick and my parents work. During this time, my kids were young. They were 3 and 5. Now they are 7 and 10. And the day would go that I would drop the oldest to school and the toddler at a babysitter. That day went like normal, went to school and came home around 3. I went to get my little nephew from the babysitter, and she told me he was sick, that he was complaining of headaches and vomiting, and sent warning bells to me. So I rush him home, and the whole family went to the doctor. His ped was worried and said to take him to the ER, and there we found he had meningitis. Mind you, this little guy's my love in life, and seeing his 3-year-old little body looking so sickly still makes me sad. So that started the longest night for us. Me, mostly because he was, and still is, closer to me. So I spent the whole night with him, rode with him on the ambulance to the children's hospital, and held his little hand while they did the spinal tap to find out if it was bacterial or viral, which ended up being viral. So he just had to stay until he was feeling better. The next morning I had to go to school, even if I only had 3 hours of sleep. I had a test that day, but I studied while I was in the room with my boy. I went to my class and I stopped the teacher before the class. I wanted to ask her if after the exam, if I could quickly drive to my house and take a shower and change. I explained the reason and showed her the doctor's notes. No, the beach basically said that I took all my days, and if I leave I will be kicked out of the program. I was livid. My classmates were pissed and tried to argue for me, but I said okay. I went in the class, took my exam, got a 97, and went to sleep during class, while my best friend did my notes. There was an exciting event in our school, known as Exploration Day. There were many trips and individual students could pick which trips they could go on. Some trips had more available seats than others. The voting happened at lunch point. There were 3 days of voting. 8th graders voted on the first, 7th grade on the second, and 6th graders on the last point. For 7th graders, the most desired trips already had less available seats from the 8th graders voting. On top of that, my class before lunch was really far from the lunchroom hall, while one of the classes had their last period in the robotics computer lab, which is literally a room located inside the lunchroom. The competition to get the lunchroom was intense. Some kids with careless teachers were able to cut 5 minutes from class. Not our class though. My math teacher decided that, because some kids were putting their folders in their bags a bit earlier than they should, she held the entire class in for 5 minutes. I was still lucky enough to at least get a trip on the High Line and the Whitney with most of my friends, but a lot of other kids were stuck with pretty crap trips. TLDR, my math teacher held kids in my class 5 minutes after lunch started in her classroom, so that we couldn't select which field trips we wanted to go to. First off, my 6th form German class only had 3 students, myself and 2 girls. No one else wanted to do German, because the teacher was such a dickhead. He was always a horrible person and an awful teacher, but this really took the biscuit. Every lesson 3x a week. Since the start of term, we'd wait outside the class until he stuck his head round the door and asked us to come inside. He was often late to start the class, and I'd made the mistake of going into his classroom without permission early in the term and got yelled at for it. So when he didn't come out to get us at the bell, signaling the start of class, I didn't think anything of it. I stood and chatted with the 2 girls, and it got to 5 minutes past, 10 minutes past, 15 minutes past. We had looked through the little window on the door already, but didn't see him in there, so one of the girls went to check the languages office in case he was there. She came back and said no one was there, and as we were discussing what to do, he opened the classroom door and said, "Oh, that's where you've been hiding." He ordered us into the classroom and demanded our homework diaries so he could give us detention for hiding. I was furious and refused. He looked like I'd just punched him in the gut and sent me to the head of 6th form's office. I took my diary with me, explained the whole thing to the head of 6th form, and told him there was no way in hell I was going to stay an hour after school for something I hadn't done. We didn't get detention, and he hated me for the rest of the year, but I didn't give a shit. I knew the head of 6th form was on my side, so I made sure to call him out on his bullshit every time after that. I'm probably way too late to reply, but we had a university professor who was pretty much universally hated. The worst thing he did was schedule a mandatory health and safety lecture, which if you didn't attend, you wouldn't be allowed to do your dissertation project that accounted for 60% of your grade. Thing is, he scheduled it be at 2 PM on Friday and only emailed us about it on the Tuesday before at 11 PM. It was the start of the semester and no labs or classes had been scheduled for Friday afternoon. Many people had already made plans. Then, to make things worse, during the lecture he told us we would have to complete an online quiz before 4 PM that day. Failure to do so would disqualify you from doing your dissertation project. After the lecture, everyone piled into the computer labs to complete the quiz, and it wasn't online. We sent him emails through our student email accounts and got an automated "Your email has been received and I will try getting back to you within 3 working days." He tried with our personal accounts, telling him the quiz wasn't online. He replied saying it was. We replied saying no, it's not. And he replied saying he won't be replying to student emails from personal accounts. Eventually he stops replying, and 4 PM rolls around with everyone wondering what the fuck is happening. At 4:30 PM we get an email from him saying the quiz is now online. You may complete it by Monday, 2:30 PM. No apologies, no admission that he messed up. Not the first or last time that lecturer did something to piss people off because of the massive stick up his ass. Had to take biochem as my final prerequisite class for a graduate program I had just been accepted into, physician assistant. Everyone who had taken it at my university in the past 3 years, the length of this professor's teaching career, told me to avoid it at all costs and take it at another institution. Due to scheduling conflicts, I had no choice but to take it at my university. It was by far my worst experience in my otherwise incredible undergraduate career. I have always struggled with chemistry, it's why I was a biology major. Something about chemistry just never really clicked, so I was concerned when the professor sent out a 50+ page review packet of general chemistry topics to be completed before the first class a week before class started. I attempted to work on it, emailed her some questions, and she never responded. Thought okay, I'll talk to her about it on the first day of class. That's where things went south. First day of class, I ask a question about one of the review topics she brings up. She shuts me down hard. Tells me any and all questions we do not have time for in class, and that I will have to either email her or meet in her office hours. Her office hours are during my other 3 classes, and when I brought up that I had emailed her and could not make her office hours, she claims my email was trivial, and she assumed I had figured it out by now as general chemistry is a prerequisite for this course, hadn't taken it since freshman year, and I was now senior. Fast forward to the end of that week, when I finally decide to be late to my next class to make her office hours. I tell her what I need help with, and she responds with "You lack the basic abilities to do well in this course." That statement floored me. I'm an excellent student, coming to a professor for help, and this is what she has to say. I responded explaining how this is the last class I need to start a graduate program I had been accepted to the next semester, and she again responds with a rude statement saying you probably shouldn't have accepted the program if you knew you'd struggle like this. After that day, I got a biochem tutor. The tutor helped me through all of the flipped classroom homework assignments she gave us. I literally taught myself with the help of my tutor. After I turned in the first homework assignment and got my grade, I was furious. She took off a bunch of points because it wasn't the way she liked it. She was literally making shit up. My biochem tutor was a college professor herself at a different institution with the same exact credentials as her, and we checked my work multiple times. When confronted, she said, "I see why you wrote that and it's correct. However, I wanted it phrased this way. I'm completely understanding of professors being particular, but when I realized my other classmates wrote exactly what I had and missed no points, I lost it." Point I got with the other students. Only 11 of us 2 students dropped after the first homework assignment, and we decided to start compiling evidence against her in case we had to appeal the grade. Needless to say, we had an entire Google Doc full of logged office hour times and insulting things she was saying to the other students. She was so scattered and so incredibly rude. She did not deserve to be a professor. Fast forward to the final weeks of the semester. She singles me out in lecture and asks why I haven't been coming to her office. I flat out tell her I don't appreciate how she speaks to me. She responds with, "I'm just trying to be truthful, and coming into my office would probably improve your test scores." Thanks to my tutor, I finished that class with a B+ and wrote a very lengthy email to her department chair and the dean. This may not seem like a ton of stuff, but she was literally degrading her students in a 300 level course for asking questions, and even had the nerve to tell me my tutor wasn't qualified to be teaching me the material. I learned more from my tutor than I ever did from that professor, and here I'm a semester into my master's degree. I sincerely hope that the emails on top of the terrible review we wrote her gets her fired. Structures professor. She pulled so much bullshit in us, so here's just one example. We are all taking the final exam. It has 2 separate parts. At the beginning, there's a part of the exam that is closed book filled with mostly multiple choice point. After completing the first part, you hand it in, and she'll give you a second half of the exam that is open book, and those consisted of problems we had to solve. While everyone was taking the first half, there was a question that had a typo in it. The question was something like, which happens randomly or something like that, and there were 3 or 4 answers. Most of us gave it our best guess and handed in that half and began working on the second half point. While working on the second half, a student asked the professor about that question and the professor discovered the typo point. She then announces to the class, "Question X has a typo. It's supposed to say regularly, not randomly." Raised my hand and asked if I could change my answer on the first half of the exam, because that's a huge difference. Everyone else agreed. She then says, "No, you should have asked me about the question." She really just didn't want to go to the trouble. I can't tell you how many times my grade has suffered because of stubbornness and BS. I've had to submit a grade appeal against her just because she screwed me over a project grade via her mistake. I won the grade appeal. Yes, she has tenure. I have to take her again this fall for structures II, and I'm not looking forward to it. Oh boy. Everyone hated my econ teacher in high school. He tested us on geography of the whole globe, which he gave us like 2 days to study for. It wasn't part of the curriculum, he just wanted to do it for no reason. He would often interject about how the gender wage gap doesn't exist because women get pregnant and they should be getting paid less if they don't work. Basically, he would preach about his politics in a California public school, where I'm sure it's not legal. About 80% of class was spent watching The Office, yet he would still give us tests and quizzes and be disappointed when we did badly. This may sound like a great class, just getting to watch TV all day, but mind you, this was an app class. Most of the students were trying to pass the app microecon exam at the end of the year. To reduce their future college workload. He would take away points from your grade or even give you detention if you asked to go to the bathroom during the middle of class. I got detention for missing his class to go on a field trip for another class that I had told him about way beforehand. If you had food in class, he would just throw it away and mock you. This isn't the whole class, but one time he talked about skydiving in class, and I had just learned about terminal velocity in my physics class, and said something about it. He got really offended, called me a one-ape know-it-all, and started quizzing me on trivia to see if I was really smart. Like, I'm sorry, if a 17-year-old who just wants to learn hurts your ego and sense of intelligence, dude. I think the most annoying thing was when he kept reminding us that he was very unbiased and objective because he got a degree in econ, and econ majors are the most logical people on the planet. Because of him, I hate econ. I just wanna say a big fuck you to this walking thumb for teaching us absolutely nothing. I had a physics teacher during 7th, 8th, and 9th grade that was a beach. We were unfortunate enough to have her class be the last one of the day. She always kept us at least an extra 5 to 10 minutes inside her class so she could finish her lesson. Okay, fair enough. So most of the children used to take their bags with all of their stuff and books with them during class. Our school had lockers, so during the day and in between the classes we would keep everything in there so that we didn't have to go to our lockers and get them and then be even more late. But she wouldn't allow us to bring our bags in the class. We could only bring our books and keep everything else in our lockers. The thing is, the lockers were located in the 2nd floor and her class was located on the lowest floor. So after class you had to go up 2 floors, pack your stuff, and then leave in the hopes that your friends that weren't attending the same class as you were waiting for you for at least 20 minutes each time. But on top of that, I was the best student in my class. That meant that I had to take notes of who was present in the class inside a little notebook that was given to me. I live in Greece, by the way, in case this seems a bit weird to people that haven't heard of this system before, and at the end of each class the teacher would sign it. In the end of the day, I had to go to a little room, cut the page on which I had written down everyone, and then store the page in a little folder. The thing is that particular teacher would always forget to sign the page. So I would go looking for her inside the school so she could sign it. I would get in trouble if she didn't, and oftentimes, when I was done with that, the little room was locked and I would have to wait for someone to open up. That meant that in the days when her class was the last of the day, I would go home by myself without any of my friends, and my mother would freak out because I was super late. Also, on another note, out of all the students in my class, my physics teacher considerably liked me the most. Didn't really help with my reputation that the worst teacher liked me and that I was the best student in the school. I fucking hate her. We had a class trip to the nation's capital, Canberra, to see the new Parliament House and tour the old Parliament House too. Once we got back to Victoria, our English teacher wanted to have a class discussion about our trip and see what we thought. We were all a class full of some pretty radical left-leaning students. Most of our parents were lefties who had moved to / always lived in our country town, which has a bit of a reputation as being kind of arty and alternative. So we had opinions. We proceeded to criticize the amount of imported materials used in the building of the new parliament. We suggested showcasing Australian materials would have been more appropriate. We also had a bit of a go at the behavior of politicians during the question time. We observed they behaved like rowdy children in our opinion. Finally, we questioned the amount of money spent on this massive new building when there were so many social issues. We thought the money could have been better spent on point. Okay, so yeah, we were pretty idealistic, critical, and insufferable little sheets, but yeah, our criticisms weren't entirely unwarranted and unreasonable. Point well. Our teacher proceeded to listen to us having our whinge, while her face got redder and redder, until she exploded at us and yelled at us for full half a lesson about how ungrateful we were, and our politicians worked so hard they deserved a decent building to work out of us, and that this building is showcasing our nation to the world, so we should use the best materials available from anywhere around the world instead of sticking to the inferior Australian woods and stone products etc. And on point. The entire class lost a lot of respect for her because she solicited our opinions and then screamed at us that they were wrong instead of just having a sensible discussion about how maybe our expectations were a little over the top. So we all checked out for the rest of the year and didn't give a shit about what she had to say. Not a teacher, but an event. Sophomore girl got pregnant by her freshman boyfriend. We go to a private Christian school in the Midwest that has grades 7 to 12. Only about 800-ish kids in the whole school, and the largest classroom size is 20 kids to one teacher. On Thursdays, we had chapel in the school gym where we all sang religious songs for 30 minutes and then listened to someone's testimony. Except when sophomore girl got pregnant, suddenly she had to give testimony. Her testimony consisted of an apology to the entire school for getting pregnant, an explanation of how it came about, not the mechanics, but the "we're young and stupid and don't do what we did" thing. The doozy of a sex ed talk came a few days later. She then informed us that the school was very gracious in that it would allow her to stay there so long as she either kept the baby or put it up for adoption. If she got an abortion, they would basically expel her, since private religious school, or whatever. Frankly, it was mortifying and infuriating. The boy that knocked her up never had to speak or apologize. At the time, we were all too curious and mortified to feel outrage, but now as adults, our class is like, why the fuck would you ever publicly humiliate someone like that? Oh, and our school once went on lockdown for an hour because the school counselor mentally broke someone, and the student ran screaming for sanctuary until she hid herself in the theater costume closet. Good times. Not the whole class, but some teachers were unapologetically sexist. Would give the girls special treatment. Wouldn't believe the boys' word for truth. Girls seldom got in trouble, etc. One time there was a candy stealing scandal. The location of the prize box candy was well known, and some kids started to take some. I once asked my friend if he'd get me a blow pop or starburst, whatever. He obliged. Eventually everyone got in trouble for it, and we had to go to honor court. Essentially a group of teachers sit you down and label you guilty. I was a class clown, so there wasn't much sympathy for me here. Had one piece of candy, knew it was wrong to partake in this stolen candy fiasco, but they said to repay it 3 times over, which to them meant but a whole new bag of candy. This teacher was obese, definitely saved a lot for herself considering like 10 kids had to buy this much candy. Anyway, my friend pointed out that one of the teacher's pet girls had a pile of candy hidden in her desk that was the exact same kind of variety pack that was in the candy cabinet. Said teacher confronted her about it, but teacher's pet said she brought it from home. This girl consistently brought steamed broccoli for snack time and microwaved it, making the whole classroom smell like fart. There's no way her parents let her have that candy, no way it was from home. Of course, the teacher took her word for it. This same girl also fudged her way to getting recognized for the presidential fitness test. said she got at least 30 more sit-ups than anyone else in the class, something like 100 plus sit-ups in a minute for an elementary school student who wasn't even an athlete. I have 3 stories of this teacher, specifically, being sexist and not giving a student the chance to defend his side, but this post is already pretty long. TLDR example of teacher blatantly favoring girls over boys, especially the goody two-shoes teacher's pets. I think the computer science class, first or second year university. Much of the material is administered through an online portal, including the midterm. In the weeks before the midterm, the professor makes some practice questions available on the website. Most of the class uses these examples to prepare for the test. On test day we all file into the assigned computer lab to take the midterm. Not long into the test most of us have realized that practically all of the questions were lifted directly from the practice, with a few inconsequential changes. Because of this, most of the class aces the test. We all leave feeling pretty good about ourselves. Fast forward 2 weeks. The professor announces he suspects there was widespread cheating on the midterm, so the entire class would be retaking it. Today, we returned to the computer lab to take another midterm, which was harder and nobody had prepared for. The average mark on the midterm falls by 30 points. We protest but nothing happens. The grade everyone earned on the first test was dropped and replaced by the second. So to sum up, the professor was lazy and probably automatically generated a test not realizing it would be practically identical to the practice tests. Instead of realizing his mistake, he assumed the entire class had cheated right in front of him. This was the same professor who made us write code with pencil and paper in an exam setting. Not pseudocode. You had to print executable code by hand. This was 10 plus years ago and it still makes me angry. Where to begin? My English teacher was always tipsy. I'm talking I've seen her sober maybe 2 to 3 classes she taught. Then again she didn't really teach, just gossiped with the popular girls, and shared her awful dates with us. My Spanish teacher was a movie fanatic and anytime you quoted a line from a Mel Brooks movie, Stanley Kubrick movie, or Rosemary's Baby, he wouldn't shut the fuck up for the entire class just saying quotes from the movies. My history or Western civilization teacher I'm pretty sure was, or rather is probably a bit off-file, who nearly obsessed over this one girl in our class and let her get away with murder. Arts teacher was a good guy, but he's gay, and got constant shit for it from the older staff members, which lead him to just going on rants, or also drinking. Our principal was this hardcore Catholic nut who made us pray on our knees on this hard floor, and if he caught anyone on their ass or not praying, he'd start all over again. The school secretary pretty much hated kids and she hated almost all of us except for her son. I remember throwing up one day and went to the office to try and go home, and she gave me gum and a Sprite and said to get back to class to top it off. Our gym teacher was also the football coach and our entire playbook came from the Madden video games with the plays just renamed. High school was a lot of fun. Well, I'm an art student and I had this teacher that was the absolute worst. I had to take her for 2 classes because she was the only instructor. This teacher really thought she was hot shit and always bragged about herself. Oh, I worked for a famous recording artist, but I'm not at liberty to say because I'm under such a strict contract, but I'm kind of a big deal. Let me talk completely out of my ass about artistic concepts and contradict myself on multiple occasions. I'm Canadian blah blah blah. The whole class couldn't help but roll their eyes. She got fed up with us sitting down and taking breaks that she moved all of our chairs into the corner of the room and we were forbidden to use them. But the story that really pissed me off was when I was in her 2-dimensional design course. We had this dumb project where she printed pages from a book, Alice in Wonderland, and we had to create word poetry. We had to black out all the words we weren't using with black Sharpie and paint. Then we had to paint a design in white paint on top of the words. We had to make multiple rough drafts and we were required to have her approval before we started making the actual project. I'm not here to brag about myself, but I have been in the art program for a long time. For some people this was their first or second college level art class. I had already a bunch of experience under my belt, so therefore I have a better sense of layout and composition. As the days go on, she kept refusing all my poems and designs. She was constantly giving passive-aggressive speeches at the beginning of class that went something like, "Some people in this room have more skill, Some people lack skill, blah blah. Well, days go by and everyone has moved on to making their finals, while I'm still making rough drafts, because she refuses to approve mine. I had exactly 50 rough drafts and none of them were to her liking. She came by to check my progress, ended up telling me that my writing was so bad that my own mother wouldn't want to read it, so I snapped. I told her, not sure what your deal is, but ever since I walked into class you haven't liked me, for whatever reason, I'm not sure. However, it seems like it's affecting your ability to be a good educator. I pay for this damn class, and this is the shit I have to deal with. You and your class are a waste of my time and money, and if I'm not going to get anything constructive, then I don't see a need to be here anymore. I packed my sheet and left. Long story short, she sent an email to the school counselor saying I was disturbed, had to meet with her and explain everything. Went back to class. Teacher and I discussed that I'd still get an A for effort. Got my grade back, and it was a D. I then told her she made a mistake and had to fix it. She sighed and was sick of fighting me about it, so she gave me a B. So happy I'm not in her class anymore. I was in grad school when this happened. The professor was just an all-around jerk and loved to bully students. He lectured, insulted, and belittled people for a solid 5 to 10 minutes if he figured out that they didn't do the reading to his insane standards, and God help anyone who got caught out not doing the reading at all. The whole class finally revolted and complained to the admin after he did this to a guy who had come straight to class from the hospital after his daughter was born the night before. His wife had labored for almost 2 days, the time since the last class period this class met, and he stayed with her the whole time like a decent husband/new father does. The guy went up to the prof before class and told him he hadn't done the reading and why, and he said he would catch up on the reading before the next class. The prof just nodded and said okay, no congratulations or anything. About 90 seconds after that, as soon as class started, professor immediately called on the guy, who said, sorry, remember I said I wasn't able to do the reading since my daughter was born last night, and the professor's response was women labor for a long time and men should be in the waiting room for a reason. You should have done the reading then. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to support your wife and child, and you're already off to a bad start. And then he proceeded to lecture and belittle the guy for several minutes. His lecture amounted to telling this guy, who had been a father for like 12 hours, that he was going to fail at being a dad because he chose to be at his child's birth. Everyone was furious that the prof would stoop this low. About 30 people complained to the administration on the new dad's behalf. The professor did tone it down a little for like 1 or 2 class periods, but he was tenured and a big deal in his field, so nothing really happened to him. The new dad was transferred to another professor's section, so that's good, I guess. This was a long time ago, as in the early 90s, but in Finland, grades 7, 8 and 9 were considered a separate school for kids ages 13, 15-ish. I was in an experimental class of 13 people for those 3 years as was customary. We saved up money for a class trip/study camp-ish thing that would happen in the spring of the 9th grade. But when we started discussing where we wanted to go and where we could afford to go, we all disliked each other so much that we didn't actually want to go anywhere together. We had a meeting where we, for once, agreed on skipping the whole thing. And our teacher suggested we give all the money we had saved and begged for and planted trees for to some religious charity. This was probably the first time the whole class came together as one and pissed off idness at our teacher. Fortunately my mother was at the meeting and told the teacher in no uncertain terms that the money was ours, the kids, since we were the ones who had worked for it. Never mind that a lot of our parents had helped more than they probably should have, and that we were the ones who should decide what to do with it. We divvied up the money in 13 parts and everyone got to do whatever they wanted with it. We were more than happy not to go on that trip and then be rid of each other, and especially the teacher. Edit, added ages. A long time ago, when in art college, I had an art history professor in college who has pretentious as she was dense. Her entire semester was spent on her presenting us with the definition of art by forcing us to appreciate controversial works of art, Piss Christ, and some other BS performance stuff I've forgotten about. Whenever I or anyone else disagreed with the merits of some of the stuff she presented, she replied with, well, art isn't really so easily understood by some people. So at the end of the semester for my thesis, I did a breakdown on examples of work from my major in comparison to some of the stuff she presented over the months, with her definitions of art. I showed that really, it's not all that different, and yet she refuses to call anything else art. I ended my presentation with a performance piece of my own, where I sat in front of the class with a blanket, placed over my head by a friend who charged into my class, and then stood next to me. After an uncomfortable minute, I concluded that by her definitions, audience, intent, and meaning, that was indeed art as well. To which, she replied, yes, but it's not in a museum, and therefore not art. In a very unexpected turn of events that I did not at all plan for, the class went nuts, calling out to her, hey, I'm a film major. Film's not art. I'm an illustrator. Are my comics not art? What about me? My paintings aren't in a museum. Am I not an artist? etc. I was so moved and a little stunned at what was happening that the rest was just a blur. The professor tried to choke out a few words in her defense. The bell ended, and the semester was over. I Alt F4'd my presentation, grabbed my buddy and blanket and hightailed it out of there with a sheet-eating grin for the rest of the faking day. She gave me a CTLDR. Prof spent semester defining art and belittling me. I threw the question back at her with a painfully awkward performance piece that provoked her to say, if it's not in a museum, it's not art. Class full of art students, in a art college, reacted in anger to her comment. We were 3 different classes or programs taking a course together: network and system administration, software engineers and web developers. The class itself was operating systems. Since the contents of the course encompassed varying degrees of relevant information depending on which you belong to, we were told to focus on different things. The software engineers and web developers had a lab assignment and more complicated math than us from administration, NSA, so it was practically separated into 2 classes in one, the full course and the watered down course. Our 3 teachers constantly told us from NSA that you don't have to bother with this, and this isn't relevant to you, at least twice per lecture, which was not only confusing, but made it very difficult to pay attention. Anyway, while that's cheaty enough on its own, it's not the worst part. Remember how they technically split apart the course into 2 groups, rather than just making it 2 courses? Well, they did the same thing for the written exam. It included all the stuff from the lectures that we didn't have to care about, as well as theory and solutions from the practical lab assignment that we didn't do. Can anyone guess how many from our class passed said exam? I'll give you a hint. There was 40 something of us from NSA, and the number of students with a passing grade was a single digit. When I was still in school, there was an RE teacher who neglected to teach us about an entire topic before our mock exams in January. He then proceeded to put many questions about this topic in the mock exam, and strutted around the school telling all of the other teachers that we would all pass without a doubt. The first day of class after the exams, he came in and started to shout about how we had shamed him because we had failed his mock exam, and about how we made him look like an idiot. Nothing about our future, based on the exam scored. He simply spent roughly half an hour talking about himself, repeating that we made him look bad over and over again. Then, about 5 minutes before the class ended, a girl behind me stood up, held out the booklets and notes that we'd been given, and said something along the lines of, "Show us in my notes where we can find the topic that you're ranting about, because I certainly can't find it, and if you can't find it, that means that you didn't teach it to us." Slowly, he took her booklets and notes from her hands and flipped through them, looking for the topic that we'd all done badly on. There was no sign of it. He went red in the face, and then the bell rang, so he excused himself and told us all to go to our next class as he was walking out the door. Fun times. He was a terrible teacher, though. We had 2 different teachers for that class, and I recall that we did well on the topics taught to us by the other teacher, but nearly all of us failed his exam paper. I mean, there was a friend of mine in that class who had been studying the Bible since he was a child, also that he could become a minister, and he failed that class while he achieved an A in every other class that he took that year. Someone who is that passionate about a subject and who is that intelligent does not just randomly fail classes regarding that subject. In college I had to take an anthropology class for a gen ed requirement. Professor was horrible. She was grumpy and mean and wouldn't let you in the room if you were a second late, and she rambled on every topic forever. It sucked because I was actually interested in the topic of the class and wanted to learn about it. The syllabus was divided into 3 main sections. It was like racial inequality, income inequality, and gender inequality or something like that. But she never stuck to the syllabus, nor told us about any changes to the syllabus. Because of her rambling, we were still on the first section of the syllabus with only 2 weeks left in the semester. Like, yes, racial inequality is a big deal, but we were told we were going to cover the other topics too. She was also a horrible grader. We had 2 major assignments, a midterm book report and a final project. For the book report I did everything exactly how the rubric laid it out. I got it back having a whole letter grade deducted because I didn't relate it back to my own life, which was nowhere in the assignment description or rubric, and even if it was it wouldn't be worth a whole letter grade deduction. For my final project, I was emotionally done with this class, so I put in minimal effort. Right before submitting it, I realized I had basically done the entire thing wrong because I misread the instructions. I submitted it anyway because I didn't care or have time to fix it. I got an A, even though the comments on it mentioned that I did it all wrong. Turns out, the professor and the TAR split the grading. The professor had graded my midterm and the TAR grades my final point. Then I also had a chemistry professor in undergrad, again for a gen ed, who spent the entire semester trying to convince us that putting fluoride in public water systems was going to kill us all. In 2nd grade there was a known bully in our class. He also had a tendency to be a loudmouth and to disrespect our teacher, Mrs. Patterson. He was being rude and rambunctious one regular morning and Mrs. Patterson decided to stop him. She put him in timeout, which, in this case, was a small penalty box of a corner with a fake traffic light next to it and a game show style arrow. When she moved the arrow from red to yellow you could rejoin the class, but you had to be quiet. From yellow to green you were back to just being a regular student. In retrospect, the more I think about this the more it sounds like kind of an absurd way to punish people, let alone 8-year-olds anyways. Bully gets in timeout and then starts throwing a huge tantrum. Rather than dealing with the problem individually, Mrs. Patterson decided we should all suffer. So we all get sent to the timeout corner. Keep in mind there's at least 20 of us, and so does the bully. This resulted in quite a few disappointed kids and more than a few tears. Our class had a number of teachers' pet types, self included, and we simply couldn't understand why she'd decided to punish all of us. My theory now is that Mrs. Patterson was hoping the bully would feel guilty and stop. She was wrong. Well, he did stop in that instance. But he didn't stop being a bully, and he didn't stop disrupting class in the future. This is my first prominent memory of injustice. I don't think I'll ever forget it, because frankly it's just absurd. Just the logistics alone of trying to get 20+ kids squeezed into a corner don't make much sense. While I don't have any great justice served stories for the bully, I do have a mild one for Mrs. Patterson. She never tried that stunt again. My theory as to why is that the principal dropped by multiple times the following week and watched the class. So I can only assume her bizarre prison experiment reached parental ears, and then the principal's. Taking literally 0.25 points off my final project for not showing the end pages in my index when that's not how goddamn indexes work, and not a single other student did it that way, and no one else got points off. This was an app English teacher in high school, by the way, who the entire class collectively calls Satan behind their back because of how rude, unfair, snappy, and sexist they constantly displayed themselves to be. I'm now an English Lang and Lit major and Satan hated me most of all for reasons that I can only assume went something along the lines of me never trying to pay attention in class. I was a pretty shitty student, I'll admit it, and still churning out work they was happy or satisfied with. On every single paper or creative piece I turned in, Satan would give it back with just a few points taken off with the words "Really? Can't you do better than this?" scrawled in their stupidly thin red ink. Completely unable to provide any meaningful feedback or constructive criticism of any kind. On the aforementioned assignment where Satan deducted a mere quarter of a point on account of their own stupidity and error, I approached them, like I had many times before, and they were flustered, totally unable to provide me with a coherent sentence in the name of their rebuttal, let alone an actual reason of any kind for my imperfect score. They finally managed to wheel out "Are you seriously going to fight over a quarter of a damn point? Get out of my office, I have more pressing matters than this." I realized the futility in my efforts. This was Satan after all, and left fully discontented with my 99.75. In third year of my college accounting course, we were asked to complete an assignment worth 20% of our final mark that consisted of looking at financial statements and writing a report on ways to save them money or some shit point. In our second year, we took a class on how to write business reports. So we all grabbed our old textbook and notes and used them to create a report. The next week, our reports had been marked and returned to us. The highest mark in the class was 60%. No one understood how they did so poorly on what seemed like a straightforward assignment. One girl was particularly upset as she got the highest mark at 60% and definitely has gone overboard putting in a ton of effort on this report point. The professor told us how, unfortunately, no one in the class provided a proper accounting report. We had, apparently, provided business style reports, which are different. Somehow. To this day, I'm still not sure how. As such, we all did poorly. When we told the professor we followed what we learned in our class about how to do reports, her response was, "It's unfortunate that the college teaches you that way," and provided no further follow-up or explanation on how to do it properly. The girl who overworked yelled at her about how unfair it was, then stormed out crying. Class ended early that day. Nothing was done to our marks. The teacher was a pain in the ass before these event. I've since graduated, and every time I see her on the street, she avoid my gaze. I had an English literature teacher in my last year of high school who didn't teach. It was just bizarre. He would hand out something for us to read and tell us to read it, and then work on an assignment. For the entire year that's how the lessons would go. At some point we had a school administrator sit in on the class. Because of how rowdy we were, generally we were calmer and quieter than others in our year. He handed out some boring document that didn't really contain any information we didn't already know, and then he just sat there quietly. So we, bored out of our minds, started talking to each other because there was nothing else to do. And being a sizable class in a cramped classroom, it got pretty loud. So the administrator, who is a pretty good teacher herself and was only there to observe, couldn't take it anymore and yelled at us that we were giving her a headache and she was mad at us. I think it was that moment where we all collectively realized that we were all mad at her. There was a lot of yelling back and forth about our behavior, us trying to explain why we were behaving that way and how completely incompetent this teacher was at teaching, that we had important exams coming up and we weren't being prepared for them at all. And then she left and we never heard anything about it. We did get to go home early on Fridays though. We had that teacher the last 2 hours on Fridays, so we'd show up, collect a handout, and go to the library to work on our assignments and just left. The worst of it was that we used to have a great English lit teacher. She'd taken a year off because of a burnout, but she was eager to come back and teach us. However, for some reason I will probably never know, they would only hire her back if she also took back her position in the school administration, which is what she burned out on, and we got saddled up with this incompetent guy instead. I don't think anyone was mad at the teacher. The poor guy was in way over his head. His only qualifications as far as I could see was being a native English speaker. He definitely had never had any training as a teacher, and it didn't seem like he knew that much about literature either. First year German. First German teacher gets fired before I can even learn their name. So here comes the infamous substitute. This man came to class and taught us literally anything but German, and then made us take a 13-page test to gauge where we are at. Son, we are first years. We can say hello. That's it. Took the test to a nap with a group of us to get something done. We just want to learn, not take dumb tests we can't even read. Fast forward a bit. My brother is also a German 1 student. We work on homework together and compare grades in that class. One day we were doing just that, and noticed I had a question on some paper wrong, while the same exact answer on my brother's paper is marked correct. Okay, maybe it was a mistake. This dude hand graded it, wasn't any Scantron thing point, so we start looking at all our papers. Everything is marked willy-nilly. The same answer is marked incorrect on one paper and correct on another. Completely wrong answers are marked correct. There were so many inconsistencies that even my mother got pissed point, so we go to the guy and are like, what the hell is this? Are we even learning correct German? What's his excuse? He's been having one of the upper level German students grade the first year's papers. Oh, hell. No point if I wanted another high schooler grading my paper, determining my GPA for me, I would have asked. Thank you. Point. The kicker was that she was grading based on what she thought was correct. Thought. If a first year, who's had a hell of a beginning in learning German can catch the incorrectly marked answers, then this upperclassman obviously has no idea what they're doing. You don't guess at what you grade. Leave that for short/essay answer, not multiple choice or fill in the blank. That wasn't the last of the problems from this guy, but it was the biggest. But then we got our new permanent teacher and I've been studying German off and on for almost 10 years now. The permanent teacher really was the one who got me interested in something I was already interested in. And when I made my trek over to Germany I always had him at the back of my mind, wondering if he would be proud. Point. Thank you, Herrship. You were the best German teacher a student could have. Nearly 20 years ago, in my 12th grade honors level English class, halfway through the semester, one semester class, our teacher drops on us that we'll be taking an app test in a week and there is no preparation for it except for a practice test. She dropped on us that day, in the middle of the session with only the barest of warning. She explains it's not for a grade, but it is important, because it will tell us a little about how we learn and prepare us for college. The test is bizarre. Some questions are half a page long, they don't make sense to us, and to answer we're expected to write lengthy essays about topics we've never seen before. It's hard to explain, but imagine someone came up to you and started rambling on about a book you've never read, dissecting the philosophy or the plot and then mumbles, so, yeah, what do you think? That's what these questions felt like. Afterward we go over the test and discuss our answers, and it feels like we've got a better grasp of what to expect next week. Point. Next week we take the test and it's 4 times as long. We have 60 minutes to take it, and the questions were longer and somehow even less coherent. The whole class stops together on the first question to ask the teacher for clarification, and she loses her sheet, screams at us that we are making this more difficult than it needs to be, and we just all need to shut up and follow the non-existent instructions. This was insane, because we all typically loved this teacher and it's not like we were shitty students, we are the honors class. In the end, no one did very well, and it was never mentioned again. To this day, I have no idea what the fuck that test was. I don't know if this is a thing in other countries, but here we have a 3-week session period in which we don't have any classes, we only have our exams in. Well, at one subject my teacher decided that he can give us the exam on only 2 dates, either at the beginning of the period or at the end. He is supposed to let us choose any date, as long as there is no other exam in that day. Anyway, since this was the hardest exam we decided to put it at the end of the period, making sure we ask the teacher to give us the results as soon as possible. Since we knew it took him like 1-2 MO to send us the result to other assignments we did. You see, after the exam period is finished we have 2 weeks of vacation. If we fail one exam, we can go in the second week of vacation to retake it. Well, the 2 days transformed in 1 week, and he sent us the list. Well, on that list there were about 50 hundredths people who failed. No other grade. 5 days before exam he sends another list with the grades for those people, but that's all. And 2 days before exam he sent the list again with all the grades and 10 more people who failed. Those in the end had only 50 hours or so to study for exam, around 700 total pages. Obviously almost all of us failed, and after going to the Univ Council we managed to kick the teacher out of our further exams. He was still teaching, but he couldn't examine us, and we ended up having a third exam that was not in autumn. Had an English/social studies, like history 100 class, teacher, and she created a slave/lord system in class for trivial sheet. So slaves are back of line before exiting room, no teacher snacks, and other tasks like cleaning the blackboard, resetting room for lesson plans etc. Everyone picked a roll out of a hat and the lords were given money and a few lords owned 2 to 3 slaves. The slaves got the labor. The lords could ask you to get their coat in exchange for payment and good treatment. If they wanted they could release you after you've made a certain total predetermined amount, like indentured servitude, but many of them would cheat you and raise the price for stupid reasons. After a couple weeks, we all got tired of the bullshit and started telling the lords to get bent. Lol, we were ruthless 6th graders. The last straw was when the teacher proposed only lords use desks and the rest of us do our work on the floor. We were not having it. Some of us stole from the lords fake money. Others asked to borrow money and pay back in friendly favors from other slaves or former slaves, and some outright intimidated other students to be left alone. Eventually the teacher got bored of watching us squabble and ended the seemingly months-long exercise. It couldn't be more than a few weeks long, but it felt like an eternity. It was a real bummer for the slaves. We could make no class rules and the lords could. The lords eventually realized they couldn't control the masses' free will though, so they gave up in trying. After exhausting every sneaky opportunity to assert dominance, was an interesting exercise, and I would have hated the teacher, but she was in her early 30s, and was the finest thing I had ever seen in my 12-year-old life lol. In retrospect, fuck her. I had an English teacher when I was 14/15 that was generally liked by most people. She never liked me, and fair enough. I never gave her reason to. I'd been moved from a higher set into her class, and she taught at a level which I frequently found boring. 4 months to finish of Mice and Men. I was one of the few students who used a laptop in class and I frequently finished the assigned work, then just diced about on the laptop. So I understand her not liking me. In the April, I broke my leg quite badly. As a result, I missed some lessons. English was on that list because I was awful on crutches, and English was taught on the 3rd floor, and there was no elevator. After about 3 weeks of missing class, I decided I was brave enough to tackle the stairs. I went for it, and it took about 10 to 15 minutes. I start making my way along the corridor and make it to the door. I opened the door with just my exhausted looking face and upper body leaning round it, so no one in the room could see my leg or my crutches. Suddenly Ms. Beach pipes up, "Oh hello there, send me biscuits BLS. So lovely of you to join us at long last." And 15 minutes late no less. Hardly surprised at you being late. And this continues for about 2 minutes as I catch my breath and let her dig further and further. The bit I took offense to mostly was her having a go about how I'm always late. I was many things to that class, but rarely if ever late. I then hauled myself around the corner, showing my bright blue cast and crutches. She looked mortified, and the members of the class who didn't know why I was missing for that long suddenly had murder in their eyes looking at her. I wasn't well liked in school, but I'm glad to know I went with a group of people who didn't like the idea of a teacher berating a crippled kid for being late after hauling us up 3 flights of stairs. Our history teacher was really one of a kind. The definition of a narcissist truly. First day of school he would brag about being a very organized person, and that he planned by the minute our whole year, yet at the end of the year we needed 2 more classes to go through everything we learned during the year to prepare for our big exam. Why did we need 2 more classes? Because he believed that sharing his vision of the world with us and how he would save the province with his political ideas would be more important. He literally stopped mid-story to say, "Oh, we are never going to have the time to study if I keep telling this story. Whatever, I taught you very well during the year, you guys should be fine," and continued telling us about his life. He also had to cut 1/3 of the exam questions because he didn't have the time to tell us about that subject during the class, which he realized his mistake while we were taking the exam. Imagine the amount of stress the whole class had when we read questions we had absolutely no idea about. Some of his stories were how he got arrested at the USA border because he tried to sneak in wine when the Canadian and American dollar had the same value for a day. How paper plates make his life harder, a specific touristic attraction in our city that he hates, and his love/sex life. When I was in middle school, our regular bus driver, this huge friendly woman named Darlaws, was absent one day, and she had been replaced with this youngish woman who clearly had very little experience. It's important to note that Darlaws had been our bus driver ever since elementary school, and she really knew how to keep us in line. So anyways, back to the story. It was the end of the day and everybody was heading to their respective buses for the ride home. We generally had about 15 minutes from the time the final bell rang until the buses would leave the school. It could be a bit of a tight window for some of us who finished classes on the opposite side of the campus, but Darlaws would always wait if she saw some of her kids coming late to the bus. As our substitute bus driver turned on the engine, somebody spotted a little 6th grader desperately running trying to catch the bus from across the parking lot. The bus driver put the bus in gear and started heading towards the exit despite the fact that many of the kids had started yelling that this little kid was running trying to catch the bus. The bus driver ignored us and continued to drive off. We slid open the windows and kept encouraging the little girl as she kept running after us. She eventually made it to the bus door as we had stopped at a red light literally right next to the campus. Satisfied, we all sat back down in our seats and expected the kid to be let on the bus so she could ride home with us. But the bus driver refused to open the door for the kid. The sub got on the loudspeaker and cited some rules saying she wasn't allowed to let anyone on the bus once she had left the school. Okay, so I'm sure this is a very important rule, and as an adult now I can totally understand where she was coming from. However, as the 11 to 14-year-olds that we were not going to be let down after we had just screamed our heads off for this kid to catch the bus only to be denied entry when she was standing literally outside the door at a red light. We went mad out of our minds for the rest of the ride home. As we drove away from the little kid standing on the sidewalk, students stood up, started throwing stuff, and began chanting and screaming that we wanted to go back to get this kid. The sub kept driving most of the way home, occasionally getting on the loudspeaker to tell us that we needed to calm down, until it got so out of control that the bus driver ended up pulling the bus over and calling the school to send someone to come deal with the riot that had developed on her bus. She got off the bus, locked the door from the outside, and started crying while she waited for the vice principal to arrive. Basically, in an anticlimactic ending, the VP arrived, told us to calm down, and explained that the kid's mom had picked her up. We calmed down and let the sub drive us the rest of the way home. I ended up being about an hour and a half late getting home. My parents had been so worried it led to them buying me a cell phone. Anyways, we never had that sub again. She was probably fired, even though she was following the rules. Bummer TLDR substitute bus driver refuses to let kid on bus after she chased the bus down, leads to the entire bus rioting. One of the teachers at my high school was a complete mess. Disorganized, constantly absent, always losing our assignments, and slow. She was probably in the middle stages of early onset Alzheimer's or dementia, as she had reportedly been a competent teacher once upon a time. When she did manage to teach anything, she'd go off on wild tangents about literally anything someone in class asked her. Someone once started her on an entire class about the history of racial slurs, and with a little egging on why they weren't bad to use. She wasn't racist, she was just insane. Well, one year the district started a new psychology class for juniors and seniors, and, for some reason or another, she was assigned to teach it. She had absolutely no idea what was going on, and in the first semester we never made it past explaining the syllabus, never mind actually learning any psychology or opening the textbook. So without any assignments or tests to give us a grade, she decided that she'd randomly assign them. 20% would get A's, 20% B's, 20% C's, 20% D's, 20% E's. I got a C. Needless to say, that didn't fly, and after some parent complaints, or, more likely, the power of high school football players randomly failing, it was all whitewashed by someone in charge and everyone ended up with an A. We still got 3 more semesters taught by her later that year in her regular history class. The only assignment she managed to give out one semester was a crossword puzzle. No tests, no papers, nothing else. Someone didn't do this and had managed to convince her to let them look through the papers to find theirs. They then took mine and literally just crossed out my name and wrote this. They got an A, and I got a 0% that semester. Luckily, she had no idea what was going on, so all it took to get the grade changed was telling her she wrote the wrong thing, then filing the grade change form myself that same day. I believe she was finally forced to retire 2 years after I graduated. I had a terrible English teacher my sophomore year of high school. We had a project that consisted of choosing 8 out of 20 projects, essays, dioramas, family trees, etc., all based on reading that had been assigned throughout the year. Everything was due all at once, and one of the mandatory projects of the 8 was like a 6-page essay about a book of your choosing. The teacher starts class the next day by claiming that she had started her grading the night before and discovered that the first 3 papers she graded were all plagiarized, so she stopped grading. In disgust, she then gave us the option to pull out projects that we had worked on for weeks and forfeit the grade, or turn it in and fail the class if we had plagiarized. Now, here's the key: she never told those who had been graded who they were. So leaving your work turned in was a risk that she already knew you'd plagiarized. Everyone pulled their projects. Everyone but me, that is. I knew I hadn't plagiarized because while I'm lazy, I'm too lazy to cheat and have to make the effort to cover it up. I never got my grade for the projects. The whole thing was a ruse on the teacher's part to keep up busy for a semester, then get out of grading a massive project for 20 students. Everyone was pissed about the time wasted. I was pissed that she was such a lazy bitch. Edit. I kept to myself that I had left my project to be graded, so no one in the class knew that I didn't get a grade. She asked me after class why I didn't pull mine, and I told her I knew I didn't plagiarize, to which she got visibly frustrated. Everyone else walked on eggshells for the remainder of the semester, and I basically put my feet up and relaxed. Second post, I just remembered I had a teacher who showed PowerPoint on a projector and talked the whole class in a monotone voice. He was about 82 years old. It was his last year. I think he was starting to lose his marbles. The first test, I fail. And a lot of people did too. One guy got so pissed he made a scene and left. The thing was, and I'm not exaggerating, the answers had to be word for word what was on the PowerPoint. A lot of people figured this out before me, and by the second test were cheating. It was a cheat for all. The teacher was so old he could barely see, and so you just see everybody cheating, looking down at their phones and whatnot. I think me and like 2 others were the only ones not cheating. One of the kids who didn't cheat ratted on the kid next to him for cheating. The cheater admitted it, and the teacher just allowed him to take the test again at a later date, and he got an A. It was almost a blessing to get caught cheating. Here were 3 tests, and if you got an A on the second you didn't have to take the third. Well, guess who the only 3 people were there on the final? This time the teacher was right over our shoulder watching us. I still didn't cheat, thinking I'll just write everything word for word and remember it. Well, I failed. Took a summer course and made it up. Weird times, man. Art GCSE. I always loved drawing as a kid, and as soon as I started this class I stopped it all. The teacher told us we were so behind we had to come in for during our break times and work. My dad had to come into my school and complain because I stopped eating because they didn't allow food in the classrooms, and I was there all lunch. She said I could eat in there, but that lasted 2 weeks when some other kid brought in 3-course meal whilst we were trying to do work and eat on the go. A lot of other kids stopped eating too because of this. The final thing that teacher did was really shitty. So, over the 2 years you accumulate all the work you've done in a sketchbook and hand that in as well as your exam piece. 2 weeks before the hand-in date for the sketchbook she wanted to tidy it up. All my artwork was glued in, and she just started ripping it out, which obviously went horribly wrong, and my work was just ripped to shreds. Other kids took the piss out of her for it, so she had a go at me for it. I heard after the 2 years she did with my class she went to teach in Romania. Thanks for cheating on me and leaving. Not a single teacher, but many educators contributed to devastate morale of my class. In middle school we had an annual class ski trip. We all loved and looked forward to that trip, but one year, a mystery student committed an atrocity. They pooped in the urinals. Not once, not twice, but 4 times. An assembly was held, and our class was berated because no one confessed to the crime. so they took away our ski trip. The mood was abysmal. We were ready to murder the urinal cake maker. But then the day of the trip rolled around. Because the school was very small, the high schoolers went on their ski trip the same day. Enough teachers were shared between schools and went on the trip so that they cancelled class for middle school that day. The urinals were clean, the building was locked, and the day passed. We returned the next day to find the urinals overflowing with solid waste once more. With no possible criminal, our school finally realized they had mistakenly blamed us for a sewage backup issue. We received a single "sorry that happened" over the intercom from the principal. When students asked if we would get a make-up ski trip, we were told absolutely no, because life just isn't fair. TLDR. Our ski trip got cancelled because our school thought we were pooping in the urinals. They found out there was a plumbing problem and told us sorry, life isn't fair. I might be late to the party, but this was at a private Catholic school, which meant that teachers and staff had much more authority over near every aspect of our lives. First, one kid was suspended because he was wearing his uniform after school hours when he was shopping at a 7-Eleven. No real reason, just that he misrepresented the school. We are also required to take theology classes, and this also replaces sex ed. One of my friends was in this class with me and was/is openly lesbian and agnostic. The class was assigned group projects on how birth control works and is bad Catholic school. Teacher accused this student of distracting herself with inappropriate images because her section was below paragraph. I'm not sure if this is specific to me or sadly just common, but I happen to have a score of friends who've struggled with suicidal thoughts and actions. One such person recently had a friend die in a climbing accident, and this ruined her mental health and school performance. This all culminated with an attempt at ending her life. The assistant principal asked her into his office and had a half-hour conversation with her that consisted of accusing her of not focusing on school and that she should be ashamed for going from averaging 90s to averaging 65s. She left the school the following year. I didn't do well on the math placement exam for my school. Ironically, I'd been working on calculus in high school, and the exam was all pre-calc, so I was a bit rusty point anyway. As a result, I was placed in a class that had an extra hour and was supposed to be to help us catch up. This is important to remember. This was the class for students who had been struggling a bit, and it's an engineering school, so this sheet really matters. Our professor went over everything really quickly and was super unclear. Open bracket. He also had a thick accent and subpar English, but that's forgivable. If you asked him to repeat anything or for help, he outright refused. He constantly reminded him that I don't care if you have to retake this class. Many of us were electrical engineering students, and it got so bad that the head of the electrical engineering department took time out of his day to help us review. Except that he was really just teaching us. I managed a C in that class by some miracle, but I'm pretty sure most people weren't so lucky. I'm pretty sure that C put me near the top of the class grade-wise. He'd also sometimes test us on stuff he literally never went over, and he has one positive review on Rate My Professor that beaches about how lazy his students are in broken English. The general consensus is that he most likely wrote it points, so yeah, our entire class loathed him, and he left a very negative and discouraging impact on a lot of us. Which is a really shitty way to start out your engineering student career when you're already possibly struggling. Some point on the plus side, the head of my school's electrical engineering department is awesome. Huge props to him. My faking senior year of high school. I had the worst sub you could ever have. She was an older woman who was really short and had bug eyes. My teacher for the class she was teaching had a family emergency the last 3 weeks of the first semester, which in the US is the most relaxing time for school because it's just after Thanksgiving and right before Christmas. We also typically don't have much to do besides study for semester exams anyway. We come back from fall break and this beach from hell is in our classroom. I recognized her from another class she subbed and got extremely upset because she was super rude to us then too. She would make us just sit at our desks doing nothing after we finished a 10-minute assignment. Typically we were sitting there for 40 minutes, 10 minutes for the lesson, 10 for the assignment. She would not let us read, do other homework, listen to music, or play on our phones like other teachers would. This sucked for me, especially because this was my second hour, and I would typically sleep to be refreshed for my real classes, since this one was super easy. The Beach literally would slam binders on the desk to make sure we wouldn't doze off. The second day I tried to get away with it, and she stood over me and clapped until I sat up. While I was protesting, like half the class said, the other teacher would let her sleep, since she always got her work done, and always got 90s, or above on the assignments or tests. My peers recognized how good I was at that class, and defended me, and she still was adamant on her rule of us not doing anything after we finished an assignment. We all hated her. We all complained. We all tried our best to make her day hell. And she also gave me a 4900ths on my semester exam, when I know for sure I got at least a 9500ths, because I checked my answers with someone who did get that grade, and I had the exact same thing as them. I faking. Lothar, yes, I know you are not supposed to sleep in class, however every other teacher would allow you to, as long as you didn't distract others, or if you have your homework done. This Beach was just bitter and wanted to power trip. Back in high school, there was this one teacher that just seemed awesome. He was cool, funny, really encouraged interaction in the classroom. He made learning fun. Then one day in the middle of the school year, we found out that he had quit. Then we found out that he'd actually been asked to resign. Then we found out that he'd been asked to resign because after class the week before, he'd kissed one of the female students. We were all pretty shocked by the incident. One of the other teachers came in to replace him for the rest of the year. This boring, obnoxious guy that was known for long drawn out lectures and mostly reading from the book. On his first day of class, he felt obliged to address the situation of why he was there with the girl who had been victimized right there in the room with all of us. He proceeded to lecture us on how students should behave with teachers. He shared with us a story of his own experience, where a female student had been so overjoyed by a grade he'd given her, that she spontaneously hugged him, and how he'd frozen up, because he felt the embrace was inappropriate. Long story short, he made it clear that he felt that students shouldn't touch and do things with teachers that could give the appearance of something more. The whole lecture was a poorly veiled hint that he thought the girl had instigated the kiss. The female student immediately broke down crying and ran out of the room, wounded and embarrassed and victim blamed. Her best friend stood up and began yelling at the teacher, telling him what an asshole he was and what he should go do with himself before leaving to check on her friend. All the rest of us sat there pretty much stunned and disgusted. Nobody knew what to say. The rest of that class was awkward and uncomfortable because nobody wanted to participate or even look at the guy. We hated him so much. And to make matters worse, the school administration kept him going as our teacher for the course for the rest of the semester because there wasn't anyone else to cover. He had to walk into that room 3 times a week for months and be glared at by everyone because we absolutely hated his guts. I was in an intro to accounting class that's required to get into the business school, and on top of that, you had to do somewhat well in it as you needed a 3.0 average out of 5 classes to be admitted to the business school. This class was always awful, but people who took it the year prior basically told you how to get an A. Well, of course, we got a brand new professor. The class changed a lot, but it was literal hell. We were in one of the bigger lecture halls on campus with a class of 400. She would stop lecture for people in the back talking, people being on their phones, etc. If you tried to take a picture of her slides, which were all 100% torn from the book verbatim, she would run and hide behind her lectern until you put your phone/iPod down. Now, my favorite part was an email she sent us. It was wordy and went on to tell us as a class that many of us have diagnosed and undiagnosed AD/AD, and she explained each of them. I still have this email, if anyone is curious. Lol. The reason she was on my sheet list was for changing seating charts 4 to 5 times, and one time being the day of the exam. I went to one building, was told that I wasn't there for the exam, but at another building a good 10 minutes away. I would email her a lot around exams asking how to study, etc. But no matter the amount of studying I put in, I think I did like 20 hours or so, to the second exam I still only got a 72%. Out of my group of friends in this class, I was the second highest out of 6 people. Also, her homeworks would take 5 to 6 hours to do with a group of people. Yeah, well, she completely changed the course the next semester again, and it was even worse. Attendance quizzes, assigned seats, and no electronics. Thankfully, she was fired after that semester and I switched out of being a finance major course. Fact that I went to a private high school. The lunchroom was run by a private company who would split the profits with the school. My sophomore year, the lunch prices nearly tripled overnight without warning. The upperclassmen decided to organize a school-wide protest. They created a Facebook group to inform everyone. For the freshmen, whose network at the school wasn't as extensive, the seniors brought a bunch of bag lunches and sat by the lunch line and would tell them that they didn't need to pay the high prices, just take this lunch. Most accepted. The next day, the disciplinarian sat in the lunchroom and anyone who offered a free lunch to freshmen would automatically get a detention. He then tracked down the organizers of the Facebook group and gave them multiple detentions for causing disruptions. It was nonsense, but the damage was done. For 2 weeks basically nobody bought a lunch, and then they returned the prices to normal. The disciplinarian said they changed them on the promise that we wouldn't do that again. The students were outraged both at the detentions and the threat that we better not do it again. We started a petition for an official apology from him and the school. That lost steam fast until a few teachers caught wind of it and decided to back us and sign it. Then parents started to get involved. That was the proverbial straw, and finally we got an apology and actual praise from the administration at our ability to organize for a common cause. I'd like to say it was to help protect lower income families or to help fight back against price gouging, but really we just didn't want to pay $15 for chicken fingers. That was the wildest 3 weeks of school. I had a college instructor, first time teaching, who marked my programming assignments with great work, 6/10. When asked how I could get full 10/10, he would explain it how to do it, to what I thought was an equally valid but complicated way to program something, but was not the way he taught it. I would point out he taught us the way I did the homework assignment, so he then offered to remark my homework if I wanted to do it that way. Great, right, hand it back in, and receive 5/10. What the fuck? Ask why did I get 5/10, and then he would explain that he taught it a different way in class that he was expecting, and suggested I do the assignment the way I first handed it in, when I pointed out I did the assignment the exact way he taught us in class and the way he was expecting it, but I only received 6/10. Which is why I redid it, under his suggesting of doing it the subsequent way. His response would be along the lines of 6/10 is a great mark, why would you redo it? All year was like this. The head of the program had to come in at the end of the year and boosted/curved every 1 mark because the class average was a D, even though apparently most people got a B+ or higher on the final. Other instructors marked the final, but homework assignments had dragged down every one final grade by quite a bit. I luckily came out with a B+ in the end, but that course was so stressful. Would always show up late. Called people out in front of the class for non-important things. Called me out for having bad handwriting, and then marked me down because the problems were not in the right order. Relan all about almost anything. Would snap at you and get defensive if you ask a question. After the first test, half the class dropped. I talked to a few of the kids and they all agreed that it wasn't worth it. I stuck it out, and she failed me by like 2 points. I took the same class again with a different professor and really enjoyed the class. Later found out that she is dying of cancer, so everybody felt sorry. To be honest, she shouldn't have been working. The medicine was making her crazy, and she looked malnourished. I thought maybe she was tired from grading the sheet out of papers every night. Lesson learned. Drop the class early and get your money back if a professor shows signs like this. Some professors are easier/better/nicer/more lenient/not going through health/family crisis. I remember taking a geology class for an easy A lab science. First day the teacher says that he takes geology seriously and will be hard on us because he knows kids are taking his class for easy A's. I walked out during class, went up to the administration desk and dropped that sheet. I switched into a different geology class with a different professor that same day and passed with an easy A. Our English teacher was an odd woman. She'd give us a coloring sheet and make it worth 1/4 of your grade, but make tests open note and make them 10 points. So we had this online program for our homework. We'd get little essays and have to do the questions for it. The essays were pretty easy for me and some other students to read through pretty fast, and we would get through an assignment in 10 to 20 minutes typically. Well, this woman decided that she didn't like that we went through it so fast. She stood up one day and told us she was changing the system. Now, we had to go through and spend 45 minutes doing these assignments. Since they were timed and she could see what questions we were spending time on, she assumed that we were just going through and not reading them. If you didn't spend 45 minutes on each assignment, or if you were just waiting until 30+ minutes had passed to start, she would give you a 0 on the assignment. It pissed all of us faster readers off a lot. We now had to spend time bullshitting when we were doing good without these requirements. It's not like we all were cheating off each other either. Each lesson had multiple sets of questions randomly generated points. Some of the questions you didn't even need to read the passage to answer either. So she'd flag you for answering a question too quickly when the question would say, which of the following sentences is a metaphor? How the fuck am I supposed to spend 7+ minutes on this question? High school biology teacher. First off, his grading scale was based on 6 points. So 94 was a, 93 was B+, etc. down to a 75 being an F. That's bad enough to get a lot of the class pissed. But, as the lab reports were almost all subjective, there were a few things we had to have in there, but for the most part, he graded us on quality, to identical papers, as lab partners may end up with very similar ones, could be an A and a D point. He also assigned seats to the class. If one were to walk into his class, one would likely about 36 kids, all around 13 years old. If one looked closely, one might notice that the entire front row was girls. If one was the type to notice these things, one might also notice that the front row also tended to be more, developed. If one looked at the grades of the students, one might notice that the front row had straight A's, while the rest of the class averaged around a C point. I'm not saying he was a pedophile. I'll leave that to you, the reader, to decide. Unrelated, but on a personal note, that C made me go from I'm gonna be a straighter student and go to a good college with a scholarship to, well, shit, if this is how college is, I'm just gonna get a high school diploma. Bad teacher to have as a 9th grader. By the time I went back to college, I realized that even the worst professor, and I had some bad ones, was nowhere near as bad as this guy. Found out years later he was advised to seek other opportunities, but nothing stuck as far as the whole pedophilia thing. This one screwed over the whole school and a couple girls a little more literally. This teacher was one of my favorite teachers when I was in high school. He taught a medley of history classes. One was a class he made the whole curriculum for called Russian history. We are in America, because he had a PhD in it. It was interesting and fun, and he made jokes about being a communist, which you'd think someone teaching us about the atrocities of communist Russia would be joking about being, especially since he was Lithuanian, and taught us about the Russification of Lithuania. He was always really friendly. He hung out with the jock guys, and talked to them like friends. He was always really laid back. He didn't really grade anything except for you understood the material type stuff. Russian history was one of my favorite classes. He was probably the favorite teacher in the grade. He was a deacon of his church and knew like 7 languages. He had 2 masters and a PhD. He collected cool old books and old radios. He was a super cool guy. Well, after I graduated, my little sister had him for class. He told them he had been diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer and would probably be gone by the next year. The school was devastated. Everyone pulled together a huge fundraiser, selling bracelets and shirts for him. Everyone heartbroken and shocked. They raised somewhere like $10,000 for him for chemo and medical bills. The whole community pulled together for this teacher everyone loved. Then the shit hit the fan. It turns out, he was a little too friendly with a couple of the girls. One he was sleeping with, and she graduated and left him. He never talked about his love life or girlfriends, except that he had one, and then that she left him, and he was depressed. We all assumed she would be a mid-30s woman, and he was just a private guy. Well, he started preying on a new girl, who was already a disliked outcast kid always getting in trouble. She didn't really have anyone to turn to and kind of thought it was cool and rebellious to be with the favorite teacher. Then girlfriend -1 got a new boyfriend. He lost all his shit. It turns out, he never had stomach cancer. He made it up to guilt girlfriend 1 into feeling bad for him, and to get her to stay with him girlfriend 1 still left, and he told everyone about it because he's insane, and loved the attention. Girlfriend 2 went to a teacher about it after the cancer thing, and my art teacher, who was the real best teacher, she had tea parties for us in a small advanced art class and genuinely cared about her students. My sister and a couple of her friends all started collecting evidence against him. They got girlfriend 1 to share screenshots of their texts, girlfriend 2 to share texts and offer her testimonial. They got the paperwork for his fundraisers and the money he accepted. They got the dates he was with these girls, that they were under 18. They went to the administration about him. Administration didn't believe them. He was close friends with most of the staff after all. They thought it was horrible to accuse him of lying while he was dying. They got more evidence and threatened to go to the media. Suddenly the administration investigated him. He lost more of his shit under scrutiny. He started bombarding girlfriend 1 with death threats, threatening to shoot up her house and kill her new boyfriend. He started texting her crazy ramblings about American capitalist pigs and how he was going to kill her boyfriend then himself. He got arrested for the threats and accepting the fundraising money, though sleeping with the girls wasn't something they could prove apparently. The whole school was turned upside down when it all came out. The news came and interviewed students and we were all over the local news for having the crazy communist teacher who slept with 2 students, lied about stomach cancer, and collected the fundraiser. 2016 was a fucking wild year for our small quiet Massachusetts town. TLDR, beloved teacher turned out to be compulsive liar, a communist, slept with 2 girls, lied about stomach cancer to guilt 1 into staying with him, and collected the $10K in fundraiser money. I'd say the whole community was pretty pissed off. I went to a small middle school. My graduating class had 15 kids, and we only had 2 teachers for all of 7th and 8th grade. They were both new teachers, so they were constantly behaving like they had something to prove to their superiors. One day, we were in class when the neighboring teacher comes in and asks to talk to our teacher at the time. They both come in several minutes later and start asking if any of us would like to admit to the destruction of school property. Everyone looks confused because most, if not all of us, even knew what they were talking about. Of course the classroom is silent and our teacher says something along the lines of alright, we are gonna find out either way. Come with us outside. So both the entire 7th and 8th grade class are in the hallway and the teacher calls the coach in and has everyone do a wall sit, a workout where you hold yourself in a seated position by pressing up against the wall, while all of us are confused and wondering who did what to make the teacher so mad. Now, this isn't a super strenuous workout, but it was definitely something that was more exhausting to the less fit children. While some kids were laughing that we were being made to do this, after 10 to 15 minutes or so, the heavier kids were visibly struggling and whimpering. It was really a generally easy workout, but there was some kind of sadistic motives behind it just by the creepy smiles they were giving whenever they saw someone struggling. Eventually, no one confesses and we are all tired and frustrated at the teachers and go back to our class and start asking among each other what happened. It turns out at the start of my 8th grade year, the walls for the school had just been painted a god-awful neon baby blue color, but it was something the school was super proud of for some reason. I assume it's because he rarely got money for renovation. One of the students was sharpening a pencil and got a little bit of graphite on his/her hand and wiped it on the wall. So, this whole 30-minute charade was driven by the fact that someone wiped graphite, which would only take a damp tissue to clean, on the wall, likely an intentionally point that, combined with tons of other antics from these teachers throughout the year, ruined our trust in them and lowered morality for the entire middle school to the point where no one even cared to say goodbye to them upon leaving to high school. TLDR teacher didn't believe my bad hearing force me to sit an exam that would hurt my hearing, and I quit school because of it. The exam was my mock exams that happen in Feb. I never finished my second level education. I'm 24, so pretty rare, all because of one teacher and a series of events from the years before. I was 17 at the time, and have always had hearing problems, something I live with. Now in Ireland you have to do what is known as a listening exam for both Irish and whatever language you pick. For me it was French. During these exams you would listen to a segment and then answer questions on it. So far pretty simple, but they had a real loud drawn out beep at the end, and the stereo it was on was always set to maximum because of idiots at the back saying it wasn't loud enough. Now here's where my hearing problem comes in. Any loud drawn out sounds and hissing sounds like S and PH sounds hurt my ears. The teachers knew this, and during class, would lower the volume when the beeps were about to happen, but in the exams they wouldn't. I tried to get it changed, but my French teacher said I'd be fine. So I missed a day of school, missing the start of the exams, to get a hearing test done, booked a couple of months in advance, and got an audiogram done to prove I couldn't sit it. Now the next day I come in and have the French listening exam after 2 p.m. Hand in my stuff to the guidance counselor, the one who recommended me to get the audiogram done and get on with my day and do the 2 exams I had that day. Went up to the office and asked to be let home as I had proof I can't do the exam with the beeps and need to sit it on my own with a teacher changing the volume. The French teacher and VP, who is now the principal and no one respects her, not even the other teachers, come out and tell me I have to sit it and I'll be fine. Went home after with my head ringing and having trouble hearing things. Told my mum and told her I don't wanna go back, and she completely argued with me. All of this didn't help the fact I was still mourning the loss of my dad from 7 months before that, and the fact my brother had moved out leaving me as the eldest in the house looking after my grieving mum and 10-year-old sister who was very upset still from losing her daddy. I've got to, if that's alright. We were reading a book about the Little Rock Nine in high school that was written by one of the original students, and our small town, southern white teacher's Ed was reading out loud to our mildly urban class as we followed along. Rather than censor herself, she proceeds to recite one of the most hateful passages I've ever seen from a book, which was from the perspective of a spiteful white person hollering about the main character, which the teacher all but screeched with disturbing energy. All of this vile rhetoric was displayed in front of a primarily black classroom, and as a white male I was rather embarrassed to be present during this. She didn't see anything wrong with her decision and nothing ever came of it, but this stands out to me. The second thing was when the teacher of the same class decided to fail the entire class on an awkward essay/project fusion. We had to write with limited understanding of a new database that apparently held plentiful resources on various subjects, of which nobody seemed to understand how to access or use. The teacher was little help and the students grew disheartened quickly in the midst of the new rules to our writing, some form of collage citation nonsense. I've never been to collage, so I can't pretend to know. Some people put in their best efforts and were still failed despite their efforts. Tom Segura said it best, some people suck. Around 3 of us had been out around the whole day, having participated in a quiz competition. When we got back to school and checked the time, we were pumped, since it was physical education hour. I play football, cricket, basketball w/e. Mind you, this 1 hour is a big thing, since we would be spending the rest of our time learning organic chemistry, physics, biology, a whole bunch of crap in mathematics etc. So the 3 of us walk into class to dump our bags before leaving to the ground, and lo and behold, our chemistry teacher is standing there with looks that could kill. The whole class is unusually silent, and some of them were shooting daggers at the instructor. We realized something is off, and as we take our places I casually ask loudly why weren't at pen. Holy shit, the looks I got from my classmates made me realize I had asked the wrong damn question. The teacher states loudly, "Enough questions. Take your seat and open your books." The whole hour went by with her teaching various concepts while posing the most basic questions to us, and no one bothered to open their mouths to answer them. Everyone just sat there glaring at her, not taking notes or doing anything productive. She noticed that we had P.E. and took the class for herself to cover a bunch of topics before our internals. A few of them argued against her, and people started losing their temper. We are normally very friendly with the teacher, since she is very laid back, but that day she managed to piss off the entire class, even those who liked her a lot. My drama teacher in high school was such a child, and surprised she lasted as long as she did teaching. She was 1 year out of college when I was a freshman, and she was an absolute train wreck. She tried relating to all of us in a pretty fellow kids fashion about 90% of the time, which basically totally undermined her own authority when she tried to be taken seriously. But most notably, she wouldn't start her grading until the last week of the grading period, so nobody was allowed to turn in any late work less than a week before the end of the quarter. Then she would procrastinate and not finish the grading. One day, she took a half day off, telling us she would be finished her grading that day and be back at school by 4 PM for our rehearsal. She arrived at 5 PM, crying, wearing sweats, and told us she hadn't finished the grading. She also regularly took what she called mental health days, when she just decided she needed a break. She also cried during school hours semi-regularly. TLDR stopped accepting late work 1 week early every quarter because she's a procrastinator. Showed up 1 hour late to her own rehearsal, crying. Undermined her own authority by trying to be the cool teacher. Got mad when nobody took her seriously. Periodically took 1 or several days off without giving notice to the students in order to deal with the stress she was under. That's a question I can answer. We currently have that teacher. I could tell so many stories about pointers. Class starts at 8:00 am, when pretty much everyone is still pretty tired and only physically present in the classroom. To avoid teaching a bunch of potato sacks for the rest of the morning, he introduced us to the ball game. The rules were quite simple. We gather in front of the room, form a circle, and pass all types of balls to each other. The game is over as soon as some boy failed to catch, and then this person would have to clean the blackboard in the end. Well, our teacher realized that this didn't work as intended, so he began to pass all types of objects into the round. One morning, we played that game again. Now, this time he didn't just pick something hard to catch. No. He picked up that huge as glass from his desk and threw it at me. I just looked up and thought, whoa dude, what am I supposed to do with that thing? It was at this moment I knew I faked up. It felt like some epic slow motion scene from a Hollywood movie while watching the glass falling into thousands of pieces. After we had a good laugh about it, the prick of a teacher told us to clean it up ourselves so he could continue with the lesson. This happened in a business school. He didn't make many friends that day and lost a glass. Boy howdy, 4th grade I spelled divide without the E at the end and was chewed out. I had just moved to town, where a town 15 minutes away was called Divide. Still, what a beach. 10th grade French teacher. I didn't do jack shit in class or homework, yet I got a midterm B, while a girl who worked her ass off got a D. This let loose a deluge upon him. My friend brought in a fuzzy toy pig that walked. We insisted letting the pig walk from door to desk, stopping and snorting every few steps. We made a blatant point to purposefully get kicked out of class every single day. At the final I walked into class and expressed such joy. He asked why and I said, because it's the last day I'll ever suffer through your class. Aren't you happy too? He was not, apparently, and when handing out the final he tried to refuse giving it to me, but accidentally handed a girl in front too, which she gladly handed me one of. When the teacher saw, I put my hands on top of it, so when he took it, it was ripped in two. Next thing I know he's cowering behind his desk, and I'm standing over him with my fist raised, like, black outrage. He called the office over intercom saying I'd be up shortly. I talked over him telling him the principal needed to come down to the classroom. She wound up taking volunteer students to a spare room to do the final. A fair amount did. The next year he was offered a janitorial position. His wife, another teacher, divorced him. Pretty FK and sure he couldn't even speak French. We watched a lot of movies in that class. This is a few years ago now, back when I was in year 9 in 2007, in English. I'm in one of the top 2 classes, and our teacher is one of those super old school types who expected you to know everything, without him having to teach it. He was also super into giving out detentions and odd punishments for misbehaving in class. For instance, he once told me to go outside and count how many bricks was on the opposite wall, all for getting up. to get a tissue from the back of the classroom without asking. Basically the biggest douche canoe out there. This all comes to exam time, where he had made up an exam on Shakespeare's Macbeth, which we had only been given at the start of the week, and was the first full Shakespeare text we'd ever read, so many of us had trouble following the storyline. Everyone begins the exam, and glancing around the room you start to see the AntiCheat faces form. The test was ridiculously hard, and we weren't allowed to use the text. At the end of the period, and into lunch, everyone is beaching and complaining about the test. Even the brains of the class didn't think they'd pass. The rest of the week continues on, and the next week on the Tuesday we sit down in English and notice test papers on his desk. He's sitting there with the most smug attitude and smirk on his face that you can tell he's enjoying torturing us over these tests. Once everyone's in the room, he begins to call people up to his desk and out loud for the rest of the class to hear. He gives out our marks. I shit you not, about 5 people got a 0, another 5 to 8 got 0, 10%, 10 more got 10, 20%, 1 or 2 got roughly 30%, and the top placed got 39%. Not one person in the entire class passed, 50%, and the next day 10 to 15 of us walked into the deputy's office and refused to go back to English while he was still teaching the class. We had endured 8 months of him treating us like shit and enjoyed looking down on us while we were trying to ask for help. So this was literally the straw that broke the camel's back. Point in the end, he was no longer allowed to teach English and was moved back to woodwork/metalwork, which was his specialty. We were taught the rest of the year by the English head teacher, and still to this day I absolutely despise anything to do with Shakespeare. Yes, and ask credit I can answer. So, ever since middle school I've been placed in exclusively honors level courses, basically courses that have the same test as the normal one, but you move faster and cover more material. But because of some scheduling issues I was forced to take American history 2 as a standard course. Standard courses are full of the kids that don't give a shit and consistently disrespect whatever adult they see. The teacher was clearly a nice lady, but she had a real hard time pulling herself together and not showing when she was losing control. For example, one time there was an alert on everyone's phone that there was an escaped convict running around in the neighborhood across from my school. First, she got mad that everyone's phones were going off because I can control involuntary emergency alerts, right? Second, she told everyone if another phone goes off then everyone's getting suspended. Finally, her phone went off, and she read it, and was immediately mortified. She closed the blinds to the windows in our classroom, locked the door, and started having a panic attack like there was a school shooter outside the door. So it's safe to say she's an overreactor. Now to answer the opus. This one time, we were having a lesson on the state of the meatpacking industry in the mid-1800s. Around the time books like The Jungle were igniting social activism. During the lesson, an especially rude girl asked to go to the bathroom surprisingly kindly. The teacher told her no, and that she could wait till the end of the lesson. The girl waited patiently. After the lesson, she asked again, and the teacher told her no, because we are gonna be assigning groups for a project. But then you can go. So again this girl sits there, using her hands like the Hoover Dam to hold the pee in, and waits patiently. The class starts getting rowdy at this point, because the teacher is old and white and the girl is black, so yeah, no racism. So the groups get assigned. The girl asks again, and the teacher flips her lid, and tells her he's only 15 and not s left it in CLS why are you can wait. The class loses their sheet and starts lifting desks and just throwing random sheet for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the girl pulls out her phone, and sends a quick text to someone. I shit you not, as soon as the class came down from their riot, the front office rang into the classroom and said Mrs. Name, could you please allow girl's name to use the restroom? The class roared. Teachers were complaining from the other end of the hallway that someone's class was being too loud and they needed a resource officer. This girl texted her mom to call the school to tell the teacher to let her use the bathroom. Needless to say, the teacher walked out of the room crying in rage, while the class threw a bigger, louder, more violent riot. Sorry for any mistakes, I'm on mobile. Thanks for reading. During my time in college I had to take a technical writing class from someone who had multiple repeat offenses as far as pissing off the whole class went. Her first big thing was that if you were 15 minutes late to the start of class, all your assignments due that day were counted as failed, and you were marked as absent, even if you had a valid excuse. I live in Alaska. Weather gets cold during winter. Roads get covered in ice, and when both roads going to the college get blocked by car accidents, she still counted several students absent for it. She would also regularly be upwards of 10 minutes late herself. Secondly, everything we did in class was peer reviewed. None of us had a clue what a good assignment looked like in her eyes, but she would have us peer review each other's work, then turn it into her for a grade. When people started getting bad grades on assignments because they didn't meet her standards, people were obviously going to get pissed. This got brought up in class a lot to her. She didn't care whatsoever. Finally, the just revenge we all wanted came in the form of a very sad story at the end of the semester. An older woman was taking the class, was trooping through the whole thing on her own. She came in 20 minutes before the final class, sat all her stuff down, and pulled out her final project, a 20-page paper on why the campus should have some extra student amenities. 10 minutes before class starts she gets a phone call and leaves. Teacher comes in 10 minutes after class officially started. The lady comes back into the class shortly after. Unfortunately, and I kid you not, the clock showed 15 minutes and 40 seconds after the start of class. The teacher would not accept this lady's final project worth 40% of our grade. She ran out crying, and several students followed her to make sure she was okay. She was not. The phone call had been someone informing her that all the earthly possessions of her daughter, who had died in a construction accident a few months prior, had been stolen from her home somewhere in the southern states. Anything that she could have kept to remember her daughter by was stolen, and, even after explaining the situation to this teacher, the teacher refused to accept her final project. So we all signed a petition, and took it to the dean of the school, and they made her accept the final project from this woman who worked so hard on it. As far as I have heard, the teacher's strict rules on turning in assignments have been permanently altered. I wasn't the best at life planning in college and I took a ton of darkroom photography courses. I was good at it, so it made sense, right? Well, I took a digital photography course to feel more well-rounded. The professor, in general, was a mess. She brought her dogs with her every day and left them in her minivan. While she taught at 2 courses, she had a laptop that we had to manually upload our files to via flash drive to turn in any assignments. Imagine a line of students waiting with flash drives for 30+ minutes. And the desktop of her laptop easily had 50+ icons scattered about. Overall, though, she was okay. Her sense of design left something to be desired. I still remember her doubling over laughing because a kid edited his dad to look like a mariachi with clip art, and she thought it was a masterpiece. So what pissed everyone off, now that you have background, is that she, plot twist, lost our entire semester's worth of work and subsequently all of our grades. It didn't matter that she had given us essentially grade receipts, because she said those could have been forged. So we had to turn in all of our work again, or receive a 0 for each project not resubmitted. Thank God I knew better then, as a dumb college kid, not to delete anything but some people in the class got diced real hard. Just as a side, a personal dislike I had for her. I was graduating, and had my exit show, gallery showing of my work, to prove I didn't fuck around for a few years for nothing, and I invited her out of courtesy and she gave me this grimace face, like she just smelled something bad, and told me she wasn't into pretty much everything she did. She was mad at us from day one for not already knowing the material, and complained about all the other professors not having already taught us her subject in our other classes. She also told us she hoped nobody would make an A in her class, then on tests she would count things wrong just to lower your grade. I could point out in the text where the answer was clearly right, and she would say, "Why did you have to look it up? You should have known it on the test." Oh yeah, that's why I got it right on the test, and am showing you in the book to back up my answer. She would never correct her mistakes on the tests. We also had a semester-long project. It took us half the semester to even understand what she wanted from us, because she wouldn't explain it, just referred us to the syllabus which was unclear. Finally we get it all done and turned in and think we can forget all about it, but it turned out there were questions on our final about specific figures from our projects. She gave my partner and I a 0 on our project because my partner couldn't remember any of the figures. She's a nervous test taker at the best of times, and we didn't know we needed to memorize them and left them all blank, so she thought only I did the project. Plus she used one of those plagiarism checking sites, but she didn't really understand how it worked, so she said we plagiarized our report too. I offered to meet with the department chair, the dean, whoever she wanted to help straighten things out, but she ended up giving us credit for it, and I never heard from her again. And then there was the time we went to class and she asked us to hand in our assignment, which we had never been given. She said she emailed it to us, then said the whole class was lying about not getting the email, so we'd all get a 0 point. That was a rough semester. Started a course at university 3 years ago now. Dropped out this year right at the end of the final term with no chance of passing. I give myself 50% of the blame at him, the other 50%. Well, 50% might be harsh, but I'm still amazed to this day he's not been sacked. I'll give a shorthand list of things he messed up over. My duration there, I'll elaborate if people want to. Ran one of our 6 units in first year and would regularly turn up not knowing what he was supposed to be doing that week, stinking like the pub. Gave the year above us a uni book to reference from for their programming unit that he was running, then proceeded to fail 50% of his class on plagiarism for using references from said book. Was placed on paid suspension after our first year for being inappropriate around students and things he'd been saying on his personal Facebook. Was forced to delete over a decade of his Facebook posts by the uni faculty. Bragged to students at our annual Gamma Gym about getting paid during said suspension, but not having to mark any exams. Ran our directs lectures during my second year, although he admitted himself he couldn't actually program anything in directs. Basically told us to follow tutorials on the internet and ask older students for assistance. Also regularly showed up 20 minutes late for these workshops at the end of marking one of my pieces of coursework. Put I'm afraid it's a fail for this one, and marked me below the 40% threshold. Had the work remarked, and it came in above 60%. Only attended roughly 1 out of every 6 of our workshops for console programming. We reported him about midway through the year. Nothing was done about it, and he still didn't attend any more of them than before. Openly encouraged students to take Sparks 1s home to use as dev kits from the uni, then stated he'd vouch for the few people who took them home so they'd be able to keep them, basically saying he'd help students steal. Suffice to say roughly 1/3 of the people overall on my course failed at least 1 year at uni due to his incompetence, and he thoroughly killed my enthusiasm for game development. I'll certainly never work in a game studio for as long as I live, even though it had always been my childhood dream. Edit. Formatting. I have 2 stories. The first didn't happen to me, but to my sister. We shared the same history teacher, though. He always let his personal problems affect his work. One day he was particularly pissed at something, giving students their latest test back, and one poor guy who had changed schools that year. We had only 2 private ones in my hometown and he came from the other one. Politely asked if the teacher would go over the questions on the test with the class. The guy went apeshit, like really screaming. I could hear him from my own classroom. He asked the guy if he thought he was a bad teacher, like they have in the other school, that never before he was questioned. If he would do something he was supposed to, that he was not incompetent, called the student stupid among other names. People recorded that. Smartphones just started being a thing back then, but surprisingly, or not, nothing happened to him. He was laid off for repeated complaints a few years later. Some years later I'm in college. A few courses shared the electromagnetism class, so we had 4 separated classes following the same program. All tests were the same and each of the 4 teachers would make 1 question. Electromagnetism had something around 80% failing rate. Move on to our first test, and it was not extremely hard. Most people got passing marks or above. Those 4 teachers, instead of being glad most students took it seriously and studied, were pissed. They claimed the only reason a lot of people got good grades was because someone must have leaked the test and cancelled it. Now you imagine over 350 students filing complaints about it to our college administration. They backed off once we threatened to file a legal suit. There was one kid who was a total sheet in class, just being generally disruptive. But he was well liked. One day, the grade 5 teacher lost his sheet and threw the kid up against a locker. Everyone was in an uproar. The school didn't do anything, not even a suspension. There was only a month left in class for the year, but the next grade, more than half of my classmates transferred to another school. We went from having 2 full classes, 20 to 25 students each, to one class of grade 6 students with around 17 to 18 kids in college. This one was probably my fault. We were learning VoIP in my undergrad technical college, and spent the entire semester remembering bit rates and other such trivia about VoIP. At the time, it was still super new. I had a ton of experience in VoIP, even writing patches for an open source PBX, so I knew what the fuck I was doing already. But on the second to last day, the teacher, who was generally bad at his job, asked how he did. I responded honestly that I didn't think the course was of much value as it didn't teach anyone to actually configure VoIP equipment. In a technical college, you learn how to do things instead of the theory generally, which is a different tack than a big university. They got expensive Cisco equipment and licenses for free so that they would teach their equipment. I told him that I wouldn't feel comfortable setting up a PBX or call system with the knowledge I learned from class and would only be comfortable because of the knowledge I had before. So on the final day, he scrapped his whole teaching plan and built a lab for us all to configure the PBX. The exam was all on the massive amount of information that he stuffed into one single class. Once in Catholic grade school, my class's teacher was out for some reason. I guess they didn't have a sub available, so the principal was watching the class. We were all moved to her office. There she proceeds to let us sit on the floor and watch her eat her lunch. After about 5 minutes, the computer teacher came by and asked what was going on. When the principal said they are watching me eat, the teacher decided to let us use her computer room to play on the computers. One more. The principal was actually a nun. I didn't hate her after the lunch incident, but there is another worse incident that made me despise the whole school and regard all nuns with suspicion. One morning before school began, my brother defended himself in a fight. The other kid punched him in the nose, and he was bleeding pretty good. Both kids were taken to the offices, but my brother was the only one that was bleeding. The other kid who started the fight had to sit in the principal's room with her until his parents arrived. My brother had to wait in the offices until our mother arrived. My mother arrived maybe 30 to 45 minutes later, and at that point the blood had really accumulated on his white polo shirt, which was part of our uniform. Maybe 2/3 of the front of the shirt was dark red from the blood. Needless to say, my mother was livid. The principal is raging at her that fighting, even in self-defense, is prohibited, and my mother is raging at the principal that it's not okay to let her child bleed onto his shirt for the better part of an hour. Fortunately, that was a last year at Street Dominic Point. I still don't trust nuns. Late to the game, but it warrants a share. Junior year high school, French class. Teacher gives us a college level group assignment. Syllabus states that we are to have 4 class days, 3 computer lab days, and minimum 3 days work outside school. That's about 2 weeks. To get this project done, she wanted it done by the end of the following week, and it's Wednesday. So we have half the time allotted given out rotating schedule. The class argued. She just brushed it off and told us it would be fine. We got 1 lab day, 2 class days. She threw a test at us randomly in there, and then when the due date came, 3 of the 5 groups failed. The other 2 got a 62 and a 68. She spent the rest of class chastising us for not using our out of school time wisely, including telling kids on sports teams that those are trivial activities that come second to success for kids, including me. Walked out of class and demanded another class, refusing to return to her room. The rest of the class that stayed the remainder of the year fought her on every assignment, most of them barely passing. It wasn't until the next year that the school cracked down on her bullshit, because those kids moving on to the next level of French knew nothing of where they should be, and other teachers had to reteach the previous year's stuff. She was later fired when it came to light that her resume was bogus. She let it slip in a class that she didn't actually have a degree. She studied fashion, minored in French, and what she knew was from traveling France working with Janice Dickinson in the 80s. Oh boy, this is a fun one to answer. I'm not sure if the whole class hated him, but you tell me if I was right to hate him. Point: my geometry teacher was strict in all the wrong ways. He wants us to decorate our notebooks, and if not, he will throw them out while it was raining. When we have to practice our piece for something I don't remember, he made us do it outside while it was 40 degrees C, under the sun, mind you. Towards the end of the school year, he did this stupid thing where he told us not to move, else he'll dock our marks by 1. I was slowly losing my sheet over him. Then he told us to open our mouths and keep it open. I just opened mine slightly until he noticed me and said, "I said open your mouth, fatwick." I just stopped giving a fuck and opened my mouth as big as I could and pretended I was going down on someone. We have this clearance thing where we have to complete certain things, full notes, or lab reports, etc., to actually pass the class. His was a 10-page essay on how our experience was in his class. All I could remember was putting "fuck you" in the last 7 pages or so. It sucked though, since I couldn't give it to him personally and had to pass it on to someone else so they could give it to him. My parents said I might have gotten sued for libel. At that point, I didn't even care. Guess it's a good thing he didn't, since he couldn't afford to sue someone on a teacher's salary. Point: there's plenty more stories I have about horrible teachers, but this guy made me furious the most. Point: guess it's more fun to be a mid-2000s student in the Philippines. Edit. Fuck you, Sir Gurnet. I think that's what I wrote in that essay. It still applies here. My last year of primary school, my teacher decided to make tests a competition. At random we were put up against another student, and whoever got the highest score got a point. The student with the most points would get a biggest trophy. If somebody won by a landslide, they got an extra prize, a cheap toy or some candy, and a bonus point. If both students failed, they'd have to retake it until there was a winner. The top 3 geniuses turned into complete pigs that year, to the point where they'd laugh and openly made fun of somebody who was struggling with the subject if they were put against them. The teacher treated students that hadn't scored any points yet like they were stupid and told them almost daily that if they cared and if they tried they would at least score a point. At the end of the school year, a lot of students who were average purposely tried to score lower on tests to give them some of their pride back. The kid with the most points got praised into the heavens the last day of school. That teacher gave a speech that seemed to last forever about how this kid was what we all should be, and that we just tried to be just a little bit more like him, that we would grow into healthy, functioning adults. He ended that speech with, "You will all go on to walk different paths of life, but this won't be the last time you see insert kid's name. He will be your boss, maybe even the prime minister, the scientist that cured cancer, and you will all look back in this year and wish you put in more effort." I think mostly because it was one of the last days we'd be at that school. We all had enough courage to do something. We booed, cursed, threw everything we had close by at that teacher and the kid. Some students ended up trying to throw their chairs and tables at them. After a few other teachers got involved, and we all sent home, and letters were sent to our parents detailing what had happened. He promised stop the competition because jealous students and the lack of improvement in the losing students' grades. I ended up as 7th out of the 15th students. I sure as hell didn't suffer as much as the 5 lowest scoring students, but I already thought it was basically hell. I doubt the kid who won really benefited of it either. From what I've heard of old classmates that went to the same school, acted pretty much like he was the next Einstein, even though he was one of the lowest scoring students in his year. In my computer engineering course in India, we had a teacher who was supposed to teach us Java and Android programming. We had only 2 hours assigned per week for this subject. In the first week she told us that she was going to make us practice enough during the class itself so that we wouldn't have to study for the subject at home. We were all newbies to Java and Android, and she knew this. During the classes, she would pick a new topic from Java or Android and make us prepare a presentation in 15 minutes and present it in front of the class. We had never studied the topics before, so we had a hard time preparing the presentations. More than an hour and a half would pass by the time all students had presented their presentations. And hardly any knowledge would be gained by other students as the presentations weren't clear enough because they were prepared in a haste. We would hardly get 30 minutes to do actual coding. After a month of this, the teacher suddenly asked us as to why hadn't we become experts in core Java. Now core Java is a topic that takes months to master, but this lady wanted us to be masters in it by practicing for only 0.5*4 equals 2 hours. According to her, asking students to make presentations on unknown topics at the beginning of the class was an innovative method of teaching. She would tell us about how she hated other teachers' traditional way of teaching and how she was being innovative. Needless to say, our whole class came to hate her and her innovative method of teaching. Last semester, one of my professors decided that our final grade would come from a scavenger hunt instead of an exam. The scavenger hunt ended up lasting nearly 3 hours and involved walking across campus to find clues on opposite ends while it was pouring rain. This was for a 1 credit hour class and it was during class time, so we had to stay almost 2 hours late and several people in the class ended up missing classes after that one. Luckily it was my last class of the day. Then at the end of the hunt, there was an actual exam that she told us in advance would be a group effort and would be open book. The book for this class was out of print, so it was extremely hard to find, but we had a PDF of it so one person in each group printed it out in the library. When we got to the exam, she sat us separately and told us that only the person who had printed the book was allowed to use it. No one had studied to take the exam without the book, and even if we had, the test was impossible to do without having the entire book memorized. Ridiculous questions including what is a page number that has a picture of the Titanic? About halfway through the exam, she got in front of the stage and yelled at us for not taking it seriously and told us to leave. So everyone left, confused and scared. The next day, she sent out an email saying that there would be an exam held the next week, which she wasn't allowed to do, since finals have to be planned well in advance, and we were not allowed to bring anything into the exam room. No books, no phones, no watches, not even a pencil. She told us the exam would be similar, but not the same as the first one. Luckily, it ended up being the exact same test, but in a different order, and with an added essay question about cheating, since apparently a few students had cheated on the previous one and that was why she told us to leave. I memorized the questions and page numbers that she had asked for on the last exam, so I ended up with an A in the class, but it still makes me mad just to think about the whole situation. This was an ethics class, by the way. Sometimes I wonder if she did the whole thing on purpose to see how we would react to her behaving extremely unethically. It was a joke class, like stat or something in high school. The teacher was never there, was a coach, and got away with it. I was known to fuck with the student teacher, like a lot. He said he used to play for the Falcons in the 80s, but broke part of his back before the first kickoff even happened, and I mean during the game, while the kicker is on the way to the ball. So because the main teacher thinks his job is a joke, and the student teacher is a 60-year-old, Mr. Rogers sweater wearing, bald as whole idiot, I think the class is a joke 2. So one day I decided to fuck with him. I got a couple of kids in the class to dress up as him. We all got bald caps and wore ugly as sweaters with sheety 1/4-inch thick glasses we found at the thrift store, except me. I had one of those bald caps with the hair coming out the side, glued on the stash, the glasses and a Falcons jersey that I had taped a piece of paper over the name on the jersey that said student teacher's last name. Well, he was known for pretending like he was cool and calm, and it lasted all 10 minutes. And he flipped out on me specifically because he knew I perpetrated all this. So he walks out pretty pissed and got the main teacher, who was out trying to fuck one of the young female teachers upstairs, or whatever the fuck he did all day. He brings us all outside and yells at us saying none of you are getting extra credit on the test. All the guys were livid. Remember when I said the class was a joke? Well, we had all gotten 100s. because he always left the answers open on his desk and just faking left the room. We could literally pass our tests to each other and then back without anyone saying sheet, or his tests were so easy a 6th grader could do it. And this was the last semester of senior year, so the student teacher either quits shortly after, or he was done with that part of the job. I don't know, all I know is he was gone. The main teacher pulls me outside and says that stunt was hilarious, and the only reason I cut your extra credit was because I had already graded your tests. I hated most of high school, but memories like this make me smile. At my school we bring tennis balls to play football 2v2 with a desk being the goal in breakfast period. Breakfast is 15 minutes to eat after the second session, so our English teacher was so mad about this cause most of her session were 3rd and 4th. And we took the whole session to salute. One day she got so mad and said if we played again there will be no pay for a week, which was a big deal. So next day we were bored in breakfast, so we decide to tackle where we play football cause it's empty space. The breakfast ended, the teacher came angry and kept saying that she saw us playing football and she wants the ball. We explained 1,000 times, but still insisted there is a ball. She got the principal and other teachers, she explained the situation, and then we explained, and they didn't believe us. They said there will be no break, lunchtime but in playground, or pay for the rest of the year if we didn't give them the ball, so someone just gave them his ball which was in his bag the whole day. I think we didn't get the ball back, but at least the English session was finished. When the situation was resolved that year, everyone hated that teacher, and at the time a different English teacher had the last session which was literature, but writing the questions and answers of the story. So we had like 15 Q&A and everyone was like 6 lines. It was exhausting. Anyway, we didn't finish at time, so the teacher said no one will go out of class unless we finish, and we were at question 9. We stayed like extra 20 to 30 minutes. We got so exhausted of writing we couldn't run, and some pupils missed their bus, but at the end she gave who finished 5 jelly beans, so we thought it was worth it at it. I think the first story was at grade 7 and second was grade 4. Superintendent pissed off the entire town. He was inconsistent with his snow day calls. He'd leave school open when the roads weren't plowed. Multiple school buses got into accidents that year. First thing he did as superintendent was fire the newest teacher in each department to cut down wages. One of the science teachers to get the axe was head of the robotics team, which was ranked 5th in the world point. Because of these decisions, teacher morale dropped heavily. Our beloved vice principal fought day in and day out for the teachers. The superintendent was an old German, barely won the vote. He was also a homophobe. Our band teacher, a gay, had been teaching in town for 11 years. Renowned across the country, he has turned down numerous job offers from colleges. Due to differences with the superintendent, he took a job at the next town over. This band teacher won the Grammy for Music Educator of the Year and led our high school band to become known across the country, winning competitions and performing in Carnegie Hall. The town was screaming at the superintendent's door. Parents would move to our town just to give their kids a chance to learn from our band teacher. The band teacher leaving was the last straw for our beloved vice principal, who was now principal at the time. He resigned at the end of the school year. At my graduation he was the keynote speaker. He was in tears by the end. Our principal leaving sent the town on a rampage. We ended up driving the superintendent out of town. Music teacher returned after the superintendent left, but he didn't agree with the replacement principal. He ended up leaving before the next school year even started. All of this happened in the span of 2 years. Well, the principal of our school had a vendetta against anything that was fantasy related cause it devil worship. So I have a class where we don't do anything. It's the quiz bowl team basically, but the team was $200 in debt. So we couldn't do anything, even participate in competition, because that would require money, and for some reason she wouldn't let us do a fundraiser because it distracted away from sport. Fundraising. So for an hour and a half every day we sit and do nothing until one day we got tired of doing nothing and started bringing in games like Magic the Gathering and D&D. And one day we are having a little tournament, we had a little trophy and everything. She walks in and starts silently watching us and then asks what we are doing. Well, we explain using the most educational terms we can to describe MTG, comparing it to chess and showing the math skills it required, really hyping it up. Well, we faked up. When we mentioned the word spell, she went casting spells, and we don't do that here, and tells us that if she ever sees us playing games in here again during instructional period. We tried to explain that we don't have anything else to do in this class and it's all we have, and that it's doing no harm. She had none of it. She said if we're caught playing games in class again, we'd get detention and our stuff would be confiscated. We couldn't even play faking chess. She took my friend's nice chess board his grandfather gave him and faking lost it. That kid faking bawled his heart out. I'm still bitter about it to this day. I mean, didn't piss off the whole class in this incident, just a couple, but the whole school hated him anyways, especially for his rep of being a perv. My mom confirmed one of the rumors. These two boys are just annoying me, right? So I start talking to them to tell them to stop. All class this goes on and the teachers like you, and said two boys are staying in for a bit. I'm like, but what about our pet class? And he ignores me. So I sit there and wait, and the teacher speaks up. Straighten out the desks. Do I look around? All of the desks are straight. So we all straighten out the desks. And then he's like, pick up any garbage off the floor. And then I'm getting pissed because 1, I hate being late. 2, he was keeping me in for no goddamn reason. I was getting annoyed and was telling them to stop. 3, this garbage isn't even mine. I'd never throw garbage on a classroom floor. This isn't even my garbage. I didn't make the choice to throw it on the ground. As I picked up an empty Ziploc bag and threw it on the garbage. I don't care, so we wait, and he finally lets us go. At this point I'm like 8 to 10 minutes late for my gym class. We were all beyond pissed. There's many different stories as well. Go to a small school and most of the teachers are shit. This didn't really piss off the whole class, maybe a third, but in hindsight a lot of people came to their senses. My 7th grade English teacher was an interesting character. We'll call him Mr. C. Mr. C had a bad habit of offering students money and not delivering. I was one of the lucky few to experience this firsthand. It was the first week of class and he quoted Shakespeare. Thinking we were all stupid, it was a pretty well-known quote. He said if anyone could name the play the quote is from, he'd give them $40. Naturally, I named the play, because I'm amazing, and definitely didn't guess, and he backtracked like a man in a costume at a formal Halloween party. I wasn't too bent out of shape about it, but that was really just the beginning. The next year, he offered a kid $50 to shave his head. He had a pretty substantial head of hair. Mr. C wasn't subtle about hating, and didn't deliver. When he did point, another quite frustrating thing Mr. C did was what he called bulldogging, but a more accurate term would be not teaching. He would go on and on about the time he snuck a pizza into a movie theater or his kids and their shenanigans and claim we got him off track. First, we didn't, but second, even if we did, it's his job to stay focused. He did a few other things that rubbed me the wrong way, like the time he forced half his class, including me, to sit in the hallway, unsupervised, until we were rescued by Mr. H, one of my favorite teachers ever, and Mr. C's neighbor. There was also the time I passed out on his class, long story, and he called 911 instead of the nurse like a normal teacher would. He then proceeded to tell all his future classes how he caught me. He didn't point. You may think all this is pretty harmless, and for the most part or is, but I hated him so much, I chose not to join the track team in high school, because he coached it. He didn't coach it for long, as he was eventually fired for reasons I don't know, but I still don't do track because, at this point, it's too late. TLDR. Fuck you, Mr. C. How you still have your job after being reprimanded so many times remains a mystery to me.